Okay, so hi everybody. We're just waiting for Dale to arrive, and then hopefully we're going to go ahead with this evening's stream. I have texted him to let him know that I'm live, but I do know that he's been unwell, so anything could happen at a minute's notice. I hope it's all going to go as planned. To be fair, so I've been looking forward to this one. This one's all about mkultra, and he says he's got a lot of stuff to go over. So I'm really hoping that we can begin talking about it tonight. And just see if Dale arrives. To be honest, I'm quite glad to be able to do this little show, and I do hope he turns up because right now there's not much sense going on elsewhere. It's very how can I put it? Fake at the moment elsewhere. I mean, Real Nose is not talking truth. Janet knows she's not talking truth. And all the audience know they're not talking truth, which is just nuts. I think the only one who's falling for the bullshit is maybe Kaylee, who's sort of like wants to have a discussion as per usual, which I don't know why anyone would bother. I mean, Janet's crazy, isn't she? Let's be honest about it. So, yeah, and then you've got Rodney Kay, who's back tonight. Started up a live stream and he's sort of focused on Hoof. Oh, so you're finally left there, have you, Umbrella? Good. I thought you were going to sit there and have a conversation with her. I was like, oh my God, don't feed into this idiot. So yeah, we're just waiting for Dell. He shouldn't be too long. Sometimes he's a little bit late. Sometimes I'm a little bit late. So I can't even complain, to be honest. When he arrives, he arrives. But he's the info man, and it's him that I rely on for this show this evening. Otherwise, it's going to be me just talking my opinions. So for now, you're going to have to put up with me until the great man arrives. But yeah, so Rodney is doing his show on Hoof. They're obsessed with Hoof. To be honest, I just think all of it has become so messy and all over the place. I don't even want to comment until everybody else has commented and I can analyse everything. Because there's so many twists and turns going on with everything to do with all of them, all of the PlayStation lot, people that go on Wasp, not Wasp himself, but regulars that do go on Wasp, people in these hangout groups, and I'm not privy to the hangout groups, so I don't really know what's going on in those groups, and I hear things sort of like second or third hand anyway, and so I just want to watch everything play out as it does. I see Apple Charlotte get upset today over a mistake of repeating what a troll had written in Janet's side stream. And I just want to say, Apple Charlotte, I don't hold you no grudges. I'm willing to say that everybody makes mistakes. I once made a mistake of putting out a video that was a year old by accident. So, we all make mistakes, and I know how easy it is to get carried away by what people are saying. And it's not like it wasn't unbelievable what was written. The one thing that I will say that going forward in the future, if you see somebody write something in the side chat that's not a regular name and it's not someone that you can confirm it with, don't run with what they're saying because they'll write anything. I mean, since I've been on these live streams, I've seen people say that Dave's died, that Raj has died, that I'm going to become Muslim. They say the most outrageous things. So, never listen to a troll and start to learn what trolls look like. I know it can be hard if you're not in the groups and other stuff. But I do believe, Apple Charlotte, that you are in quite a few groups of people, so you should have a good idea. Yeah, get well soon, Wasp. That's what I will say. But just to reiterate, what Wasp has not passed away. he is actually recovering, and he's recovering well, and he should be returning soon. But for now, I just want to step away from it all because I think it's all getting too ridiculous and stupid. That's why I'm waiting for Dell so that I could do this little live stream. Hey, at last Dell's here. So let me drop the link. Been waiting for you to bring in your grand entrance, Dell, because without you, this can't go ahead this evening. So here we go. All right, there you go, Dell. There's the link. Just wait for you to join us. Hoping this is going to be a really good, interesting stream this evening. It's one of my alternate sort of like interests, all this stuff. So it should be fun. He's taking his time to click that link. Aha, here he is. The man himself. Hiya, Dale.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. You all right?
Yeah, I've been really looking forward to this stream, so this is good. I'm so glad that we've got it going. Yes.
By the way, if you just give yourself a sec, do you want to just check your emails? Because you know what I'm like. I'm pretty good with stuff like this.
Yeah, let me go and check. I've got it all. I've been so sort of like looking forward to this stream. I don't know why I get so excited about some things, but
It's different.
this is
It's
one
something
of them.
different.
Yeah, well, it's not just different. I don't know. It's just I love all this sort of like not so much. I wouldn't call it conspiracy, but alternative stuff.
Yes.
I do like talking about it all, and
Yeah, and you know me, I provide evidence based, which is why I've
yes.
emailed you. But it's why I've emailed you. But I've also I'm going to provide links to the chat as well. But you know me, I always provide you with the evidence.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what have I got here? Aurora. Oh my god. No, I haven't got it yet, Del.
Okay, let me just make sure that I've sent it because you know me, I'm pretty consistent when it comes to doing certain things because it needs to be done properly. Because you know
Yeah.
what, I'm quite strict with stuff like this, and it
It will
needs to
be
be because
Jupiter affiliated
yeah,
at
I've got it and
gmail.com.
and
All
I've sent it there.
capitals.
Yeah, I should have sent it there. I'll have a look. I'll just double check though because I might not have sent it in my infinite wisdom. Right, let me have another look. Okay. Let me have a look. Let me just check I've actually sent it. Okay, yep. I've definitely sent
it now.
Oh, about to say I'm pretty consistent. Right, so you've got a Word document there, and then there's a PDF there, and it's all relevant to what we're speaking about tonight. And it's got obviously reference points and evidence points, which is why I send you the stuff that I send you. I don't send you something that I can't get hold of myself. Anyway, that's how we do stuff anyway when I stream with you anyway. I don't do something that you can't have. It don't make no sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
so basically, you gave me a subject matter. Sorry, go on. You go first. Go ahead.
No. Go.
No, I was just going to say, you gave me a subject matter that you would find interesting. Well, we had two that came up the other day, and I said that you could do both, but because of this one being it is the way it is, this needs to be specific because is that what? Well, you'll know when we've gone through the day we're going through anyway. Why we need to be so specific about it and separate the two. So it's better to do this one based on what you wanted to do the other day. So it made sense. So that's why I've sent you the documentation that I'll be using, as well as the evidence that
Yeah.
we'll be using as well. So I just thought this is on a subject on its own. It needs to be it's a standalone subject, because there's so many areas, even on the stuff that I'm going to dive in on tonight. There's more than enough stuff to get in on. It needs to be a subject that's covered on its own. You can't really mix it with others because it's so extensive.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned somebody the other day about somebody who's had an experience. So, and I'm going to back up that experience that they've had based on things that MOD familiar with, MI5, MI6, and the Tavistock Institute. So
Right.
we'll talk about anyway, and it's going to be evidence based, and then we'll talk about. I'll give people's names, reference points, people who've been involved in these experiments who've spoken out about it, stuff like that. So, and I'll be obviously posting links in the chat as well. But I had to make sure that you had the documentation as well, so you've got it all. So when you want to go through it in your own pace, because you know I'm like when I get quick, you can go through it when you're ready, because it's going to have the links in there. Plus, it's got reference points in there. Plus, it's got books, and it's got people who've been involved in this as well. So there's plenty of information for you then to do your due diligence, regardless.
Yeah. So do you want to
Okay, so
start? Are you ready?
I'm ready whenever you are. I'll be honest with you, I'm all right.
Yep.
So
do you want to share anything?
Yeah, I'll be sharing. Yeah, I've got to because it's all evidence based. I've got to screen share. I've got no choice. I'll be reading from something to explain things. Plus, if I'm using terms like UHF, ELF, and MHF and MHZ and stuff like that, there's certain technical stuff I'll be using, and people be like, "What on earth is he talking about?" So it's better off if I make sure that these technical terms, which are going to be explained in this anyway, are explained so people know what they are anyway, rather than me just saying this and thinking, what on earth is he talking about when he talks about an ELF, or what's he talking about with an MHF? What does that mean? It don't mean anything to anybody if you can't explain it. So this document explains the technical stuff, as well as the experiments that have happened in the past, as well as the institutions that have been involved with it. So it's that. I think that's more detail for the people who are in the chat as well as me posting information as well. I'll drop some information in as well.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll probably start off by talking about one particular institution that runs them all, and then I might go, and then I'll drop into what has happened in this country. So did the chat know what we're talking about? Have you kind of had a chance to speak with them and just give them a bit of a heads up?
Not in detail. So tonight we're talking about mkultra. It's a kind of mind control that's used through people's psychosis. And I don't really know that much about it, but Dell does. But what I do know is that there are people that are claiming that the government are using mind control on us. And there is, to some extent, some evidence out there to prove that actually they do know this, and that Britain is one of the greatest places that is being used as this kind of experiment, along with other places such as America, Australia. But obviously, I'm more worried about Britain, and but I'm sure Dell's got from all around the world some of the stuff that he's got.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I do have stuff from all over the place, but my stuff that I'm doing tonight is actually focused on what they've done here, just because of what you wanted me to do. So, although we will jump slightly to some other places, the bulk of my presentation and stuff that I'm going to be talking about is actually experiments that have been done specifically here. Is that all right? So I've tried to focus here specifically about what's happened with the MOD, MI5, MI6, and Tavistock. Yes.
Right. People are saying your mic is a little bit low. So would you be able to turn it up just a little?
I don't want it too high. Well, I can a little bit, but when we don't want to get it too high, because you know what it is when it gets high. I'll just probably speak, because you know what I'm low now, but I'll end up being a bit louder when I start. You know what I'm like. So it'll get a bit louder naturally. If it's too low, then you just need to tell them that we can make adjustments, but we'll see. I mean, can you hear me all right? Do I sound all right to you?
I can hear you fine, but the audience, 2 people in the audience have now said that you're quite low.
Well, that's very unusual, isn't it? Because I never low when I speak.
Yeah, normally you're really loud. Yeah.
Exactly, and that's what we don't want. We don't want the opposite, where I'm being too loud. We don't want that, do we? It's better to be a bit lower than to be a bit louder, as you always say to me. You prefer that.
Yeah, yeah. Because otherwise, when you get excited, you start cutting
yeah,
out, and we lose half of it.
exactly. That's what we want to avoid. So that's as priority. I'm just going to try and make an adjustment just on my headset, and hopefully it'll pick it up mic a bit better. I might try coming back in. I mean, I don't know
Well,
how I can.
other people are saying it's fine. So it could just be those two people need to turn their own computers up.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to get too loud, and I don't want to get vibration.
Because I can hear you fine, and I don't want to
Yeah.
disrupt the level that we've got because it's brilliant. So
Right, exactly. I don't want to turn too much. Right, so try and see if in the chat if they're all right with how I'm speaking now, and that hopefully most people are okay. Because I don't really want to start if people can't hear, because there's no point. Because I'm not
right,
doing
can
this really. 'Cause I
people
want to... Sorry, go
let
on.
us know if it's okay? Just say okay if it's okay, and so we can continue.
I'll put a number 1 in the chat to say you can
Yeah,
hear and
put a one
everything's
if it's
fine.
fine, two if it's bad. Right, 2 people are saying it's fine so far. 3. 4. Yeah, 4. You seem to be fine now, Del.
Well, I hope so, because I don't want to spoil it for everybody who's made the effort to come in. You know, you try to reach everybody, you try to accommodate everybody. So hopefully, most of them people put in ones. And I'm speaking. Hopefully, I'm loud enough, but I'll try. And obviously, I have adjusted my. By the way, I have adjusted my audio now. I've adjusted it, so hopefully, it should be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, you've got some documentation I've sent you, and you've got that information. That's fine. So I'm all right with that fact that you've got that. And what I'll do is what I'm going to do is I'll probably read some bits and pieces to begin with first, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to post some information for the people in the chat, and then I'll read a bit more, and then I'll post some more links.
Yeah.
I'm going to kind of do a bit of everything so that they've got, because they use these different ways that they do experiments on the people. There's different things that they've done. So I've kind of linked it in a way where I'm going to be talking in sections and then putting the information in the chat. Now, hopefully, touch wood, they'll be fine and people can hear me and there won't be a problem. So I'm just going to share screen now. So hopefully it's going to be good enough, because I don't want to spoil it for everybody else who's made the effort
Yeah.
to come in and listen. So I'll share screen. All being well. And make sure I share audio so people can hear me, which is good. And then I'm going to, I'll probably use this one first, Chrome tab. And I'm going to use this one first so that it's in place. I think that's a bit better. Woman, I just need to cancel something. I'm just going to make one small adjustment.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We've got time. We've got time.
Yeah, make sure this is up. Make sure the size is right. Put that on full screen so that it can be seen. And then I can make one small adjustment here. Right. Now, screen share. Okay. Share screen. Share audio so that my audio is coming through. And I will go with here, and hopefully we can see in a second. Hopefully everybody can see. And I will pull up this document. So I was going to just give a brief overview of one of them, one of the big institutions who are actually involved in the mind control. So this is the I call them the Menacekers and Bankster cult, who have most of the agencies under their jurisdiction who do all this stuff. So that's just going to give you a brief about the Jesuits. They're heavily involved in mind control experiments. And they've got the biggest intelligentsia that work with the countries all over the place. So they'll be in the States, they're in here, they're in France, they're in Australia, they're in China, anywhere they've got their hands in with high level intelligentsia who do all the mind control experiments. So that's why I wanted to put that one up first, because they know a lot about this in the first place. Now, what I'm going to talk about here I've got it up as you can see, is a history of mind control. So I'm going to talk a little bit about it, and then we're going to get into some depth stuff. I'm going to explain a few things, some technical stuff, and then I'm going to get into, and this is about this. This is the basics about mind control, and then I'll get into sending some information to the chat. Are you hearing me fine, Jupiter? By the way.
Yes, perfect.
All right, so I'm going to start over in some of the stuff where this started, some of the stuff where they started off, and then I'm going to come to this country in a bit. So, history of mind control at a distance is remote mind control technologies RMCT begins in the United States with the research of, and this is key. You can write this down, please, people. Although I do have some information with the links in that's got this guy in anyway, Dr. Ross Adair. So please write that name down and do your due diligence, and his colleagues in the late 1960s, working with the Crux in Action funded Pandora project. Adair found that ELF, and this is why I'm using the technical terms, extra low frequency, so that's what ELF stands for. This is why we're doing it this way so people know what the terms are. Signals in the region of 1 to 20 Hz with increments having different effects, had bioactive and psychoactive effects. The research was important to the Crux in Action, for they wished to find the frequencies which could mind control humans from a distance, RMCT. Pandora researchers discovered that the 6 to 16 Hz region had drastic effects on the brain and on the nervous and endocrine systems. This could enable major dysfunction in the target victim if research on cats and monkeys could be duplicated. The research on human victims still remains classified. A major problem was that the ELF transmissions need vast antennae arrays, and I might talk about that completely separately in a totally different talk. That's talking about like harp, Isaac, and Alata, but I'm not going to get on that tonight. I want to stick with this. A day's research showed that pseudo ELF caused by pulse or aptitude modulated microwaves, there you go, so these are technical terms, UHF or RF carrier waves at ELF frequencies not only duplicated the psycho and bioactive effects of ELF, but due to the highly penetrative effects of the S band microwaves, low frequency microwaves, all right, or UHF or RF, these combine to have a synergistic effect function to amplify the effects of pseudo ELF. In layman's terms, the microwave and pseudo ELF were more effective at mind control than pure ELF and the RMCT. The means of mind controlling will slowly killing victims using pseudo ELF. That is an amplitude or pulse modulation of microwaves, or UHF or RF. Extra low frequency waves was born. This this was developed into a whole array of weapon systems based on the drastic effects of pseudo ELF on mind controlling, electrochemically zombifying or inducing cancer in victims. Think about 5G and the other stuff they're using now. But I mean, this it's all interlinked anyway. But let me keep going. ELF or pseudo ELF was also found to be able to cut or damage DNA, the dineurofolic acid, which partially explains the carcinogenic effects of pulse or aptitude modulated microwaves, UHF or RF. It's really interesting this stuff because it gets even better. Now I'm going to get into Britain. In Britain, microwave is defined as between 300 MHz to 300 GHz. You've got obviously megahertz and gigahertz. People should know what that means. Or in US terms, above one gigahertz. Ross Adair's research was done at 450 megahertz. Carriers used to broadcast pseudo ELF via pulse and amplitude modulation. His colleagues carried out the same research at 147 MHz. These frequencies were defined as UHF and VHF. respectively, in US terms. So obviously they were working together, as you can see, the States and Britain, which they, all the intelligentsia are controlled by the Jesuits anyway, so they all work together on on this stuff. Now let me keep going because it gets more interesting here. For a specific example, the new Tetra system, which we've currently got at the moment, although they are changing that, and I've got information on that as well, system which will be used by the police and emergency services in the UK for communication, uses between 380 and 400 MHz. That's done deliberately, by the way, which is switched on and off at such a pulse rate that the pseudo ELF at 17.6 hertz or 17.6 times per second is produced. This means the brain and nervous system are hit by pulses of UHF microwaves every 17.6 of a second. This is rather like electrochemical hammer blows to the head at a rate of 17.6 every second. Some of us might find hammer drills irritating to listen to. Imagine a 17.6 hammer like blows being delivered to the nervous and endocrinal system at a cellular level. Might this not have a disruptive effect on an organism, since the cells communicate with each other in the ELF range? That's key there. This hammer-like blows of pseudo ELF disrupts the and deranged cell activities, leading to dysfunction, behavioral changes, and onset of carcinogenic proteins, which can lead to the organism developing tumors. Okay, so I'm just going to keep going a little bit longer, just a tiny bit longer. Now, this is the stuff that the UK stuff that happened here. So we've got UK mind control and technology. The UK government is now spending 2.5 million to fully implement a nationwide deployment of the Crux in Action mind controlled technology. The Tetra system pulses at 17.6 hertz, broadcast at 400 megahertz, which is essential to the Pandora project funded by the Crux in Action in the late 1960s and the early 70s. So that's your timeline there. Dr. Ross Adair, the chief researcher on the Pandora project, has released a video to leading UK researchers, which proves that not only does the Tetra system cause ELF zombification by massive release of calcium ions in the cerebral cortex and the nervous system, but the activated calcium ions also cause massive hormonal disturbances in which lead to frenzied imbalances, emotional and physical states. This system will be used by all UK police and emergency services by the end of the year, because this is a little bit older, this one, but I've got that data and I'll pass it on in a link. As the Home Office has sold off all the police frequencies so they can be forced to use the new system. The use of the Tetra system by the police will lead to psychotronic control officers who may be totally controlled in any situation and are very useful for states of economic or social chaos where extreme and violent behavior is needed without any conscience or moral my mind's going again compunction. So-called police robots. This is getting more interesting by the minute. It gets really interesting. Now, what I'm going to do, because I'm nearly finished with this document, I'm going to post these links in a second, but they've been using. So
Yeah,
30,000 transmitters will be. Go on.
I was going to say, can we just take a bit of a break there so we can digest what you're saying? So basically, there's a load of different frequencies, which is obvious. We know that. And you're talking, the ELF is the lower level frequencies. And what you're saying is that they're using frequencies that are going at a certain speed.
Modulation, yes.
Yeah, that is affecting, because it makes sense actually, because have you ever seen that Chinese professor that did the water experiments and how the crystals changed depending on whether they were having sort of like negative atoms put through it or positive atoms? And so yeah, I get what you're saying. So what this, and because we're mostly made up of water, we would just like because water is a conductor of electricity, we would conduct the frequencies and it would affect us as it travels through us.
Yes.
Now, we all know from meditation that meditation and meditation music at certain frequencies actually raises our sort of like positive,
Vibration.
yeah, vibration and positive energy. And so it stands to reason that the reverse can happen. But you will get loads of people that believe in meditation and believe in positive vibes and positive energy and everything else, poo-pooing this and saying, oh, this is just conspiracy. But actually, it's not, because there is
No, I'm gonna,
evidence that they have done these tests, isn't there?
yeah, there is, and I'm going to pause. You can see the links here. I'm just going to finish this last part off, and I was going to let you jump in. That was my point, because I'm going to post stuff that they've actually done and people have been paid out on it. So I've got evidence base. So the 30,000 transmitters will be placed around the country to maximise the effects on the local UK population. Mass mind control. Anyone who has complained of these transmitters, remember what they're doing with the 5G, and then all the transmitters are important for the 5G as well. Keep in mind that's going up all over the place. Has received a letter from the local government informing them that if the transmitters are not positioned where the government wishes, there can be no guarantee of the police protection, which will lead to higher insurance premiums for the householder. A UK newspaper tried to run this story, but the lead item was quashed by a high-level government intervention. Now, if you can see here, I'm going to be posting these links about mind control and the government with the LSD. They've done it with I was doing something else here as well. We're talking about food shortages. So I'm going to post these links in a second in the chat, and then and jump in and say what you're going to say, because I'm going to post these links now. But go ahead. And this is information about how they've been doing this kind of testing and mind control. So I'm going to put the links in the chat in a sec.
Yeah. So before we go on to the next thing, what I wanted to say is that this is not new knowledge, is it? This is ancient knowledge, actually, because they knew that frequencies could heal, and they also knew that frequencies could damage. They did know this. Um, there's I don't know if you've heard of it, but there's the pyramid in Bosnia where you can actually people can go to today that has still got it's still got harmonic frequencies that are um, being emitted out of it, and people have been proven scientifically to go in with certain injuries that have been alleviated. It's got healing energies over in Bosnia. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's still active. That pyramid's still active. Now, the pyramids have got a big connection to frequencies, haven't they?
Pyramids, yeah, they've got tons of all the ancient stuff was built on the ley lines, so they were all used as like a healing and healing centers and stuff.
Yeah,
So they've always had all the ancient societies use them for the proper purposes. It's only recently they've been used in a negative sense. It's only recent we've been dealing with negative the negativity side of things, that they've been using the technology for recently, and using it's like reverse engineering it. I'm just about
yeah,
to post these links. If you're just saying what you're finishing off what you're saying, I'm
yeah.
going to post these
No,
links in a
so the
second.
reason that I brought that up is I was wondering, if they really are using this MK Ultra on us, if there's a way to sort of like um protect yourself really from it all.
Yeah, I mean, I only found out not this long ago that they've been doing this kind of experiments on the British people, and the only thing I've always said with anything like this is to do the opposite to what they're doing, which is what you've just been saying, is having positive meditations, and using the positive energies, so you're going the opposite way around. So whatever they're coming with, you do the opposite to what they're doing. So
Yeah.
I'm just posting the links now. If you just give me a second, I'm in the chat. I'm just posting links. So give me a second. You can finish what you're saying, and then we can move on to the next bit. I just want to post each link so that the chat have got the link, so they can spend time doing their own due diligence. Because that's all I'm about, is giving information out so they can actually find out about experiments that have been done in the country and stuff that's actually the governments have done. They might not, it's not well known to everybody, but they do this stuff all the time. It's just that it only gets spoken about at certain points. So I'm just posting the links now in the chat so people can listen to the information and do what they want to do. But they've used all sorts of stuff. I mean, I've got the stuff here about the LSD and mind control that they've been doing. That's another thing that that's not talked about, but I'll put these links in the chat now. So I'm just posting them at the moment. That's what I'm doing. So if you look in the chat, the links are in the chat now.
Yep, they're
And I'm just
showing up. Yep.
and I'm just also going to put in while I'm here, because it might be quicker for me to do it. I'm going to put in the. Let me find it because I've got it here. Where is it? Uh, Let me just find it because I know I've got it here as well. Yeah, I'm going to put in the information on the new network, the 4G one that they're using, because the Tetra system is going to be removed and they're putting in a new one. I've got the information on that, so I'm just going to post that as well because the new one's coming in. They've got a new one that they're using on the people now, so I'm just going to post the new one in here because they've actually the Tetra one's about to be removed, and they're actually putting a new one in place that's going to work very similar to the other one. So, and it's direct. This information I've got from the government's website as well. I'm using official links. So people can't say, "Oh, you're conspiracy theorists." No, this is all on information that's in the public, in the government. I'm using government stuff here, so this is their stuff I'm using against them. So I'm just posting those links now. You'll see them in the chat. I'm just doing it at the moment, so the chat I've got them. So that's the new one, this new system that's coming in place. It's going to replace the Tetra one. They're updating it. So, and let me just find out. Right,
So,
and
if
I'm
I'm
just going to.
understanding this right, what you're saying is that in the past, the police, or at the present, because they haven't quite changed over yet, they were using one frequency and now they're going on to
Yeah,
another, which
yeah,
gives them
and
greater control. Is that what you're
yeah.
saying?
Yeah, and it's a new system. It works on the same principles, but it's a newer system. It works on a 4G, so it's a new system they're putting in place. I'm posting the links for it now. You've already got the information. You've already got the links. You've already got them because
Hmm.
I've given you in the email. I'm just posting them
Yeah.
for the chat now, and I'm also going to talk about UK intelligence and microwave and mind control. I'm going to post a link for that now as well, so that people have got the information on that as well. I'm just posting these links now so that I can get on with this talk. But if I post the links, they've got the information so they can do the due diligence. So I'm just making sure they've got everything they need because everything we're covering is based on what we've just been talking about.
Hmm.
Okay, and I'm going to post. I'll post this one. It's another link. The last. I'm posting two links. There's going to be one on the Tavistock Institute, and then there's another one on mind control. And these last two that please people, these last two are probably the best links I've got, and they've got the best information. So these links that I'm putting in now, I recommend that you definitely go and look at these and spend time reading it. So that one that I've just posted now, and there's going to be one that's about mind control and about the Tavistock Institute and mkultra, and I've got one more that I'm going to post as well. And one of them's with Tim Riffratt, and the other one's about mind control. So these last two, probably the best two I've got of direct information that people can have for themselves. They can go and do. So that should have been posted. So the information is there. So you can do your own due diligence. Don't take my word for it. But every people are speaking out. There's a few more links I've got, but I'll stop that there, and we'll talk about whatever you want to speak on next.
No, we're going to go on to the next thing that you've got there.
Okay, that's fine. That's not a problem. That's okay. So we can. That's fine. I don't mind that. So I'll talk about. I'm going to talk about the stuff that was done in the UK. So I want to talk about the stuff that was done directly in the UK. So we'll talk about that right now. So we're going to do the direct stuff. So I'm going to pull this up. And this is the direct stuff that happened in this country now. I know I've talked about some of the international stuff, but the links are in there for everybody to do their own due diligence, and then we'll do the proper information. So I'm going to share this document. By the way, you do have this document. By the way, you do have it because I have emailed it to you.
Yeah,
So,
I've got them all. I've checked that I've got both of the things you sent me. I have, so
right.
that's good.
So here, so we're going to talk about UK intelligence and mind controls by Tim Riffratt. And again, I have posted links. They're in the chat. You've got the chat. I've got all the information. But I'm going to just quote from this. So this is the stuff I was talking about, obviously, from before. The systems that are affected in your body by the ELF waves and stuff like that. But I'm going to talk a little bit about, and this has got reference points. I'm going to talk a little bit specifically about the UK intelligence and what they've been doing. So I'm going to go to, I think it's not this bit. It's another bit I wanted to. Yeah, we'll do this because it gives a bit of a timeline. So we'll talk about this bit first, and then I'll get into the bit I want to speak on. So we've got UK intelligence forces and microwave mind control. So microwave weapons that turn people into stress confused submissive zombies are being used in Britain's inner cities. Developed by the communists, microwave weapons similar to microwave ovens have since the 1980s have targeted the inner cities council estates where weapons transmitted extra low frequency waves, ELF, which you know about, signals which mimic the brain waves and and flick a switch at the people around these microwave transmitters are turned into submissive zombies who cannot think clearly, becoming depressed, apathetic, and want to lounge around all day doing nothing. The inner city malaise found on British streets with the advent of the new ELF deflectors designed by the author's research teams and mass mind control of the metropolitan UK population can be proved. ELF signals officially are only found at nuclear submarine communication stations, so the researchers were shocked to find microwave and UHF mind control signals in city centres, like the author's flat being sent through mobile phones, BT telephones, and from numerous transmitters dotted around the country. Remember, you can stop them whenever you want, Jupiter, by the way. The massive increase in mobile phones has enabled the UK security forces to use this network of transmitters to beam mind control signals into the brains of anyone living near these transmitters. Microwave phones use pulse modulated microwaves of the correct intensity to pass through the skull into the brain and control behavior. Microwave transmitters are therefore the perfect medium for the transmission of ELF signals to mind control the UK population.
Right.
Researchers, stop there, go,
So,
you stop
so
me, go on.
sorry. So this is where we get a lot of people saying that, people believe in the tinfoil hats and, tinfoil hat people and the meme that comes with it.
Yes.
But there's a lot to be said with this, because I keep saying to people, if you really believe in meditation and mindfulness, then you have to believe there's an opposite to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's just that if people have to accept the opposite end, they have to face some dark stuff that we're going to be talking about. And people don't like to talk about dark things, and because it brings to a reality that somebody's up to no good, which we're going to talk about in this document, and it does speak about that. Am I all right to continue?
Yeah.
All
Yep.
right.
Go ahead.
It does give a timeline, by the way, in this. You can see it as I'm reading it. Researchers are of the opinion that inner city riots of the early 1980s forced the Thatcher regime to deploy ELF mind control devices deployment in the late 1970s to turn the working class housing estates into total policing zones. In these zones, ELF transmitters turned the inhabitants into docile zombies. So successful was this technology that it was expanded all over major towns. Mass mind control in the UK public to make them submissive and obey authority was expanded in hand with mobile phone networks and this is key and military and police microwave transmitters, which we know about and I've been speaking about earlier. Now the entire of London conurbation is covered by UHF and microwaves carrying mind numbing ELF. Research into the use of microwave weapons and the use for mind control began, and this is the timelines, this is why it's good, began in the 1950s at the Tavistock Institute. Now, keep in mind, I have posted some information for you that you can read about this stuff more in depth, and I've sent you some links. One of Britain's leading psychiatric research establishments. The UK Institute was researching into ways of mind control in the British population without them knowing. The monkey's submission response, whereby the dominant monkey caused submissive behavior in the underlings. This was the brain state of most interest to the British scientists. Having found this specific brain rhythm for docile submissive zombie-like behavior, it was then recorded and used as the template for the ELF signal beamed on the UK microwave transmitters. Britain was the first to discover the microwave technology used for radar in the 1940s. So again, it's giving you a good timeline here. 1940s, and therefore had a commanding lead over everyone else in this field. In the 1970s, brought a darker side to the story, with the news that the Russians were microwaving the US embassy in Moscow. One third of the staff eventually died of cancer from this microwave irradiation. Australian scientists proved in 1997 that
Wow.
any stop me if you need to, whenever you want. 1997, that tiny amounts of microwave produced by the very safest mobile phones cause cancer in mice. When exposed to this radiation, and again, radiation, Greenham Common was the first time that the Ministry of Defense, that's in this country by the way, was involved in the offensive microwaving of women protesters, the so-called Greenham Common women. So look that up again, look that up. This event showed that the UK security forces were willing to use lethal doses of microwave radiation on large groups of the general public. Equipment showed that the women peace protesters were subject to high levels of microwave radiation. Some of them have subsequently died from cancer. Northern Ireland would have been a perfect proving ground for mass mind controlling technology. The research at the Tavistock Institute, just a minute, I'm going to move this down just so we can all see it. The research at the Tavistock Institute enabled the Thatcher government to put into large-scale use the frequency for which causes submission in humans, radiating this ELF frequency on microwave transmitters, cell phones, BT phones, and by the use of other transmitters. The inner city population can be behaviorally controlled. My research group of ELF defectors, which can prove all manner of UK transmitters are being used to mind control the population. Since ELF is not found naturally and is only used for nuclear submarine communication, its presence proves mind control weapons are being used on the general public. The author also has access to scientific documents showing the devastating effects of ELF broadcasts by microwave UHF, which I explained earlier, and VHF on humans. I'll stop there and let you come in and say what you want to say.
So that incident to do with America, would you be able to? Where would we get the research on that?
Which one? Which incident are you referring to? Because
You know
I
when
need
they
to
said
figure.
that they were a micro the
The
Russians.
embassy, yeah,
Yeah.
I'll find you. It was in the Australian science approved it in 1997, while because the Russians were sending microwave frequencies into the US embassy. So that was 1997. They found that out. So I think they was doing it in the 80s, but the Australian researchers found it out in 1997. So they found out a number of years later. So yeah, I'll dig it out for you. I'll find it. They should have. I haven't done the link to that specifically because I've been trying to focus on the UK stuff. So the stuff that I've posted tonight is all about. I mean, you've got this information, by the way, because it's in the documents that I've sent you. I've tried to focus on here. So most of my stuff is focused on the Tavistock Institute, the Tetra system, and the LSD. The stuff they've done in this country, I've tried to focus more here. But I can dig it out for you. I'll be able to find it. But I've been trying to focus more about here. But yes, it's been well documented. But I'll find it and I'll dig it for you. But go
So
ahead.
when does the great skeptic? I mean, I'm more inclined to believe that these things are true. That whether the governments are using them is something that we need to find out. But I do believe that frequencies do affect people. If you can believe it one way, you've got to believe it the other way. But Wendy's the great skeptic. I want to put the link out in case she wants to come on. Is that all right, Del? Because I know you're giving a talk, but she
Do
can bring
whatever you
up
want.
her
I
sort
don't
of
mind.
queries at the same time, because I know Wendy will do it respectfully. So, you know. No, Wendy, you're entitled to your own opinion. So the link's there, Wendy, if you want to come on and you can ask your questions at the same time. But we're still going to carry on with our presentation. Go ahead, Dale.
All right, that's fine. Just whenever you're ready, just interrupt me whenever you're ready. So, like I said, I'm going about this is it does give good reference points
since the Lord out my
Turn your
heart.
background off, Wind.
All right. So it's alleged that Marconi put this microwave technology into full-scale production, and around 30 scientists and military personnel on the project who began to ask questions committed suicide under mysterious circumstances. It's getting interesting. This is Tim Riffat stuff. So the research has found that the microwave weapons are targeted on middle-class troublemakers and researchers who cause problems for the establishment. Russian and American research has found that the pulse-modulated microwaves, as used for mobile phones, can, when modulated with ELF, which mimics specific brain patterns, can change the behavior of the victim at a flick of a switch. It has also been found that the UK security police, such as MI5, use the 450 megahertz frequency used for this research, legally allowed to be used by the police for behavior control. A vast catalogue of mind control frequencies in the MHz range, MF radio, TV, and mobile phone frequencies have been measured, which are used in the UK for mind control or killing or disabling victims. And it's got some of the stats here you can see. Obviously, you've got the 147, 153, 197, 199, 477. So they're the frequencies that they're using. Symptoms can be depression, befuddled thinking, loss of memory, stress, not being able to cope, manic behavior, schizophrenia, nervous breakdowns, physical collapse, brain and nervous system damage, heart attacks, and cancer.
Hand up in the classroom.
Go ahead, Wendy.
Del, but wouldn't these symptoms, you'd get them in life anyway? There's nothing there that's odd or out of place. These things, people can get these things anyway without say someone's never owned a microwave or a mobile phone, and they end up with I don't know, stress, not being able to cope, manic behavior, schizophrenia. What you going to put that down to then?
I'm not saying it's not down to them. I'm not saying it's down to this only. Obviously, you've got naturally occurring cancers and blood pressure and other stuff that goes on in the body, right? What I'm talking about specifically is experiments that have been done, which I've got the information for, which you can have the links to. You can go and do your own due diligence. So this is purposeful. So you've got natural things that occur in humanity, which you've just referred to, and that's fine. That's going to happen because there's always been issues with humanity. But this, what I'm talking about here, is specific things where certain experiments have been done on the population. So that's the only thing I'm saying. So I'm not saying that things don't happen naturally. I've never said that. What I have said is that in this instance, that there's been specific things that have happened that have been done deliberately. So that's all I'm saying. But you do have naturally occurring incidents of obviously cancer and other things like that do occur naturally due to your diet and things you eat and stuff like that, and obviously other circumstances. So there's multiple ways that things happened, obviously, but I'm just being specific, talking about here about certain incidents where it's been done deliberately to cause issues. That's all I'm saying.
So are we talking here targeted individuals?
Yeah, and some of these individuals have come forward. People have spoke about it. You've got Arizona Wilder. There's so many people have spoken about it over the years that have spoken about it publicly. And obviously we know about those people, and a lot of those people have spoken out about it. And what I've explained here is I've explained some of the researchers who've been doing research into this stuff, and I've been explaining that, and the institutions that have been involved with it.
Have you ever heard of Shane Gibbs?
I've not heard of him. No, not specifically him, but I assume it's somebody who spoke about this.
Well, he thinks he's a targeted individual, and he sleeps under a tinfoil tent in his house.
Yeah. Well,
don't believe me. He's not. Yes, all right. He's someone to laugh at, but he finds it all very serious. So he obviously believes it. See what I mean?
Yeah.
What I would say to that, Wendy, I don't know the gentleman you're talking about, but there are people out there that have paranoia who get hold of these facts and then they go right down to the conspiracies
Yeah.
and they're just ordinary individuals that the government wouldn't even be interested in that seem to think they're targeted. When Dell's talking about targeted, I think what he means is when they're doing studies and they do a large group of people to control people. So, say for instance, a section of London that's got that they want to see if it works. They will section out a sort of housing estate, put the frequencies into that area, and then see if the behavioural patterns change. That's what Dell's talking about.
Yeah, it's more on what experiments they've been doing on the British public, and I've provided evidence and links in that they're in the chat. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm speaking about. But they are obviously they will be targeted individuals who've spoken out. Maybe this guy's one of them you just mentioned, where they have had people who have been directly targeted because they do target individuals because people do speak out about this stuff. So they are target individuals as well as mass population events as well.
Can you remember when they had that high frequency thing to keep teenagers away from hanging around shops and everything? And if you were over, I think it was the age of 18, you could not hear it. But if you were below the age of 18, you could hear it. So you'd move away from the like little shopping centre, little arcade.
Yeah, I remember they tried that. And do you know what? There's probably something to it because dogs hear a different frequency.
That's correct. Same with cats as well. This is why they do experiments on animals and monkeys and stuff because their hearing range is different to ours, and so obviously they're more susceptible to certain frequencies. So obviously that's why they also do stuff experiments on animals, which I mentioned earlier. But I've also spoke about experiments that have been doing directly on people as well.
Okay, love. Yeah.
The links are in the chat, by the way, and Jupert's got the documents, so you can have them whenever you want. I'm just talking about stuff. I'm just talking about other stuff in this document that's referencing stuff that's happened. I'm even giving points here, even in this document. So, for example, there was Brighton police van parked outside Brighton Pavilion, which was used to beam UHF and microwaves into at the vagrants to clear them from the area. All Brighton city centres are bombarded with microwaves, which I can't put. Vagrants congregate.
Vagrants.
I know my head's not working today. Vagrants congregate to make them so ill so that they flee. The Evening Argos newspaper asked the police if the white van, which was parked at the Brighton Pavilion grounds for months, was their van. They replied it was one of their surveillance vehicles. On Wednesday, the 4th of February, the author was passing Brighton Police Station with a frequency counter, which detects microwave weapons, and it detected a 452 megahertz microwave beam being directed at two young offenders sitting on a wall opposite the station.
Bloody hell.
I confronted the police. Yeah, no, exactly. I confronted the police with the reading of, again, this is why I'm quoting an essay reading. Robert Galloway, spokesperson for the police, stated that they were not interested in microwaves, even if they were a danger to health. The author was uncovered widespread use of microwave weapons in Brighton by the police and MI5 as a test program to clear the, and Wendy's going to say that term, because my mind's not working today.
Vagrants
from the city centre. My mind's not working with it. I can't even.
No, we all have days like that, love. Yeah.
City centre. Contacting researchers in this field of inquiry, they all complain of microwave-like symptoms, headache, nausea, giddiness, eye damage, or ear problems. Readings that have taken show that 750 to 1,000 megahertz range is used by the intelligence services for introducing nervous and physical collapse. Microwave ovens give off 1,000 megahertz. And this is I'm quoting stuff from stuff that people have done. This is why I like using this document. So on the Channel 4 program For Love of the New World Order, so look that up again so you can do your due diligence, was shown on Monday night at 12 p.m. on the 6th of April. The author revealed some of the facts on television. The presenter and researchers of this program complained of severe headaches in the days preceding filming, symptomatic of microwave attack. As the foremost non-military expert in microwave weapons, remote viewing, or psychic spying, and spice warfare, the author became aware of the microwave problem when he was targeted to stop his forthcoming book on the remote viewing being released. This book on psychic spying, published by, again, this is a quote, published by Century Books, so that's the one to look for, is the first book by a scientist on the subject of psy warfare and the techniques the superpowers were developed. I'm nearly done. I'm just going to get to the bottom of this and then we'll stop again and speak. Subsequently to the filming of the Channel 4 program, he was arrested by Brighton police on February the 15th outside the building, and his frequency counter was confiscated to stop him recording the use of microwave weapons around the police station and in the public areas around the town. Even though no law was broken, it appears Brighton police are worried that the use of microwave weapons on Brighton's, and again, Wendy, quote me that term, I think it's vagrants, is coming.
Vagrants.
Yeah, I got it right this time. Is coming to the light. The UK government has also brought up all the readily available frequency counters, these being the Watson FC 128 frequency counters and the Optotronic devices, and the manufacturers now market a modified model, which most probably has a digital filter so that the microwave weapon frequencies given above cannot be shown. The author's frequency counter has still not been returned. With such high-level manipulation of events, it seems that the microwave mind control is part of a secret policy in which is being practiced on the general public in this country as part of a covert government policy of harassing and disabling critics. This means of attack is not covered by the law and is highly deniable. The perfect intelligence device for civilian control, the author's flat was targeted with a 900 megahertz beam, which seems to be designed to cause massive, and I'm nearly done here, don't want to be too long, so I want people to speak, massive neurological damage and produce tumors. So I'll stop there, and you come in, Jupiter, again.
Yep, I'm back. So what you're saying is that these frequencies actually cause tumors as well. So the tumors are actually something that they've found, because I know you said earlier they've done testing on mice.
Yeah, side effect.
Yeah, so one of the side effects is tumors.
Yeah, one of the side effects. Obviously, there's all sorts of different side effects, but one of them is tumors. Yes.
That's really interesting. Okay, so have you got anything to say, Wendy?
Just that I just find it all hard to believe, because no matter what they come up with, the side effects are something you could get. I mean, anyone can get a tumor. Anyone can get neurological damage. I kind of believe that they would use something to move vagrants along. I do believe that they would do that, or test it out at least.
Yes,
definitely. Simply because they, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely believe that they used it. They have tried this stuff and used it for warfare. Why do I believe that? Well, look, we all know about mindfulness, and we all know that there's ancient history that tells us that they believed in frequencies and stuff as well. And And then you've got the other scientists that have proven that plants and water respond differently to negative frequencies and tones, etc. So there is the science that backs it up, and it doesn't take too much of the stretch of the imagination to believe that these things exist. What does take a stretch of the imagination and is hard and horrifying for some people to believe is that our own governments would use it against their own people. I think that's what the difference between somebody that can acknowledge that maybe these things exist and somebody who doesn't want to believe that the government would use these weapons against their own people.
Well, because I find with this kind of thing, it's always negative. There's never anything positive in it. It's always there to harm. It's never there to help. That's what I find very odd. You know, that everything that's done is there to harm us. It's never there. It's never made, according to the article or whatever it is, to help us.
Yeah,
it can't be like that all the time. Yeah, it just can't.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you, Wendy, but there's evidence to suggest that in times gone past they did use it for the positive reasons. It's just that corrupt people have decided to use it for negative reasons. But I would ask this question: if we've got this technology, why aren't we using it to stop violence on the streets? Why aren't we?
Well, yeah.
I mean, he's saying that they use it to stop vagrants, but why are they not using it to stop, say, knife crime or, suicidal thoughts, suicides?
Yeah, putting it to good use. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, anyway, everything's got to be for negative use of it.
So let's carry on anyway, Dale, because he has got proof that these things have been, that there has been these tests, and I have read in the past up on some of these things, and they can.
Well, I agree with the high frequency one. I do, right? And I definitely think that they would use something to move vagrants on, or people who do you know what I mean? Definitely, yeah. That's not out of the realm of disbelief at all.
Yeah.
But I'd be interested in the rest of it to see what else he's got to say.
Okay. Go ahead, Dale.
All right, that's fine. Just stop me whenever you're ready. Like I said, we're going to get probably to the bottom part of this. And obviously, I'm quoting stuff like from the institutions that have been doing it, like Tavistock. I've got information on the LSD and the other stuff. Again, it's all in the chat. I've posted all the links in the chat so people can go and this is stuff where people have admitted to doing stuff and they've got evidence, and the government had to pay people out and stuff. But I've put all the information. It is in the chat. And Jupiter, you do have all the information because obviously I've emailed you both these documents and the stuff that have been researching. So you've got all the stuff to do due diligence with. So I'll read this bit because we'll just continue from where we were. The BT phone network has the potential to be used for, again, my mind's gone.
Doxolation of the UK public, of the UK public.
Yeah,
it's not doxolation, it's dosolation.
Oh, right.
My mind's not working, so yeah, dosolation of the UK public. A 30 to 40 megahertz signal is carried by the phone. When the earpiece is placed against the head, the bone conduction carries the ELF component into the brain of the phone user. The ELF signal, which can affect behavior or health, is therefore passed into all BT phone users. It appears from experts have consulted on the subject that the digital phones have been designed to carry this mind control or carrier frequencies. Vodafone have supplied a mobile phone to a friend of his that pumps out the 840 megahertz signal over 100 centimeters. This is the equivalent to a 400-watt light bulb being turned on in the body of the user. This means that mobile phones can potentially be used to kill or so disable a person they no longer become a problem to the establishment. Another Vodafone tested pumped out 50 um 50 MC UK safe UK safe levels for microwave ovens are 5M instead, and obviously that one pumps out 50 M, so it's like God knows how many more times more powerful, which are not held near the head. There are reports by military researchers that 1 cm will cause swelling or nervous cells to expose to the microwave. It is obvious that the total policing of the population by means of UHF or VHF and microwave and EM radiation, amongst others, is being used to keep the UK population in a docile and submissive mental state. Mental confusion can also be added to the signal for working class inner city areas to to areas to keep them docile and confused. A land of my mind's good. A land of again, I can't read that because of the things in my zombies who are mind controlled to make them docile and unable to think clearly. Subversives are habitually targeted with microwaves to drive them mad and make them fatally ill. Now, this is quoting from a particular thing that happened. I want to get to the end of this and I'm going to stop again. On July the 4th, 1976, 7 giant transmitters in the Ukraine, so this is in Europe, powered by the Chernobyl nuclear facility, pumped out a 100 megawatt radio frequency at the west, which contained 10 Hz ELF mind control frequency. According to a US scientist, and this is good because it's quoting the scientist here. This is the one I want people to write down. Dr. Adrian, I can't pronounce this. Adria Paharich. So write that down, please, people. Adria Paharich, MD. The Soviet pulses covered the human brain frequencies, which, and then this is another one again, for which Dr. Bob Beck, so write that down, Dr. Bob Beck, and Andrea proved that the Soviet transmissions were a weapon. He found that the 666, that's interesting now, 666 Hz frequency would cause depression, and 11 Hz signal could cause manic and riotous behavior. Transmissions could indeed entrain the human brain and thereby induce behavioral modification. Modification populations can be mind controlled by en masse by ELF transmissions. More importantly, he found that the ELF signal could cause cancer at a flick of a switch. It did this by modifying the function of the RNA uranophoric acid, it's hard to say that word, transfers so that the amino acid sequences are succumbed and produced unnatural proteins. And I'm just going to stop there because obviously that's a natural place to stop. But obviously there's a bit more, but I'll just stop there because that's a natural place to stop. But go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Right. What I want to ask then is, if they're saying that this happened in the 70s and they're saying that Russia, was it Russia or Ukraine, sent these signals?
Ukraine,
sent these signals to us. What damage did they actually do? Because obviously, if they were sending these signals, they must have created some rioting or something. What actually happened?
Well, I haven't looked at that specific event that they did, which in 1976 in Ukraine. Obviously, I've quoted the doctors that were involved in it, but I haven't looked at the effects of it here directly yet. I've found this document and it talks about that experiment, but I don't know how it directly affected different countries in the West, and I don't know which specific countries in the West that they're targeting.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I'm not sure about that. What I do know is the stuff that I have been doing, that I have researched in this country, which I have posted in the chat because I've researched that specifically. Because obviously, if you were here, I'm not being funny. I mean, things happen all over the world, but we're in this country, and my priority has been trying to find out what the Tavistock Institute, MI5, MI6, the intelligence services, MOD, government. I've been trying to find out what's been going on in this country, and that's why I've been focusing a little bit more here. So most of my links and stuff that you've got is relevant to here because I've been trying to focus more here. That's all I was going to say. But there's probably all sorts of experiments going on all over the place. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's move on to the next bit then, because I think it's going to get a bit more interesting now, isn't it?
Well, this is mind control. This is relevant to what's going on here. I try to keep as much here as possibly can do in this country because obviously we're obviously here. So
Yeah.
mind control. So I'll touch. Do you want me to touch this? Do you want us to keep going?
Yeah.
All right. So torture is alive and well in the UK. MI5, the UK secret police regularly use non-lethal weapons on any dissidents. Since MI5 have a well-documented history of hating the and uh, Labour Party and were instrumental in bringing down the Labour Prime Minister Harold Wilson. This is interesting. They naturally took to spying on and discrediting any group or person who did not follow the rabid right-wing dogma. When Margaret Thatcher became Prime Minister of a right-wing Conservative government in 1979, she soon saw the power of recruiting MI5 to be her own secret police. During the miners' strike in the early 1980s, Arthur Scargill and his National Union of Miners nearly brought the Conservative government down. With their year-long strike, Margaret used the MI5 to spy on the miners and to discredit Arthur Scargill. Leading police officers argued against the use of MI5 on the civilian population. They were ignored or replaced if they proved too vicarious. Right. I'll stop there if you want to jump in and say anything, Jupiter.
No, this is interesting. So they're trying to say that frequencies were used on the coal miners, the people that were striking. Is that what they're saying?
And this doc, it says she used to spy. They used the MI5 to spy on them. I don't know about what kind of spying they used because it doesn't make it very clear. But they used some kind of spying techniques, so they could have been tapping into their phones using frequencies, whatever they were doing. It doesn't obviously make that clear, but it just makes it very clear that they was used to spy on the. It might say more further in the document because I've not gone through every part of this, but it's made very clear that they were used to spy on them.
Because of the mining area, I mean, Wendy would know more about that because her father was in the mining industry. So this does, and she likes Thatcher. So, yeah, carry on with what you were reading. Let's see where this leads.
Yeah, because I'm not good. So Margaret Thatcher was the prime minister for many a year to sit on the Joint Intelligence Committees meeting on a regular basis. Thatcher is a trained scientist and would have been well aware of the usefulness of microwave weapons. They are impossible to detect unless you have a detector. Dissidents have no idea these weapons exist, and best of all, they are totally deniable. It may be that MI5 kept this research secret from Margaret Thatcher, but the resources the UK has put into these fearsome so-called non-lethal weapons is extensive. The UK intelligence runs a fleet of microwave weapon carrying vans as well as portable microwave weapons. Let's keep going. That can be deployed near a distance home. The vast expense can be disguised as a communications equipment, for as all we know, microwave telephone communication is all the rage in our modern world. Research shows that the microwave telephone network also has the potential to be used as a major mind control weapon system to control behavior of the of microwave phone users. Developed under the Conservative government, which was in power from 1979 to 1997, the UK's secret or black government has at its disposal a fearsome array of mind control weapons. These abhorrent devices are, and again, You're hemispherically called non-lethal weapons by the UK military. In fact, they kill you slowly by causing nerve damage, cancers, mental collapse leading to suicides, or issue failure such as heart attacks due to the cooking effects of the microwaves. Precisely modulated microwave radiation is used to influence brain function. Human behavior and reactions can be entirely controlled by using pulse modulated microwave EM radiation. Pulse modulated microwaves and are useful as carrier for the mind control signals, as they are able to pass through the skull, which is rather resistant to low level EM. This massive number of microwave antennae that dot the country, some of which are used for microwave phone network, also all use pulse modulated microwaves, which makes the against the civilian population in times of trouble, rioting, crucial or modifying the behavior of the general population. In modern democracies, it is no longer viable to shoot rioters or torture dissidents by normal means, as the bad publicity is self-defeating. Thus, microwave weapons have been developed by the UK's military intelligence, as they leave no marks or gaping wounds. This pulse-modulated, and this is important, this pulse-modulated microwave carrier beam can also
Can
be
I
used.
just say something?
I'm near the end of this. I'm just going to get in 2 seconds, Wendy. I'm really finished. That's what I
Okay,
mentioned.
okay.
I'm right at the end here. I'm just going to stop in a second. Can be used to carry signals. These signals are extremely low frequency waves recordings of brain electrical potentials, which have been recorded by neuromedical researchers such as Dr. Ross Adair. I'm going to stop there. So that's the name that I want people to write down. But go ahead, Wendy.
The bit about rioting and protesters. I don't think we have ever shot people for protesting or rioting. In fact, I know we haven't. People were definitely shot in Northern Ireland for rioting.
Definitely.
But they didn't use this to stop them being shot, did they?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There seems to be a bit of a contradiction there, because actually two things strike me. First of all, they're trying to make this a kind of right-wing thing, which is a bit annoying, considering that they were first of all saying that it was communism that brought it about. Really, I think if it is being used at all, then it would be just evil people. I don't think you have to be right or left leaning to be fair.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. If people are going to do this, if they've got their own nefarious purposes they're doing it for, they're not. They've got their own. For the intelligence aren't left and right. The intelligence are there to do what they're there to do. Tavistock's there to do what it does. They're not left or right. They're intelligence services. They're doing what they're doing, and I agree with you on that, definitely.
And then the second thing that jumps out at me from what we're reading is that if they had this much control, they wouldn't have the George Floyd incident and things like that, because they wouldn't need it. But it seems to me that we do still have deaths in police custody from people being heavy-handed and malicious and stuff. So it's not working as effectively as they would like by the look of it. You know. But maybe, just maybe, they are not using it on the public in the ways that we think. But anyway, let's carry on, Del. Because I'm not saying it doesn't exist, because I do believe it exists. But I'm not sure it's as widely used as what we're being led to believe it is. Del, you there?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just waiting for Wendy, because she wanted to say something. I just wanted to get to the end of that bit so that she could say what she was going to say.
No, that was all, love, about the writing. And I heard Jupiter when I came back from the field, because I put the microwave on and I went out and stood in the field just in case. I heard Jupiter. I heard Jupiter on about coal miners.
Well, they were suggesting that they were spying and using some sort of mind control on the coal mining community when they were under Margaret Thatcher's knowledge. You know a lot about Margaret Thatcher, Wendy. Was she a scientist? Did she study science?
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting because that's what they said, that she had full knowledge of what was being done.
Oh yeah, she knew what was going on. They said that, yeah, then she knew what was happening. But it was in her interest because she was working with MI5. It says that in the document here. It says that she worked with MI5. She sat on the joint committee meetings. It mentioned that in the thing. It did say that she did sit on the committees and she knew what was happening. Now, there's a particular part.
Okay. Was this before the miners' strike or after?
I think it was. Well, to be honest with you, it mentioned it in the document that she, when she got into power in 1979, that she worked with MI5 then. So she was working with them then. So this was, I think, before she was working with them. And obviously during the miners' strike, she was working with them during the miners' strike. So that, and she was sitting on the meetings. So it mentioned that specifically. So she knew what was happening.
So again, I have to ask, why, if they could control people, why was there so much violence during the miners' strikes? Because there was a lot of violence.
Yeah. Well, what the passage you read said was that the people nearly overthrew the government, and that's why they decided to take these means.
Yes, that's what it was talking about.
Take back control.
Yeah, and Thatcher used that to do what she was doing, but she also used it to spy on
that's good then.
As well.
So yeah, so that's good. She used it in a good way to take back control and break the unions. So I personally look upon it as good. Yeah,
that's what it's saying here. So I've just mentioned this is a bit here. She's talking about the government. She did 1970 she came to power. She recruited MI5. And it's mentioned it here. So she, and this again, during the miners' strikes in the early 80s, Arthur Scargill and his National Union of Miners nearly brought the Conservative government down, and their year-long strike, which is what you've just talked about, and they use this stuff to counter them. So that's what you've just been talking about, Wendy.
Oh, well, that's all right then, because that was a good thing.
Well, that's what it mentions there, but that's what you've just been not talking about, and it mentions that in this document. That's what it's saying, exactly what you've just said.
Okay, and she will have understood it as well with her background. Yeah.
No, she did. That's what it said there. She's a scientist. It mentions it here that she was a scientist. It says here she sat for a year on the it says here Thatcher was the prime minister for many a year. She sat on the Joint Intelligence Committee meetings on a regular basis. Thatcher was a trained scientist and would have been well aware of the usefulness of microwave weapons. She knew what was going on.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So she knew what was going on, and that's it. That's all I've been saying. So all I'm saying is with this stuff is that people are surprised that they don't know all these information, but I'm just, that's just been put out there. But like I said, people have used stuff for all kinds of different purposes. All I'm saying here is that this is what I found. This is the evidence I found. This is what was happening, and this is what it's being used for. And the evidence is based on this information that I provided. Now, what I was going to say to you is, yes, she did do stuff in the 80s. Obviously, because it mentions there that it says a lot of this stuff was developed under the government in power from 1979 to 1997. He says that very clearly here. The Union Secret Services or black government has at disposal a fearsome array of mind control weapons. So again, and it was obviously clearly used in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. It's there. So that's all I was saying. And that basically that it's always been done whenever they've needed it. I'm not saying they use it all the time, but whenever they've needed it, they've used it. So I was just getting to that, but that's all I was going to say. I mean, even it talks about GCHQ being involved in stuff. It's got stuff here. So I'll probably stop here, because there's just so much information in this particular document that we could be here all night. So I'll stop here for a bit and just kind of let people just get involved and talk a little bit about it, because I've put my information into the chat. I've talked a little bit about different people and different stuff that's happened. So we'll let more people engage with us and see what happens from there. Because you've seen this document, but it's so long that I could be here all night, and it talks about all kinds of different stuff. The only thing I might mention specifically is a bit near the end where it talks about reference points, and I'm more interested in that because it gives people some information in terms of what they can look at. So it goes, so it references for electronic mind control. So I'll read this little bit so people can do their own due diligence. So something people can get if they want to look at into this more in depth is Non-Lethality by John B. Alexander, The Pentagon's Penguin. Okay, you've got by Armin Victoria, and that's Armin Victoria. So that's something, and that's about the US's black government and their mind control stuff. So that's something, a book that people can get. Another reference point is the Enigma volume. It's All in the Mind by Tim Riffat. That's another book people can get. We know about this one, Dr. Rosaday, and the neuropsychological effects of radio frequency and microwave radiation, and that's his book, and it's there. The information is there. You can see that. So write about that down, because he did some good stuff. And then you've got Mind Control by John King, and that's Mind Control and UFOs by Alex Constantine, and that's 96. So that's another reference point for people to go and look at, and obviously get the books or get the information that you want, because again, this is what it's more about. Obviously, we know about Dr. Rosaday, and obviously another book that people can get is by Martin Cannon, The Controllers. So that's another book that people can get. That again, that's got good research and information in. The Secrets and Suppression by Jim Keefe. So that's another good book that people can get. And The Psychic Dictatorship in the USA by Alex Constantine. So again, that's another reference point, and people can get the information and write that down and read the books, do whatever. So I'll stop there. I just want to pass out some reference points for people so they can go and do their own due diligence. I have posted some links in the chat. I think I might have one or two more Tavistock links that I need to post. So I'll do that now quietly, and I'll let people speak and say what they want to say. But I'll post some more links in the chat.
Okay, while Dell's posting links, does anybody in the chat have any questions that you want to ask at this point before he moves on to the next points that he wants to talk through? So you've got a comment here from Kenny Evans saying, can't see microwave energy being specific enough in order to control individuals. Maybe you could use it as a weapon to damage the human brain, i.e. dumbing down a population. I think that's what that he was. He just read, Kenny, that they were making the population docile and lazy. It could be why we've got quite a lot of people that are able to work not working, and not engaging, and a lot of depression. But that's just speculation, and I've got no documents to sort of like back that up. But I think what they're saying is the microwaves that we use for cooking in, the one that Wendy went and stood in the field away from, is only at a level 5 frequency hertz. Whereas the radiation that comes off of this stuff is much higher. Is much higher than that. So the actual microwaves of a microwave that we do cooking in is much lower.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting stuff, but some of it, okay. So if we take this as fact, dupes, right? What they're doing, we don't stand much of a chance, do we, with what's going on? I mean, we've got COVID. We've got COVID. Well, we've got climate change, and now we've got people running around with fucking microwave weapons, deciding whether they can make us violent or docile.
Right. This is what I think, and maybe I'm a bit crazy and I'm a bit more cookie than you, Wendy, but this is what I think. I think that there are weapons that can be used to mind control. I also think that there are weapons that can be used to not just alter one's state of mind, but alter their DNA, right? Because we do know that there's laser technology out there, for example, that can kill you, you know. So it stands to mind that a lower frequency could actually interfere with your body's physical well-being, because we are made of water, and water is very conductive to frequencies, okay, because electricity travels through water. It's a conductor. So I do believe that these weapons exist. Do I believe that they're being used on a daily basis? No, not on a major level, but maybe on a very down low level. So, for example, the TV. I do believe that
Oh yeah, there's definitely something about watching the TV.
yeah, so I do believe there's mind control going on, not just through what we're watching, but maybe even stuff that's being transmitted. Computer games. I do believe again that there's stuff that comes through computer games, and the reason I believe this is because my own children, I began to notice when they were younger that if they played the game directly before bed, it took them longer to get to sleep.
That's right. Yeah.
So I would make sure that they were off of those computers or anything like that for at least an hour, and read a book, and it seemed to sort of neutralize.
Yeah, because the brain waves were far too active for them to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I do believe that frequencies can play around with your state of mind. Now, I also believe it because I do, like you, Wendy, I do believe in mindfulness, and I do believe in meditation and all that goes with that. And if you believe you can raise your frequencies, then I do believe that you can lower them, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I just don't go along with the fact that they're using it on a mass scale every day. But do I believe that on major events, if they lost complete control, that they might resort to it? Yeah, I think that we do have. If we had the right sort of government in and they were fascists, I believe they would use it. Do I also believe that extreme communists would use it? Yeah, I think they would, Wendy.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Yeah.
So when they tell me people like the Russians have used it or tried to use it on the American embassy, or Ukraine and Russia have tried to aim it at the West, I believe that that's possible. So I do believe that there are things in here that are true. I just don't believe it to the point of, oh my God, we've got to worry because they're using it on us all the time in such a way that could affect us. We could all drop down with heart attacks tomorrow if they just flicked a switch. No, I don't believe that quite yet. I don't think that would be productive for them. But to control our behaviour, to make us more docile, less challenging, less educated, yeah, I do believe that they would do that. Yeah, I think it would be in their interests. And these tests have been occurring. I mean, Dell's got some that he's going to go through, but they have been occurring. We do know that these experiments have been going on. And the Russians have talked about it for a long time, actually. There's been a lot of leaked stuff that comes out from the Russians, where the Russians knew all about this warfare and engaged in it very early on. So, Del, were you ready for the next bit? I think he's gone off to the loo or something, can he?
Yeah, I just find it all very odd. I'm really difficult when it comes to things like this.
Go on, Wendy.
I just want to answer Victoria. Actually, Victoria West, I know that you're very sensible. Most of the time you actually speak truth, but sometimes you do get things slightly wrong. And this is one occasion. So you said there's nothing that can change your DNA. No drugs, no vaccinations, no signal. Your DNA is your DNA. Actually, what they have found is that there are residual things that you carry in your DNA that can be changed through nurturing, actually. So if nurture and nature can change your DNA, then I'm sure that frequencies can. So when you say there's nothing, that's not quite true.
Yeah, we're all subject to the body. Like I said, when I talked about the first part in this, and I talked about the biomechanical and biochemical and stuff like that, and the actives. Yeah, you can be affected. The RNA, your ribosome neurophonic acid, and obviously your DNA, your neurophonic acid. They can all be affected by frequencies and obviously your environment. So yeah, I'd agree with you on that one. How they affect it and how badly they affect it, that's the extent of the effect. That's the issue that we'd have to look a bit more into in a bit more depth. But definitely, I'd agree with you. Yes, it definitely can have an effect. How it affects and how badly it affects will depend on obviously the technology, what the intention is doing with it, how much radiation you're exposed to. Obviously, there's so much variables in that. Do you know what I mean?
Of course, yeah, definitely. So what's the
Right.
next thing that you want to go into?
But I've got one more thing, even though this document's huge, because I don't want to be. Obviously, I'm just getting back off being 100% better. And tonight I've gone at a decent, as you refer to it, as a reasonable pace tonight.
Yeah.
I've gone at a reasonable pace tonight, which has been quite reasonable. I probably I'll probably touch one more thing. And then because I want more engagement with the people, I think we need to have more engagement with everybody because I don't want to be just talking all night, as we know. Because I've been putting links into the chat and information into the chat so that they can do their own due diligence. So I might just talk about. Shall I talk about the new system that's coming in? That's replacing the text one that's coming in by about 2024. Shall I talk about that? So I'll talk about that.
Yeah.
And I've got and I'll literally talk a little bit about let me see, because I don't want to spend too much time talking today. I think I've probably said enough. Well,
yes,
I have.
Yeah. So do that, and then if you want, we'll round up, and we can always come back next week and continue a second part, and hopefully people will have read some of the stuff and got questions for you.
All right, that's up to them. All right, so we'll do this quickly. I'm just going to cover one.
It's up to them. He is funny.
Well, it is. Do you know what I mean? I can only offer the truth and give the information out. That's all I can do. What they choose to do with it is then up to them. I can't force nobody. You get me? So you give the information out and they either choose to read it or they don't. But I can't force them. Do you know what I mean? So I can only put the information out there and let people read it and they can do their due diligence, which is why I give you the information. And that's why I put the information in the chat so the chat can have the information. No problem with talking about this stuff if people can't read it and go and do their own research and continue on more. So, I'm only giving a snapshot of this, even though these documents I've got are huge. I'm only giving a snapshot of it, as you know. Do you know what I mean?
Victoria West said, I would have thought there would have been tests and papers on those tested showing the DNA changes. Is there any accredited papers as genuinely interested in seeing them?
But there's a lot of stuff goes on in institutions we're never going to know about. Porting down for a start, Tavistock, just so much stuff goes on in these places.
I've mentioned exactly, Wendy, and I have mentioned Tavistock. And by the way, Wendy, in the chat, in our chat, and Jupiter, you can send Wendy the documents if she wants them.
I've got I've got that one linked to Tavistock. Yeah,
I've been putting there. So the stuff about Tavistock, it's been done since the 1950s when they've been well known for this kind of stuff. So and a lot of this stuff with Tavistock, again, like you've just mentioned, I agree with you. A lot of this stuff's hidden, but there have been some scientists and some people who put their lives on the line to risk getting information out. So there is some information, but I agree with you, Wendy. It's not extensive because they hide a lot of this stuff, and I'll agree with where you're coming from there, Wendy. Definitely. People have been putting information out, but it's few and far between, Wendy, to be fair.
God knows what they're getting up to half the time.
No, exactly. I mean, we've done well just to get the information that we've got now that I've been talking about now, and this, but the extent of stuff they've been doing, Wendy's, it's beyond belief. So, like I said, and they go out their way to make sure the intelligence communities keep that stuff down. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. They go out their way to make sure that I mean, some stuff has been, in terms of the CIA, the crooks in action. Some of their stuff has been declassified, but not all of it. Some of it has been declassified, and some of that information we've got hold of. But like I said, like you said, it's limited. You've got a certain amount of stuff, but you haven't got it all in detail. The stuff that's been declassified is great, but there's still things that is classified that's still not out there.
Well, I just for a second, I want to take you to the event in Salisbury, you know, with the Scrippos, when they were supposedly poisoned by the Russians.
Yes.
Is that just a coincidence that Porton Down was like 3 miles away? You know, you just got to wonder about these things and not be so quick to point the finger, I think, because they were, Porton Down's very close to Salisbury where this happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they had that actual poison in Porton Down. They were making, I mean, why they want to make this stuff?
Novichok. Was it the Novichok you're talking about? The Novichok.
Yeah, they have that in Porton Down. Yeah.
Right.
What's also interesting is, and I don't know how it's connected, but me and you, Wendy, have both said that there's strange things to do with it. The Sarah Everard murderer.
Very, very odd.
He was in military, suddenly got shifted up through the ranks, ended up guarding nuclear stations, and then people from the embassy. Somehow I think that's kind of involved with what we're talking about today. I just don't know how, but to me it's like this is all very, very weird. And the fact that they went from him guarding nuclear stations to going straight up the ranks, and he wasn't even in the army that long, and then all these underground tunnels that they were searching as well. It was all very odd. All of it
very strange.
Very odd.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't done any shows here on the intelligentsia, even though I touched my top part when I talked about the Jesuit. I talked about the intelligentsia network is massive. They're all interlinked through the Jesuits because they control the intelligentsia. That's why my intelligentsia is for all of it, because it's a vast network. Obviously, in the States, you've got FBI, you've got crooks in action. Over here, we've got MI5, MI6, we've got GCHQ. We've got high-level Freemasons. You know what I mean? So there's multiple areas that we, like I said, that where the intelligentsia is all in, and we're involved, obviously with the military, are all involved in this. Like you said, in the military bases, whether it's institutions like Tavistock, you know, whether it's high-level universities, obviously the people study it like Cambridge or Oxford. You've got multiple intelligence and multiple agencies involved in this on a vast level, and they're all interlinked. So it is interlinked, Wendy and Jupe, and this is where I do agree with you. It is interlinked. These people, like you said, these police, a lot of high level, a lot of the top police, and Roger Hayes admitted this. I had a chat with Roger Hayes about this. Are high level Freemasons, so they've got their nooks and crannies into everything. So it wouldn't surprise me with this police if he's got links to the military, if it's this policeman, so he's got links to the military, if he's got links to high level Freemasonry, he'll have links to lots of people in other places. So that's why he's had the opportunity to do X, Y, Z. So it's not a chance that he's in the position that he's in. It's not by chance. No, you're right. It's through purpose. I agree with you completely. So it's not by chance he was doing what he was doing at that particular point. No, that's purposeful. I mean, I looked.
Well, I know it's a far out there conspiracy, and it's only something that has crossed my mind and has got absolute nothing to back it up apart from my own sort of like weirdness. But it has crossed my mind whether he was under MK Ultra and someone sort of like suddenly set him into igniting, and he went and through all his through all those services that he'd been involved in and what he had been involved in, whether they flicked the switch for him to do what he did to lead it to the controlled, because I do believe that even though there was an outpouring of grief for that woman, I do believe that the protests that turned up at a vigil were controlled. I do believe that there were people in the establishment involved in that. Too
it-
coordinated for my liking. Let me
yeah, and
Yeah, it
also
was, I agree.
when she first went missing, right? Within hours, I mean, the media, it was back to back about this Sarah Everard. And I became suspicious then because I was thinking, okay, so women go missing all the time. Well, they do.
Yes.
What's the difference between everyone else and this lady then? And this went on for a few days, back to back, about this Sarah or Everard, and I couldn't compute it why it was different for her compared to everyone else. It didn't make sense. And then, of course, everything came out about about her being murdered and that. But at the initial stages, it was odd then why the media were ploughing it onto everyone about this woman called Sarah Everard. Strange.
Yeah. And I know it sounds really weird, Wendy, but he fits a classic MK Ultra kind of style of conspiracy that they put out there. You know, like he did have military intelligence, he did have underground intelligence, he did have nuclear intelligence. He was a bodyguard to elites, and as Del said, those kind of people would be involved with the Freemasons and all those secret societies. And the way that he just went from being an ordinary policeman, a nobody that nobody had heard of, his wife didn't even have a clue that he had these odd sort of like lean-ins, to suddenly just going out doing a full-fledged murder like that, so blatantly, in uniform, because he used his own belt and that, didn't he, during the act? And all the odd searching underground and having
But
it down
I
underground
often,
tunnels.
I mean, people are not going to like this, but I do often ask myself about her background. Do we know the truth about her background? I'm telling you, there's something very strange about that case. I mean, yeah, he did it, and what he gets, he deserves. But there was something very odd about it. Something doesn't sit right with me about it.
Yeah, all of it. And then the way that her vigil was overtaken, and that it was a coordinated event.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
all those people turning up as they did, and then you had all the speed. It was just, all of it was just too much and not natural. It wasn't organic. You could see it wasn't organic. But anybody
well, didn't we have
you have BLM at similar times? You notice those kind of things happened. All those sort of events happened. They were all similar. That BLM was similar to that. They were all kind of, you felt that there was some sort of controlled event and there was some sort of influence. Yeah, I agree with you on that. But go ahead. Sorry, not to.
Yeah, and we even had Waity Katie turn up, didn't we? The Princess of Cambridge, or whatever she's called. I call her Waity Katie. She turned up, William's wife. When's that ever happened before?
Yes, very odd. Very odd.
Just found it really strange.
You know,
and women have been murdered since then, right? And you don't get the same kind of media coverage or anything else.
Yeah, it was all very strange. And all during the lockdown as well. It was all all of it just seemed too contrived. I know that sounds really awful to say that, but it did seem too contrived. It seemed very coordinated and very MK Ultra-ish, almost like he was switched into autopilot, and that's what he was meant to do. And the events afterwards were meant to fall into place so that the elites could use it for their benefit as well. It was all very odd. All of it was odd. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to the person that died, but like you say, Wendy, it's almost like, I don't know, there's something about her as well. I know this is going to sound odd, but it's almost like a Madeleine McCann-ish kind of vibe.
Yeah, there was just something. Yeah.
Odd. Doing the Madeleine McCann thing, I mean, I tell you something, doing some brilliant work on that. A guy called, I think I talked about this, Richard D. Hall. He's done some really interesting work on that particular case. And he brings in into a lot of things into this issue into question. And I think you've in this case, in the Everard case, we've got to look at it a similar way. Like she died at 33. There was the miniature on it's rough. But go ahead, Wendy. But I agree with you a lot on this.
Yeah, definitely. The symbology. Wendy's not really into the
No.
symbology, but the symbology is so Freemason, so simple, so blatant, Wendy, that it does it for people that understand the symbology. It is kind of scary a little bit that it all lines up, even though it's not supposed to, and it gets to a point where you say, "Come on, this can't be coincidence. There's something going on here that's not right." And like you, even you, Wendy, who's not a big conspiracy theorist, even you said to me at the time, "There's something very odd about this case."
Yeah, from the day she went missing, before we even knew the young woman had been murdered, from the day that woman went missing, there was something strange about the media coverage, and everything about it was really odd.
Yeah,
because I was literally starting to think, well, why do I keep seeing a picture of this smiley woman on the TV constantly? What? It didn't add up to me.
Yeah,
It was different.
What's that you're showing there, Dale? Can you share that and talk us through it?
I put in the chat. It's in the chat. It's talking about the 33 degrees and it's geometry. I'm going to put some more links in the chat. It's about the Everard case.
Yeah, do you mind bringing that up and sharing it, and we'll have a little look at it now.
Yeah, you can if you can in a second. I'm just going to post some more in the chat because I've got two of them. Because when this happened at the time, Jupiter, I was looking into this, and a lot of the geometry stuff came through at me, and I was like, "This is not by chance. There's something about this case. This does not make sense. There's something about this that's just not right." So
yeah,
a lot of this stuff came to me. I was like, I need to look into this again. Wayne Couzens been 48. Specifically, she's 33. So you've got the Laura 44 being played out, the 48 being played out, and I was like, this guy. There's something about this Wayne Couzens. Do you know what I mean? Something's not right about this. And that's what I mean. I've been like you lot. I questioned this even at the time. Remember, Jupiter, you did a stream, and I came on at the time and I questioned this. Remember, Jupiter, when we were talking about all this stuff at the time?
Yeah. Yeah. So do you want to bring up that link that you just dropped?
Yeah, okay. Do you want me to put you want to actually? Okay, 1 minute, 1 second.
Yeah, bring it up and we'll have a little look at that. It's something that we can have a look at and then.
Okay, 2 seconds.
Get back on course.
All right, 1 second.
You know how these shows go, Dale. You sort of like sometimes go into a tangent and then come back again.
Yeah, we have to do it because it's relevant to what we've all been talking about. So yeah, I'll bring it. I'll put it in the chat and I'll share with us now. But yeah, it's all relevant to what Wendy was saying and yourself have been saying. But we have to question this particular case because, like I said, too much of this stuff it's like I said, it's not by chance. It doesn't make sense. There's a purpose here. Somebody's done something, like you said, purposefully. So nothing ever happens by chance. It happens with purpose. And if that's the case, we've got to look at it. So I'll just pull it up now. So this is it. So I've just got it here. I have posted it in the chat, by the way. So it's illuminati.org. And it's talking about this killing. So obviously you've got the Masonic, the Grand Lodge, which is there. Mason is to do with mother and son, but I won't get in on that. We'll leave that for another time. We'll just talk about the actual incident we've been both on about. So again, so there's 33-year-olds. So you've got 33 and 3. The police, 33 in London, and there says Illuminati sacrifice. So here we go. This is and again, look, March the 3rd. So there's another 3 again. And again, look, March the 3rd. So you've got the 3rd month. Okay, and it was on the 3rd day. So you've got 33 again. So you've got the 3rd month meaning March, and on the 3rd day. So there's another 33 again. So again, ritual. So a 33-year-old London was suspectedly murdered by police. 33. In this article, I will highlight the very important numerology behind this Masonic Jesuit blood ritual. I think this was a sacrifice. I told you this at the time, though, Jupiter, didn't I? I did say that. So you've got the 303. You've got the society in order and the police at 33 degrees. Okay. And this is there's 3 or 3 days from the left in the year. Okay. So this is gematria. Then you've got the phrases in gematria at 74. Okay. And obviously they're master numbers. And then I was going to read what it says here. It says they said the murder happened near Clapham Common. Okay. 33. Then on 3-9, again 3-9, the arrest of Wayne Couzens occurred. So let's look at Wayne Couzens in Mercenary. So it's got Wayne Couzens, again, the Jesuit order is 54, and his name Wayne Couzens in gematria adds up to 100 adds up to 54 when you do all the maths. The gematria is interesting how they do the maths on gematria. Then on the 9th of July, so then on the July the 9th was a day Wayne's plea hearing. Check out the date of numerology. So let's look at July the 9th. So you've got, look here. So you've got 7-9. You've got it's added up 2-1. 2-1 is 5-7, and you've got the Society of Jesus adds up to 79. So, and then you've got Sever Everard here in 57. This is obviously a thing is added up 57. So I think this has been a sacrifice. Me personally, I think there was a sacrificial aspect of this, of the Masonic order. So that's what that just shows briefly. But I genuinely, and I've already exposed the George Floyd thing to you, but you know that when I showed the episode on The Simpsons, the police stood on George Floyd, I already exposed that. So I think like you, Jupiter, I think this incident was it was a sacrifice. I think she was sacrificed, definitely. So that's just something briefly. Wendy, by the way, both of you, it's in the chat if you want to look at it more in depth. But that was just
sorry to butt in. You know those two women that are recent that were killed and the police were taking all the pictures? Wasn't that all Clapham Common as well?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look into it because I've not looked into it, but I can look into it and I'll find out for you at some point. But I'm like you too. I definitely think that that incident was definitely used for certain ritual purposes. Because, like I said, even at the time, Jupiter, all this craze I agree with Wendy, all this craze that happened at the time, and it's like, hang on a minute, women get raped every day, Wendy. They get raped all the time. Why is it this specific woman was made a massive? Because the government was talking about it, Boris Johnson was talking about it. Yeah, obviously Kate came down. The whole thing was made. The whole thing was had all this big platform. You had women coming out screaming at men, saying men need to be taken. It was mental, wasn't it? When it went mental for about 4 or 5 days. Go ahead, sorry.
And watching it just made me very, very suspicious. And then when we learned, when me and Jupiter saw that there was caves involved at Dover, or was it Dover, Jupes? Yeah, Dover.
Yeah.
It became even more strange and odd. So I'm afraid that one will always stick out to me as something that was a big lie. There's a big cover-up going on there. Yeah, definitely.
It's very odd that this person happened to have garages above a cave system that was used by the military, but other cave systems that are closed to the public, but are quite deep.
Yeah, used by the military, and he used to work for and guard nuclear bases. I mean,
yeah. And apart from that, the way that he rose from his military career into the police force and the way he swiftly moved from one to the other and straight up.
2 years.
It's incredible. I mean, incredible speed. The fact that there was no background checks allegedly done on him. The fact that
I don't believe that, Jupiter. Not for a second. I don't believe it.
Exactly.
No, I know they put it out that there wasn't, but I don't believe anything. I don't believe it.
You know, and then the fact that her body was found in woodland, which would be sort of like earthy, but then body parts were found in water, but she was also burnt as well. I don't know. It was just all very. It did seem ritualistic, but not just did it seem ritualistic. It also seemed bizarre. All the military connections, all the elite connections, all the. I don't know. There's just something not right, and I'm sure that in the future we'll find something that that will put it all together.
Yeah, I agree, Jupes. Hopefully, for the sake of that young woman, but you know, for whatever reason, the powers that be either knew something about Sarah Everard, or something had gone wrong in this guy. They knew this person took her and were hoping they could get to him before he murdered her. Do you see what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I've posted another link in the chat, by the way, as well, Jupiter, another geometry link relevant to what we've been talking about. If you want to get that, Jupiter, and read through it, you can. But I've just posted 2 links for people to look at. But I'm agreeing with Wendy on this one. This has to be looked into a lot more. I mean, I've done some looking into it, as you know already, because I've obviously, at the time when this happened, Jupiter did do a stream. And I did cover this from a Jesuit perspective. I did. Can you remember, Jupiter, when I came on and we did speak about an aspect of this? And I said it's going to be used against the British public because it was similar time just after I had the BLM stuff. And I know that that's funded by George Soros. And I done a previous show with Jupiter where I was exposing the George Floyd thing. I completely exposed all that stuff and we exposed it. And then within a week or 2 or 3 weeks of that happening, we got this, or however long it was, we got this Ever thing. And I had said to you at the time, Jupiter, I said straight away, this is a ritual. This is not by chance. And so at the time we did cover this and we talked a little about it. It's just happened tonight that you've brought it back up again. But I have put 2 links in the in our chat. So if you want to look at them, Jupiter and Wendy, you're more than welcome to.
All right, love. Thank you. Yeah.
But I definitely think there's a definite aspect to this that is definitely a ritual aspect to it, definitely. And more needs to be done, like you said, Wendy, to have this investigated fully to get to the crux of it. Do you know what I mean? I agree with you both on that.
Yeah. So anyway, let's get back to the frequency stuff and the mkultra. So what's the next part that you want to talk about?
Yeah, we'll talk about that briefly, and it was good that we mentioned some other stuff because we go all over the place here, and it's good. And I don't mind that; it's fine because again, it's all relevant to what was going on. Because again, that was a mind-controlled event. That was a mind-controlled event for me.
Yes,
it was done on a different sort of level, but the purpose and the intent of it was still mind-controlled. It's mind control, but it's just done in a different way. But there's definitely intent there, and there's definitely an aspect of that the British public were used to create a certain narrative and promote a certain narrative, as you all know at the time. And you mentioned that at the time as well, Trooper, because a lot of men were getting a lot of hate, and you mentioned that at the time. Remember, Trooper, when we did that stream and we spoke in depth about it. So we kind of knew then that it's definitely something was going on. But we'll quickly touch this, and then we'll like you said, you want to wrap up, so I'll quickly get this ready because it's the last bit we were going to talk about, and I don't want to take forever. I like to engage with your audience if I can. So I think this is the last bit now. Not that bit. 1 sec. Just need to stop that. No, I just need to stop something. I just got something I didn't need up. Let's pull up that because that was okay. I've got it now. Just this last little bit, and then we'll talk a little bit more and engage with you a little bit more, and then you can decide whatever you want to do. Right. Yeah. So I have got it this time. So this is just following on from what we were talking about before. Again, so this is Dr. Ross Day stuff, which obviously I mentioned who he is, and you can do your due diligence, and I've put stuff out there. So the Crux in Action funded Ross Day to investigate the mind controlling and hormonal effects of uses of pulse and amplitude modulated microwave and RF radio frequencies, which that's what RF means. Ross Day experimented with the 450 megahertz, which in the UK system is microwave, as the British take the 400 MHz to the 400 gigahertz as microwave. His associates, Dr. Blackmore, experimented with RF frequencies at around 150 MHz. This was developed by the British Army, the secret police, and obviously I mentioned that earlier, you knew about that, into a variety of pulse modulated or amplitude modulated or radio frequency or micro frequency transmitters, which focused on the target of ELF, which had the bioactive effects to kill or mind control their targets. The amplitude or pulse modulation of the carrier wave allows the British Army or Secret Police MI5, we mentioned that earlier, operatives to induce ELF frequencies on the victim, even through the carrier wave is in the RF or microwave range. So this is something that happened a little while ago. It talks about it just here. So I'm going to touch this, and then we're going to get into the last part. The British built their own 21st century version of HARP, which is called Isaac Yap. I know about that, but I'm not going to touch on that today. A harp in Greek in Cyprus. This is an army base, by the way. The British Army are building an immense, ultra expensive, sophisticated version of HARP. HARP stands for High Aurora Research Project. If you want to look into that, just type in HARP and you can find out about it. I don't want to deviate too much, but it's built on Tesla principles and high level electric discharges that they put into the ionosphere, and it influences the weather. But again, well, that's a
Yeah.
completely different subject from a completely different time. But that's what HARP's about. There's three types of it that I know they've got. They've got HARP, which is the Americans one. They've got the British version, which is called ISACIAT, and that's the European Scattered Something Technology. And the best one, the Russians have got, and that's called ELATA, and it's something ELF, something electromagnetic, something scattered technology. But they all work on a similar principle of using the ionosphere to cause weather storms and other things like that. And there's a base, you can find it at Pensacola, where they've got these towers. This is to do with what they did with in the oh, come on, you should know this because you were talking about this not long ago. It's to do with what they did in the Philadelphia experiment. I talked about this in depth, actually. I've got to talk and we can do it sometime.
What about the ship? About the ship?
The coils, the principles. And
Mm.
Yeah. That's right, Wendy. That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. They try to manipulate time, and they create a temporal rift. I actually have.
That's right. Yeah.
Talk about it, but obviously to talk about it now would be it's long. But we can talk about that maybe another time. But the technology they were using to go back in time. So yeah, but you are right. It's the Philadelphia experiment. But yeah, and it's very extensive what actually happened when that incident took place. It was I think it was 1942. It happened when they were doing the technology, when using the technology to it being visible radar, but also it was a time.
No, it happened in the 70s, and the ship was supposed to have gone back to 1942.
Something, yeah, along that, it's along those lines. Yeah. That's right, yeah. So yeah, but it's intriguing. But anyway, we'll probably talk
very much so. Yeah.
So where was I? Yeah. So got to the bit on obviously on HARP. The US mind control weather control weapon of mass destruction in their large army base at the Greek Cyprus. 200 meter antennae are being constructed, powered by megawatt power stations to fire pulse radio frequencies at between 8 and 16 megahertz. Apart from its use over the horizon radar, the pulse modulation or the RF can be modulated at ELF frequency to mind control the surrounding countries. That's interesting. The British have stated that it is targeted on Iran and Iraq. And like the system in Norway, which is the European one, I'm familiar with that, which can bounce RF off the ionosphere, the British version has the ability, like HARP, to bounce its millions of watts of 8 megahertz transmissions of the ionosphere to control the weather, destroy communication networks, and to violently upset whole populations by inducing ELF behavioral changes, neurological changes, and the physical trauma. The British computers can change the frequency to 16 MHz so that it acts as if the ionosphere backscatter mode. This allows focused beams of megawatt RF to be targeted on Baghdad, Tehran, and Damascus. So they're using it on their enemies apparently. In the 16 megahertz mode, the inhabitants of cities can literally be traumatized into submission or so behavior disorganized that the city is made uninhabitable. That's interesting. Nearly finished, not far away. As well as this capability, the MHZ being can bounce off the troposphere, which is much lower than our ionosphere, causing atmospheric pressure inversions, which can literally knock off aircraft out of the sky. Considering the southern Cyprus allows the British Super HARP to attack Turkey, Russia, the Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, and other surrounding areas, its deployment by the British Army puts them on par with the Americans. as its military superpower. Considering their track record of microwave genocide in Northern Ireland, the use of the Crooks in Action research by Dr. Rossiter in the form of the Tetra, and I put the links into that, by the way, they're in the chat. I've been posting the links to the Tetra stuff, to mind control the British police and the UK population, the targets of British super harp, should not be surprised if murder and mind control are beamed upon them with megawatt ferocity by the British Army. That's interesting. Not far away now, nearly at the end. The fear centers on the operating frequency of 17.6 hertz assigned to the Tetra when the system was being established. This means that it emits radiation impulses occurring of 17.6 times per second, a level some scientists believe can penetrate deep into the brain, damaging cell communication. Roger Coghill, an independent research scientist, that's a name you should look up, please, and write that down, Roger Coghill, research scientist and a member of the Department of Health UK Mobile Telecommunications Research Program, said a criminal could not have come up with a better system. They couldn't have chosen a better frequency with which to disarm and debilitate the very forces that they are trying to secure and arrest. This is nearly done now. I'm not far away. Alistair Phillips, an expert, and again, write that name down so you can look him up. Alistair Phillips, an expert on biological effects of electromagnetic radiation and a director of the campaign group Power Watch, said that Tetra had the potential to become the next asbestos. It is beyond belief that anyone could be contemplating the rollout of a system like the Tetra because the evidence about the dangers of pulsed frequencies, he said, is designed and communication systems based upon the principles is mind-numbing. The effects which could well be on par with the Gulf War syndrome, and we know about that. Now, here is the new system. Now, the Tetra system we've got now, but the new system is coming to place. It's actually being changed at the moment. We're actually getting a new system. So this is from the government website. I've actually used it from their dates from the government website. And I'm referencing certain people so you can go look this up. The permanent secretary for the Home Office, this is key, the permanent secretary, not the normal secretary, the permanent secretary, that's key there. Remember what I said, not the normal secretary, the permanent. The permanent secretary for the Home Office, Matthew Rycroft, has informed the Public Accounts Committee that the new 4G-based emergency services network, the ESN, is now likely to be completed takeover from the existing platform in early 2024 or late 2025. Previously, it was due by December 2022. At present, the emergency services, police, fire, etc., interface via the Motorola-owned airwave network, which is believed to cost the UK around $3 billion, and harness the Tetra terrestrial trunk radio network technology. However, Tetra is slow dial-up ISDN like data speeds, but it could go a bit faster with upgrades and expensive. Although it does deliver excellent voice coverage and 97% geography. So that's showing you there that we've got the current Tetra system, but we're getting a new one. The high cost of the airwave is often highlighted as one of the main reasons why the government in 2015 decided to replace it with 4G system, the first country to do so. The Home Office originally expected that the emergency services could start using the ESN, so that's the new one, in September 2017, allowing the airwave to be replaced by December 2019. But a report last year revealed that the new network was 3.1 billion over budget and would not be ready until December 2022. So there's your evidence. So we currently have the Tetra system, but we will be getting a new system which will function on a very similar level. So I'll stop there, Jupiter. And obviously, I've shared the information. The links are in the chat. Talking about the new interface, you can see there. I've shared the links in the chat so people can do their own judges, and I'll stop there.
So is this where the conspiracy theory emulates from, that people think that when they switch on the 4G or 5G, people are going to fry their brains out? Is this where?
Potentially, because they're putting a new system in place, and that's from the permanent secretary. That's directly from the government's website. I've quoted from there. I got the information directly from our website. So the new systems come into place over the Tetra when it's being replaced, and obviously it won't be in place for a few years yet because obviously it's been delayed. But yeah, hopefully that clears that up. And I have posted links in the chat for everybody to read about the system, because I only that part that I read there in a brief synopsis. There's more in depth in the links that I've put in the chat previously, so that people can do their own due diligence.
Okay, well, that's interesting, but I don't necessarily believe that the minute they switch on 4G that people are going to drop down dead. I don't believe that. I think that's a bit over the top.
Well, I have no idea what they're going to do with it, to be
It
honest.
it might affect them gradually, but I can't see there being overnight people just dying. That would be silly.
The military already use 4G, so and 5G.
Yeah, it would be a bit silly.
The military are always ahead. The military are always way ahead.
Yeah.
My friend Charles has been in the Navy. He said they always get stuff way in advance. The military always get the top grade stuff first. We don't get stuff till later on. I'd agree with that, Wendy, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been using 5G for well, you know, for a while now. I'm interested in why the Gov's the syndrome was mentioned, because wasn't that through vaccination?
I'm not 100% sure, Wendy. I'm going to have to look it up a bit more in a bit depth. It might have been a combination of vaccination, stroke, other things. I think they might have used multiple things. I don't think it was one thing with Gulf War syndrome. I think they used multiple things when they did the Gulf War stuff. I think they didn't use one. I don't think there's one delivery system in there. I think they used multiple delivery systems with that one, because they did so.
Well, I know they
shoved
so many.
With that. I think it was multiple. To be honest with you, Wendy.
Yeah, they shoved so many vaccinations in the first Gulf War onto the soldiers. That it did cause like a syndrome, and when they returned home,
that's interesting.
And they couldn't live a normal life, and different things were happening to them. They were just getting discarded by doctors, by everybody. You know, it's PTSD, and these guys knew it wasn't. It was whatever they'd stuck in their arms, because a lot of them were overly vaccinated against stuff.
Oh, it would be interesting to do a stream on that, Wendy, if you've got information on that. Because it kind of all fits in. You see, there's a lot of stuff that's just over the top, you know, like, when you switch on this 4G, 5G, whatever G, you know, I think that's going too far. But then there's other stuff that I think that's reasonable, and it fits in with other stuff that we can see happening now. And it's kind of like a big jigsaw where you have to put the pieces together, and you do start to see patterns that fall. So it's interesting you've brought that up, Wendy, because you know, to do with vaccines and stuff, when it's that's so current at the moment, that is really interesting.
Yeah, with the Gulf War syndrome,
I just want to answer the audience. Pretty Rose,
sorry.
You can find Del on Wake Up UK. What day do you do on there, Del? Tuesdays, isn't it?
Normally Tuesdays, yeah. Normally Tuesdays. I used to go on before you didn't. We used to do a double act. Tuesdays at 9 o'clock, but you used to go on before me, but you used to have a double act. So I used to join your show, you used to join mine on the Tuesdays before.
So Tuesdays at 9 o'clock, you can find him on wakeupuk.net. He is on YouTube as well. So that's where you can find
I only come on and help. I only come on either yours or Wendy's and stuff like that. I don't go everywhere else. You know what I mean? Probably you, Wendy. Obviously, there's certain people I've done shows for, but not many. Not many. Do you know what I mean? I like you. Like I'll be sensible, but I'll post the link in the chat for them to the Wake Up UK website. I'll do that and I'll do it better.
But otherwise, you'll have to put up with finding him here or on Wendy's, because we do like to have Del on every now and again. There was also a question from someone else, I think, that I noted. Let me see if I can find it now. Oh, no. Oh, there's a comment here from Ask Getty that I find quite comical. You can't remote control all black people. You are anti-black, as you say, against Black Lives Matter, meaning these lives don't matter. Right.
Right.
I'm against Black Lives Matter, the institution. I'm not against Black lives. So I'm not against black people. I don't want black people to die. You know, I would not stand there and watch a black person suffer racism like I wouldn't want a white person to suffer racism. In fact, I wish we could get away with using the terms black and white and just say that humans should not be denigrated for the shade of their skin. You know, because I don't really think it matters whether your skin's black or white.
I've never heard it used so much until I joined these panels, to be honest.
Yeah. But
What
say
was the issue? Sorry, Jupiter. Sorry.
Yeah, but to say that we're against Black Lives Matter, that means we're against black people. It's just ridiculous.
Who said what? I don't get this. What was said? Can you just explain to me what was said?
No, I'll read it to you again. Let me find the comment. He said, "You can't remote control all black people. You are anti-black, as you say, against Black Lives Matter, meaning their lives don't matter." I don't even think we mentioned Black Lives Matter today.
No, we didn't. We didn't. That's why I don't understand where the comments come from. It don't make sense. All right, Jupiter. We'd have to stream this, but we've done streams on this. Listen, I'm melanated. I've made this very, very clear. I've always said this. I can't do the black and white stuff because if you go and do etymological trace back, the words don't mean what you've been told they mean. We've done this, Jupiter. We destroyed this stuff.
We've been through this.
We've destroyed this stuff, so we don't do all this racist nonsense because it's a false construct in the first place. Now, if Askate wants to come on and challenge it, get him to come on and challenge it. Now, I'll do an etymological trace back in front of him and show that half this stuff's nonsense. We've already gone through this. We've done shows on this, Jupiter. So I don't know what he's saying. That's just ridiculous. I'm sorry, but it's ridiculous.
Yeah. So black actually means shining. It doesn't.
Yeah, it means pale.
Yeah, it means pale and shining. It's an old English. It's in the Old English dictionary. These are we've been through all this. We've explained why black and white don't actually mean anything. We've explained how they were constructs that were brought about during slavery over in America. We've also shown that there were white slaves before the black slaves.
White cargo. We've got the evidence. Yep.
Yeah, and you know, we've been through all of this shit and shown that really it's just stuff that is there to divide us all, and that really people need to come together.
Yeah, agreed.
You know, I mean, he did write another comment, but he is quite nuts, this guy. I'm not racist, but don't believe Black Lives Matter. You're all sick bastards. Right, so let me try and explain it once more, Asketty. I am against the political group Black Lives Matter because I don't believe that we should be only focusing on one group of people and othering everybody else. I believe that whether you're brown, black, white, whatever you are, and you're born in Britain, even across the world, actually, that you have a right to be treated with respect. I don't think, you know, that we should divide ourselves by colour to decide whether we're going to help somebody or not. So that's my answer to that.
And I'll say this, and I'm going to have to say this. We've covered this with. We don't have the same problems in this country that they do have in the States. Now, I explained this when me and you talking about the Dakota North 1724. And obviously they had Jim Crow over there, and there's all sorts over there. There are certain divisions in different countries, but over here, until recently, on the whole, race relations in this country in general, it's not perfect, obviously, has been quite good. We're nowhere near. In fact, we've been better over here than probably most other countries. We've been one of the better countries that have had better race relations. And that has been set back recently because of BLM. It set it back. We've had more racial tension recently, and that's been done deliberately. There's been more racial tension promoted on purpose to divide and rule. It's not helping the people.
Divide us all.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
I have put in the link there if you want to come on and have a quick conversation with Jill.
Please come on. Because I don't get where it's coming from. I've no idea what he's saying because it doesn't make sense.
So he's trying to tell us what we believe. He said, "No, you believe black people don't deserve anything." I have never said that. That's not true.
Nor have I. I don't know if Wendy.
You don't believe in oppression is done to black people. Actually, that's not Dell's position at all. Dell does believe that there's institutionalized racism. He does believe in a lot of the stuff that other people believe. I believe there is racism. I believe there once was institutionalized racism. I don't believe it exists anymore. But me and Dell have been through that. We don't agree on that, but we're not going to hate each other over that. We've had some very interesting debates on that before. It's just that you've not been around, Ask Getty, to witness them. Yeah, I don't, but that doesn't mean I don't believe that black people don't get a raw deal in many cases, because I think they do. You know, I mean, I would say that it's all relevant to where you live as well, to be honest, and the demographics of where you live in. Because if it's, for example, if you're a white person in a highly demographic area of Asians are going to get privilege over the white people. If you're in a highly demographic area of white people, you're going to find that white people are going to get privilege over the other group. So even in one country, you're going to get differences in different areas. And that's why I believe that anybody can suffer from racism. And I believe anybody can suffer from oppression, because it's all relevant. And I think some people need to understand a nuanced brain.
Yeah.
You know.
And I just said something. So it says, Gurdeep says, Del, are you willing to answer him? Answer him on what, Gurdeep? I don't get where Asket is coming from. So yeah, of course I can answer him. It's not an issue, but answer him on what? I don't know what he said. So Asket needs to make it very clear about what he said. I can answer him. That's straightforward, but I don't know what he's asking. So it depends on what he's asking, Gurdeep.
He never makes no sense, and he always reverts to you're nicking our minerals. Whenever we let him on, that's what he'll say, that we want to take his minerals and we should give the minerals back. That's all he ends up saying. It's nuts. You know. But I tolerate him because he's entitled to have free speech. But I don't know why he suddenly brought up Black Lives Matter in the middle of a fucking conversation about other stuff.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I'll take it. So Gurdeep said wrongly. Gurdeep says, I'll take that as a no, Del. No, it's not that. I don't know what Asket is asking, Gurdeep. So you've got that in.
Hang on, Del. Hang on, Del. Gurdeep, stop winding Del up, right? You put the question, Gurdeep, because we don't know what the hell Asket asked. So why don't you repeat it?
All right.
I didn't, honestly, I didn't see him ask a question.
Yeah, Gurdeep's not someone you need to take too serious still. He likes to cause a little bit of grief.
Well, that's disappointing because I thought it was being quite reasonable, and I was quite
He
happy.
is a decent person, and I get on with him, but he does like to sort of like whip up little tensions here and there.
Yeah, don't stir the pot then, Gurdeep. But if Asket has got a genuine question, I don't mind answering it if he's got a genuine question.
Okay, I think he might be here, guys, so...
Be careful, yeah.
Hello?
Hello. You guys good, yeah?
Yeah, so do you want to speak to Dill?
Give me just 30 seconds and I'll be able to speak to, or 1 minute or 2 minutes. But I'll stay on your lap on the thing. Just getting ready, yeah?
Is he in Sudan? Is he in Sudan?
I don't know where he is. I don't know. So he said give him 30 seconds, Dale. So we'll give him 30 seconds and then he can come on and talk. He'll be here to talk to you.
All right.
Apparently he's getting ready.
Right.
Yeah.
I've got network now, you know, I can speak to that guys a bit now. So my point is this, is that the way you've been, obviously, we believe, you know, Danny Roscoe is a bit of an enemy himself, right? Because he's still learn, yeah? But the way you guys have been going at Danny Roscoe lately, right? You are all cool with him and that, right? Wendy, you can keep laughing, you know, but you know, but
We're not discussing Danny Roscoe. What are you on about?
The way you, basically, in the beginning, Danny Roscoe was all right. You know, he was all cool.
But we're not discussing. We're not discussing Danny Roscoe.
No, but he was in the beginning. He was promoting you, white racist old woman. You know, want some black people.
Yeah, you call me whatever. Right? You go find your pipelines.
And I have my
your minerals.
Don't you believe we have?
Get on your aeroplane and start off back to bloody wherever it is you came from.
There you go. Bring it out. You know, we like it like that. This is how we want it. You know.
I thought you had a question for Del.
Don't hide behind that fake identity. Just be open and proud, you know. Do it in the open. No one is going to stop you.
For God's sake, calm down, and your mic's very, very high. So, do you have a
question?
You
hear that firework, people, mate? You hear that firework? Go deep, go deep. You hear the firework? Go deep.
Yeah, the fireworks are not actually nothing to do with you. I do believe it's the British cultural thing. Yeah.
That's why we don't spend a penny on that on this day, you know. We don't promote none of that.
He's so easy to wind up, isn't he?
No, but it is what it is. You know what it is, Wendy. Anyway,
have you got a question?
It's racism towards British people. But anyway, have you got a question for Del?
Yeah, basically, that was what it is. You know, these people was all nice with Danny Roscoe. They were actually proud and happy to see another black man, right, who's against himself, only wants to fight for their interests, you know.
So you think hang on, so let me get this right, because you're quite hard to understand. So are you saying that Del is against himself? Because he dares to talk to white women?
I think you should just ask the question and let Del answer.
Guys, can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's the question for Del?
It sounds like
hello, everyone.
Baghdad, you know, Baghdad. You know, it sounds like Baghdad. Today your country is like Baghdad.
What? Our country is not like Baghdad.
Where I'm at, not like Baghdad. It's very peaceful, very nice, beautiful. I can't help it if your part of London looks like Baghdad. That's what you lot have done to it.
But listen, though, what I was trying to say to you, you guys were happy with, you know, a black man promoting.
I thought you had a question for Del.
You're racist. Yeah, but this is what Del needs to be catched up on. You don't know what's been going on.
Del knows, you idiot.
You don't know what's going on, Del. You don't know what's going on.
Of course he knows, and Del's not involved in all that. Right.
Allow that black man,
earlier today that answers all these questions, okay?
Oh, Lord. Brother, I didn't even eat the bread.
So you don't need to be.
You know why? Look, I went to thing. Look.
Nobody is against Danny Roscoe because he's black. That's ridiculous.
Please, brother. You just appreciate it. Thank you. How much is the clipper like? 150. Yeah.
What?
Oh, cheers, mate.
You're buying a clipper lighter.
Listen. Wendy, anyway, can I have a minute, you know, so I can probably explain what I mean about this, you know? You guys want to hear what I mean about this?
Go on then.
Okay. You were happy, you know, when Danny Roscoe, you know, this black man who was tarnishing the Black Lives Matter, you know, black people don't deserve any rights, right? So, what basically these people are protesting on the street, you believe it's just for Floyd. You believe it's for all of these things, right? It's not just about that. It's about what. Remember when we were on Belly Show, me and Shakara was on, yeah? We're speaking about Africa, freedom stuff, yeah? And this and that. You and Wendy came out so quick to gun down, bomb out us, you know? Basically came out to attack us just for black people wanted to have a voice. You do not believe black people deserve a voice. Black oppression exists, you know? You don't believe what we're going through. You see it with your naked eye. You see the I don't even need to explain it.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
well,
let me ask-
I
You know
suggest
who
you
you
just
are. You know who
hold
you
on,
are.
Wendy, please. Hold
go
on,
and
Wendy,
enjoy
You know,
your
you
go and
expose
enjoy
yourself
your
on that day.
fireworks.
Hold
Yeah.
on, Wendy,
You
please. Ask
expose
Getty, let me
yourself on that
reply
day.
you. Before you go on, let me reply you, okay? Danny Roscoe doesn't agree with Black Lives Matter. So
No.
before you
You
start
do-
defending him, hold on. Before you
Uh.
start defending him, you need to understand that his position is against Black Lives Matter, okay?
I do know that, but that's what makes
Right.
you happy, isn't it? You were happy
Right.
to have found another type of, a
Right,
sellout.
but if you were listening to our streams, you would understand that we're not happy with Danny Roscoe, okay?
Yeah, at the moment you're not happy because
No, I'm
he's
not
not
happy.
serving your full interest. Like, you know what I mean? The policy of the Queen, right? You believe black people should serve white people, innit?
No, I don't
Fully.
believe that. I don't know where you've
You
got that
do,
from.
Jupiter. What's the point of
No,
lying?
you
You
can't
do.
tell me what I believe.
Your
I'm
friend does,
telling you
certainly
what I
does.
believe.
Your friend certainly does. You know, your friend Wendy here, talking about November the 5th and that November the 4th, whatever, right? But today,
Yeah,
Wendy,
what's wrong with
Friday,
that?
yeah, she believes a black person has no right to talk about that day. Wanted to
Oh, for God's sake.
do whatever he wants to do.
You
right?
really
But
don't
he's a
get it,
black person.
Asceti. You're not understanding, Asceti.
He was a white man. It would have been all cool in it.
Yeah, off you go and enjoy the fireworks.
Huh?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a bit pointless you being on because the background noise is just too much for our channel.
Mute him up, Dukes. I can't hear nothing, just him and his fireworks.
Yeah, he's in the background. There's no point. We couldn't hear anything. So I don't even know what he wanted. Hiya, Turek. I
Hi,
don't even know
Turek.
what he wanted to ask.
Evening, Del.
I think he was just being nuts.
Well, he wanted to have a go at Del because he sees Del as a black man that dares to talk to white people. So therefore, to him, Del needed to be informed. You mustn't talk to white people. We're evil.
I haven't got anything to comment on.
No, I didn't think you would, love. No.
Yeah, I'm not doing colours. I'm just treating people as they treat me. My rights same way yours. Beginning, if you're respectful, I'm respectful. It's as simple as that. If he's respectful and then I'm respectful towards him, I don't have any problem with Asceti. But he didn't ask me anything. So that in terms of what Gurdeep said, Asceti didn't ask me anything. I was quite happy to answer him, but he didn't ask anything. He just talked about Danny Roscoe, and I don't know about Danny Roscoe and what's going on with him. So that's nothing to do with me. On that front, to Rock, it's great to see you. I haven't heard from you for a while. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Big up, Leo. Big up. And how you doing? Everything?
It's brilliant to see you. So where you been?
You. Nowhere really. I just haven't been on YouTube.
I don't blame you. It's gone crazy, Turek. If you thought 2 months ago was bad, oh my God! Everywhere you go now, it's just like exploding bombs all over the place. And
serious.
Yeah, perversions and depravity, and that's why I've been like doing this with Dale. I just need to take my mind off it.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Like just a proper conversation, sort of. Or
yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's good to hear your voice through it because I haven't spoken to you for a bit. So I'm glad you're all right, and I'm glad you're doing well, and I'm glad you made the effort just to show your face and just let us know you're all right. It's good because obviously I get on with you. I've never had an issue with you. Obviously these are people on other streams that have had issues, but me and you never had any issue between each other. So it's just good that you made the effort to come on, just show your face and let me know you're all right. It's good. I appreciate that. So it's just good to hear you. Get me. At least I know you're all right. You're looking after yourself. You're doing your thing, and you don't let people affect you. And I just said to Jupiter earlier, sometimes you just need to do your own thing. You get me? You know, with all the madness that's going on, you do your own thing and you keep your head together. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you try your best in it. Like there has been a lot of people's been under pressure and all types of things. You got like all different types of, I don't know, different type of personalities and certain things going on in the world, if you know what I mean. So it's just like, it's a bit weird sometimes, if you know what I mean. And you just have to sometimes just take a step back really and just try and just, I don't know, like what do you call it? You know, like when the banks have a recession sort of thing, you try and discover a recession.
You have to recharge your energies. So, Turek, do you know much about MKUltra? Because that's what we were talking about tonight. Did you watch the first part, or?
Yeah, I saw a little bit at the start of it, of things like that. I've heard a little bits and bobs and things like that about the sort of mind control thing.
Yeah,
But I definitely think that there is some sort of a lot of truth to it, and if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
a lot of truth.
The links to Rock are posted in the chat if you want them. I've posted them in the chat so you can get them. I've got various stuff that I was talked about, whether some stuff's been evidence in terms of MI5 have paid out to people, and some stuff's research based. So you can always have a look whatever you want, but the links are in the chat if you want. Do you know what I mean? So they're there for you to read. But it's an interesting stuff. Have I got your email address?
I think so. Yeah.
If I've still got it, I'll send you the documents I've sent to Jupiter. I'll email you now if I can remember what it is. I'll have a look and just see if I can email you. You can just do your own due diligence. But yeah, it's quite intriguing. I think there's all sorts that have gone on to varying degrees, as obviously we spoke about earlier on. So yeah, it's quite intriguing. Like I said, there's all sorts going on in all kinds of different ways, and I've come across all sorts in my time at looking at different things.
No, definitely. I just remember every time I think of that MK Ultra, it reminds me of remember that film called Clockwork Orange?
Yeah.
It just sort of always reminds me of that sort of thing.
What do you think of this march that's going to happen at the weekend? Have you heard about it?
Yeah, like this is what I mostly wanted to really sort of get into a bit more. Like I'm not too sure what it is about, but it sounds like it's kind of important in a sense that about. I sort of agree with what Wendy's saying. It's like I know like sometimes things are important and you want to galvanize people, but it's like at the same time, yeah, it's a thin line when you tread when you use dead people and certain things like that, and we're very passionate at times for our causes and certain things like that, but sometimes we have to try not to offend people, and sometimes you are going to offend people whether you went not like you meant to do it, but people are going to get offended at certain things.
Well, me and Wendy have heard whispers that actually it's a trap, and it is there's gonna be violence there. That's what we've heard. I don't know how much of that is true. And that's why we're not very happy about it, because we believe innocent people are going to be led into a fight that they weren't expecting to have.
Yeah, but Danny Roscoe's nuts. Let's face it. He wants a revolution. Yeah.
I do think.
Anti-vaccine, I think, maybe, or something.
No. It's to take that, he wants everyone down there
to link up with Anonymous.
To link up with Anonymous and take over Parliament, You know what happened in America too, Rock? When they went into Capitol Hill? I think he's after something like that, the idiot.
You think? I don't know. I don't really watch his things like that and little bits and bobs I get to see, but yeah, it's only really through.
When he first came about, I thought, oh, this is brilliant. We've got a sensible man on the right who's melanated, who can maybe bring black and white people and all colours in between together. As time's gone on, what I've seen is somebody that's very, how can I put it, very delicate to criticism, somebody that's easy to propaganda, and has a huge ego, absolutely huge ego, and is also making very big mistakes. But worse than that, there is tenuous links to extremism. When people came out with stuff to do with Ali Dawa and his links to extremism, they're stronger than that. Let's put it that way. So, you know, we have to worry, is he getting in bed with the extreme right? And we already know the extreme right are in bed with the extreme left, the Nazis. And we already know that Antifa are very Nazi-like and fascist. And I'm worried that the fascists are actually sort of like taking over the movement. The movements. When I say the movements, I mean the protests. Any protests. It seems to be very fascist led now, and that is a worry, because I don't want fascism in this country.
Well, hopefully only he'll turn up holding his sparkler, you know, standing there, waving his little sparkler. Idiot. I won't forgive him for what he did with that picture.
Have you seen his latest video on public annoyance, Wendy? I was disgusted.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely disgusted, because it's obvious that he's done the same propaganda that the left do. In fact, he's turning into a complete communist in front of our eyes, but with fascist tendencies like the extreme Antifa and Nazis. If he used that propaganda, he used part of a conversation and cut it without letting it end to its fruition. So nobody is going to know the full story. And as I've pointed out, all right, I don't know the bloke that well to be able to stick up or defend him or anything like that. And I wouldn't want to do that and then find out I'm wrong. But the very least that Danny Roscoe should have done is allow that to have been played in full context with such a serious allegation. It was disgusting in my book.
He's never going to allow that. It's all about his own ego and building himself up. He wants to be standing shoulder to shoulder with Tommy. Yeah, that's what his goal is. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't stand shoulder to shoulder with someone that's doing things that are clearly wrong. I mean, look, I agree with some of what Tommy has stood for in the past. Yeah. I don't like the Black Lives Matter movement because I think it's been instigated. I think that the establishment are involved in it. I think there's extreme Islamists involved in it. I think there's extreme nationalists involved in it. You know, we know where the money went to. We know that the money didn't go to the people on the ground anyway. I mean,
no.
Even the money collected here went straight back to America, and the Black Lives Matter organisers booked themselves big houses and fucked the rest of y'all. I mean, you know, so the movement itself is not something to be upheld. But that doesn't mean that you walk into a restaurant that believes in that when you know that your ideals are completely opposite and you know that you are going to be instantly recognised because you're very vocal about your ideals, and then engage in an argument and threaten them that you're going to bring 500 people down. What the fuck? You're playing with someone's business, their livelihood. No, I don't agree with that.
And today, because his first little video, obviously, Robinson's first video, obviously didn't do the trick. He posted a video which he said his son recorded. It's more or less the same like event. Yeah, it's Robinson stood there arguing with these people that all he wants is his dinner, bruv, right? But he says, "Oh look, this is my son's footage of that day." And I'm thinking, when I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, why are you bringing your child into this?
He had 4 children in tow, and that's what makes it even more disgusting, to be fair. How can you say that you believe in looking after the children and the women of this country, and you're letting down the women and children of this country? Because if you're going to allow your children to witness such highly emotive stuff, they're going to become biased. You're not allowing them to develop at their own pace.
No,
and
his son already is aware enough to know that when Daddy gets up and starts shouting and gets his camera out, it's my job to get my phone out too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
I mean, did you see the footage, Tarek, of what went on in that shop?
Not really. No, but I just could imagine people do that. That's normal now.
Well, he went into King Wings in Milton Keynes. We can put the name out there because he's already done that. He went inside, and the staff, basically, they were black staff, and they said they were on the door. It says, "We are supporters of Black Lives Matter." Right now,
okay.
if you're not a supporter of Black Lives Matter, right? For example, if I went down the high street and I see a big sign in the shop saying, "I support the IRA," I'm not going to go in and buy from that shop. I'm not on principle, right?
Actually, I've never had a McDonald's in my life because they used to give money to the IRA. So there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So on principle, I wouldn't go in and buy anything if I knew that those people, a part of their money is going to go to the IRA, right? Similarly, if I walked down the road and there was a big sign saying "We're for Black Lives Matter," again, because I don't agree, not with black people, but I don't agree with Black Lives Matter, the actual ideals of it, right? I'm not going to go in there and give money to a movement where I don't believe the money even gets to black people, right? So for him to see that, and for him to be so vocal, and for him to have put a video out breaking down the Marxism in the Black Lives Matter movement, breaking down the Islamism in the Black Lives Matter movement, breaking down that the money doesn't even go to the people that need it in the movement. Why the hell would he want to go in there and spend his money in there? That's the first thing. So he goes in. The staff recognise him as Tommy Robinson, and they say that they're not going to serve him. Now, everybody has got the right to refuse to serve someone that they don't agree with. If Andam Chowdhury walked into a shop I was working in, I would not want to serve him. That's not to say that someone else can't if there's someone prepared to, but I would personally.
So what was the shop at McDonald's?
No, it was like a restaurant.
Yeah, it was an opening night at King Wings in Milton Keynes. So all of the staff said that they were not going to serve him, and if they were forced to serve him, they would leave their job. Because you hear the manager say to him, "Look, they've said that they won't work here no more. I could lose all my staff if I try and force them. I can't make them serve you." Right? Now, Tommy Robinson's saying that that's discrimination. And if you look at the bigger picture, by law, it's not discrimination because political ideals are not covered by the Equalities Act or by the laws of the land, right? But morally, ethically, could it lead to segregation in this country? Yes, it could. If people were allowed to do, and he probably would have a bit of a case if he wants to go to court, but he would need to go down the legal route. You do not, if you don't get your own way, say I could bring 500 people down here to shut you down, and then proceed to go onto your website and use your political following for your own personal gains to write fake reviews and to harass the shop owner, and now give them a reason to take you to court, whereby you're probably going to come online and say you're bankrupt and you can't afford it, and can you have some money donated?
It's a weird scenario, very weird. In a sense of that, and it's like it seems like the manager seems happy to serve him in all of this, really and truly.
I think that the manager may have been, but I think by the time the manager got to him, he'd been making that much noise that they just wanted him out of the restaurant. Because remember, there's more people in there to be considered than him.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
And I just think, add that to the Hearts of Oak interview, where he's suddenly gone from the stage of, now everybody remembers him coming out of prison and saying he was in fear of his life from Muslims. He couldn't eat because Muslims were doing the canteen, so he only ate, what was it he ate from the fucking tins?
Tuna
and peaches, weren't it? Something like that, right?
Yeah.
And that's why he lost so much weight and everything else. He's gone from that to saying that all Muslims are good people, that he can walk into any of their restaurants and be served, which, by the way, I don't believe. I don't
I
believe.
do believe that.
No, I believe that there's many Muslims that would say that they don't want to serve him if he goes into the right areas. I believe there's many areas. Look, there was filming of him once walking down Luton, and everyone come out the shop and shops and attacked him.
Oh, did they? Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, so let's not pretend that he's welcome everywhere. And he still maintains that his life's in danger if he goes to Luton, by the way, in the same interview. Yeah.
Serious.
Right.
And he can't do his what's it called? What you get given when you've been naughty. Community service order. He can't do that when there's other people about because of his safety. Yeah.
So if he's that much in danger, for him to then sit there and go, I can walk into any Muslim shop and get served, and they take criticism better than everybody else, and much better than implying black people.
Yeah.
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 Then he's trying to play politics, and he's trying to move his position. And I don't agree with none of that. I don't agree with it. When I followed Tommy Robinson, or stood with him, like verbally, it was on the premise that some extreme Islamists were interpreting certain scripture from the Islamic biblical or Quranic text, that led them to believe that they could act with impunity and rape girls, groom girls. And it was also on the premise that it wasn't all Muslims, that he didn't hate all Muslims, and that it was the extreme Islamists that were creating terrorism that he stood against. Now, with that said, he also said that he stood against the Nazis. He also said that he stood against any extremists. But now he seems to be talking to the Nazis, talking to the extremists, and all of a sudden, Black Lives Matter people are worse than the worst people in the world. It just seems to me everything's gone topsy-turvy, and I don't agree with it. I'm not for othering people. I stood with him because I thought he believed in British people, which were of any colour.
But when he gets off the aeroplane now and comes to Britain, it makes them feel ill. So
yeah. So if he's going to turn into a Charlie fucking Smallsables who wants to live abroad but tell people in Britain how they're going to live, no, it don't cut no ice. You can't have a say in what happens in this country if you're not going to be living it under the rules that you want brought in. And we have to be honest and say, look, he pushed for Brexit, but he's soon got an Irish passport, so he could still go to the EU.
Yeah.
He's an anti-vaxxer, but he's been swanning it about all over the place, so he must have took his injections.
Yeah, exactly.
And it just seems that it's all becoming a bit hypocritical for me, too hypocritical.
I see what you mean, in a sense. Yeah,
which is a shame. It is a shame.
To be honest, it is what he set out to do. Maybe he got diverted from it all in a sense like that, and maybe he should have stayed in, I don't know, wherever he was complaining about, if it's Luton or wherever. But I think he tried to spread himself too wide. And I
do believe he got persecuted originally, and I do believe, but then I think after that he started making unwise moves where he could predict the outcome, and for me, it was all about causing controversy, and it's just got worse and worse and worse as time's gone on. Also, the minute he took that journalist to court, then he doesn't believe in free speech, does he? Because along with free speech, you're going to get criticism. I don't agree with slander. I don't agree with harassment. I don't believe
what journalist, Jukes? What journalist?
Well, that Lizzie Dearden. The minute
she took him to court, though.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he still put her in the position where she took him to court because he harassed her for what she said.
Oh, yeah. Dared to write an article on him, yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? And how does that encompass free speech? How does that stand for free speech? It doesn't, does it?
And when you think about it, he didn't have to go around to her place of where she lives, because he could have replied by email. He could have given his response by many ways these days.
Look, I'm not saying that she played fair either, Wendy. But what I'm saying is that he's walked himself into situations that could have been predictable. And the only you've got to ask yourself, why would he do that when it's predictable? And the only reason can be so that he can cause more outrage and controversy to keep himself relevant rather than actually standing by principles. That's what I don't like, the fact that he's not standing by principles.
Well, I don't think he should have ever got mixed up in that school thing, to be honest. That was the start of his downfall.
No,
I think when he went abroad, you know, to be honest.
in a way, I agree with him for doing that, and I'm going to explain why. Because it wasn't him that got it into the mainstream; it was already in the mainstream media. And the same week that happened, Wendy, there was 2 white girls that got on a bus and got fucking beat up on the back of a bus by Muslim girls, and people said fucking zilch. But you see one kid get a bit of water splashed in his face, and I'm telling you, that was nothing compared to the secondary school that I went to, or that other people that I know went to. I mean, it was, you could have regular fucking fights around the fucking outside the fucking school gates when I went to school. You know, get your teeth knocked out, get fucking knocked unconscious.
Yeah, so why did Tommy Robinson need to involve himself in a school spat?
I think he was trying to show the way that the majority had been brainwashed to have sympathy with somebody that was not of your own kind of, based on colour. So people were being sympathetic to this boy just purely because he was Syrian, and not weighing up the fact that all he got was a bit of water splashed in his face and he was an actual bully. That's number one. And number two, because the mother and her family were receiving death threats, rape threats, and being run out of her house.
Oh, wow.
But the mother and their family, we found out, were pretty, what's the word? Things came out that she was like far right. She had certain opinions on certain things. The mother. I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just saying that I don't think that he needed to get involved with that case at all. He didn't have what it took. He didn't have what it took to get. If he was going to get involved, he was unable to do it properly because he's too, in your face, too fiery, and he just couldn't do it properly. And that was the start of his downfall. Once he went for a kid of 14, whether he's Syrian or whatever it was.
I don't necessarily agree with that fully. Was there incompetence? Yes, but he was set up by the left on that occasion, Wendy, and I'm not going to forget that. He was set up by the left. So he had someone contact him pretending to be the mother.
Yeah, no, yeah.
And then when he got back in contact, got in touch with her to hear her side of the story, the left then went, ha, 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 ha. You've said this, that, and the other, and it weren't true. It was us, the left. And then he went and found the real mother. And it turned out, actually, it wasn't far from the truth. And then the real mother actually put her story out, and he wasn't actually wrong for taking up the story. But so really it backfired on the left a little bit. So if anyone instigated all that situation, it was the left.
Yep, but he was never going to win it, Jupiter. He was never going to win that. He should have sat down and had a word with himself and thought, well, all I can do is, you see, as far as I'm concerned, he could have helped that family without all the publicity. He could have helped them without everything, yeah? But he didn't. He had all the publicity that goes with it. He could have let that boy stay at his home without anyone knowing about it. But he didn't. He should have just sat down, thought it through, and thought, well, I'm not going to win this. Because from the start, there was no way he was going to win it. Whether he was right or not, he just was not going to win it.
I still think on a matter of principle, he was correct. I think when it comes to Lizzie Durden, that's slightly different. But on the matter of principle on that Jamal court case, I think that actually what they did was disgusting. I think that they did make it quite clear that they don't treat everybody as equals within the law, and I think that I still say, even though I don't agree with the way that Tommy might be going forward, that on that occasion he had every right to call it out. And I think I think he said a lot of things that especially myself, I stand with him on that one, because I think it's fucking disgusting, yeah, that for some reason people were putting money in their getting pocket money out of their pocket and putting it in a fucking PayPal for a kid to buy a house when he's only had water splashed in his face, who turned out to be a bully that was beating up girls within the school system. I think it's disgusting. And I think the only reason they did that was because that kid was not white.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that before, like, okay, let's look at the Tracy situation, right?
Yeah.
So he found out that it wasn't actually Muslims in the car, right, that had mowed down those 3 boys. So he didn't want nothing to do with it, right?
Agree.
So he sat down, thought about it, thought, no, this is not blah, blah, blah. All I'm saying is he should have sat down before he did anything publicly and had a good, with some advisor and thought about it. And if he wanted to help that family, right, who I support completely, he should have done it quietly. He didn't have to go so public with it, because that was the start. That's what took up so much of his time. You've got to remember, when he was getting off the airplane that time, he found out that idiot Nero, or Dick Coughlin, was at his front door with some bloody summons for him to turn up at court. If only he'd sat down and thought about it.
Yeah, but I think at that point, Wendy, this is where it all becomes a little bit complex, because at that point the left were deeply after him, right? They didn't like his popularity. They were deeply after him. And it wasn't actually him that got himself involved. They involved him by pretending to be the mum. It was already in the main.
Yeah. I know. But all I'm trying to get across is, if he just thought about how he was going to react to it once he realised he'd been set up by that stupid woman who rang him or sent him an email claiming to be the mother, right? If he just sat and thought about how he could help the young boy and the family quietly, without so much public, without the public knowing, because unfortunately, although the left set him up, the left were right there, with the summons, took him to court. He represented himself. He ended up losing, and now he's more or less gagged from saying anything.
Yeah.
So what was achieved? If only he thought about how he was going to react to the situation. But the trouble is, I think, with Tommy is Tommy thinks if he can get like secret recordings, if he can get this, if he can get that, it's he could have a chance. He needs to understand he'll never win anything in a court of law in this country, Jupiter. Never.
Not now, no.
No, never. He's never going to win anything. So that's why I say he'd be better off in Spain. Yeah.
I just think that the problem is that I think Tommy was right to make it an issue, and I think that it has proved something. It's proved that our courts of law are not equal. But is it worth? I know what you're saying. Is it worth it for him? Was it worth it for him? Probably not. But then he has been compensated by all the money that he's managed to sort of like make, and some of the money he didn't just make off of people, because he did have his own businesses and that. But
well, come on.
Even though he's bankrupt, we know that his wife and his
he's not bankrupt, right?
Exactly. We know we're not stupid. We know what
wife,
it is.
His wife will have finances.
Yeah, but I mean, him doing that, it's not illegal. I personally think that was the first smart move he's made in a very long time.
Yeah, obviously.
It's protect. Yeah. And the super rich do that anyway, Wendy. They always protect their assets. So, why not him, Wendy? I agree with you on that.
Exactly. Yeah. I just wish he hadn't gone and done it as publicly and maybe kept it more quiet about how he was helping, because that fat journalist, Sutbury, and then you had my Coughlin, who, by the way, was paid £200 for that. He was paid £200 to go down and serve that on Tommy Robinson's wife.
Oh, he was a horrid little wretch, weren't he? That one.
Yeah.
Horrid man.
I was Charlotte.
As soon as the establishment turned on him and they decided to make a martyr out of him, he was finished. Yeah, that meant that they could never get anything into court that was going to be in his favor, because the establishment just said, "Well, we're just going to ignore you anyway." So as soon as they decided they were going to blackball him, that was it. He'd lost from that point, because there's no way, no matter what he said, they would have just, they'd have made it difficult for him, and that's what they have been doing. They've just essentially shut him down.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, he should have been quite pleased when he got let out early the first time, which he did get let out because he got the right decision when the judge stood up. The judge stood by him and said, actually, it was pretty illegal just to whip him off into fucking the prison system like they did on that time.
Oh, yeah.
The judge stood by him on that occasion. He should have taken that as a triumph. But then to carry on and do other stuff, I mean, I do think that he got sort of tricked into the Jamal situation. Banks is here. I do think that he got tricked into the Jamal situation, but then it wasn't just the Jamal situation. It was for me, it was the Lizzie Durden going around her house. All the doorstepping. I mean, the right get really offended if they're doxed or they get doorstepped. So what makes any of the right think that they can go doorstepping? Number one, and I don't know. I just don't like all this recent business. Can we? I need money because I'm now bankrupt. When we can quite clearly see us flying in and out of the country all the time.
And I don't want to have to say no to my son when he asks to go to the boxing match. Yeah.
That was a bit stupid. And then on top of that, then to go and do what he's done in this restaurant. I mean, I just think, no, it's fucking, you're taking people for fools now. And then you've got the other one, Danny Roscoe's ego's gone through the roof, leading people into what could be a very dangerous, volatile situation. And what for exactly? Because if they really did believe in freedom of choice, as I argued with Danny Roscoe, and I have said it and I will say it again, if you believe in freedom of choice, you have to back up people's choices on both sides, okay? You can't say, I believe in freedom of choice, but if you take the vaccine, I'm going to harass you outside a fucking vaccination centre. No, exactly. You can't do that.
You can't.
No.
So that's where I get annoyed, because they're not consistent and they don't think about things by flipping the coin. Just flip the coin. If it's not equal, then you've got an imbalance, and you're saying you stand for balance. You need to balance it up. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Hi, Banksy.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How's
Hi,
everyone?
You're right, Banksy.
Yeah, nice. Been listening to some of you guys. I didn't want to interrupt, because it's always polite to listen first.
Mm.
Yeah, it's been. I don't know. I mean, what the thing with the restaurant situation, with Tommy getting refused service at a restaurant.
Yeah.
Now, I only heard it from the Tommy's perspective. Was there another side to this story that I didn't know about? Did they just simply refuse him service, or was it some other
Well,
altercation that took place?
as he walked, well, no. The thing is, they got a sign in their window saying they support Black Lives Matter, which Tommy doesn't, support. I don't know,
Sure.
a lot of people don't support it anyway. But this restaurant did and does. And for some odd reason, he decided that was the very restaurant he wanted to go in to eat. And he wasn't sat at, people seem to think he was already sat at a table. He wasn't. You know, when you go in a restaurant, Bagsy, and there's a seating area, and then you
Yeah.
get sat in in the restaurant
At a
area,
table,
don't you?
yeah. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a bar area, and then you go and
Yeah.
sit
He
at
was
the
sat
table.
in the waiting area, waiting for a table. The staff saw him, and they decided they were not going to serve him.
Yeah.
And you know the rest. And anyone, any business owner can decide not to serve you if they don't want to.
Yeah, it's like a nightclub. I mean, admittedly, though, let's be honest. If a black person, let's say, I don't know, even someone as despicable as Anjem Chowdhury walked into a restaurant and he was refused service, you think it would be the same? You think the media wouldn't pick up on this and run with it as white racists refuse Indian man service?
Not with Andrew Chowdhury, I don't think. I mean, I
No?
wouldn't serve Andrew Chowdhury.
No, but what I mean is, do you think? Okay. I mean, maybe he's a bit too much of a despicable character.
Yeah,
How about just any general,
I know
sort
what you're
of,
saying. Yeah.
left wing? What's it? Lemmy, David Lammy. He walks into a
Oh
restaurant,
God,
doesn't get
yeah.
served. Do you think it wouldn't be hell to pay? You think that restaurant wouldn't be under like 14 investigations for racism,
Yes, of
even
course
if the
it would.
owner was black?
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
So I sense tremendous hypocrisy and double standards here. But fair enough. I mean, I suppose
Yeah.
me mentioning Anjem Chowdhury, that's the same thing. I mean, if Anjem Chowdhury gets refused service at a restaurant and nobody bats an eyelid, then maybe Tommy Robinson is on that. They
Exactly.
consider him on that level now, so he's in that sort of
Yeah.
camp.
And the thing is, Banksy, like I said earlier, there is a political point to be made, but if you want that political point to be taken serious, you have to walk a very fine, delicate line and be able to do it in style. You don't drag 4 kids along and make a big scene in the shop like
No,
he
you
did,
don't.
and then threaten to bring 500 people down, and then say that you're going to get online and you're going to shut their business down, which effectively he has done because people started putting in false reports and ringing up the shop and arresting the fella.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. So they had the manager arrested.
No.
No.
You're mistaken.
Tommy went on to Telegram
Yeah.
and told everyone to go and make on whatever it is you make reviews on, right, for restaurants.
Oh, Yelp. Yeah, put on like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
bad review on Yelp.
To put a bad review on under for that restaurant, yeah, whether they'd been there or not.
And then Tommy got arrested for that.
No, not yet. He hasn't. No, I can see it happening now.
But I mean,
They've put out
has
a statement. They've put out a statement that they're going to take him to court because he's he's done damage to their business.
the restaurant,
Yes.
is going to take him to court. Well, I mean, that's going to be really, really difficult. I mean, the thing is, I will say this after I heard that he actually, I mean, this is the first time I heard, because I'll be honest, I don't follow Tommy Robinson that closely, but you said that he defended himself against a libel case against that boy. The one that
he
got
did.
bullied.
Yeah.
He didn't get a lawyer.
No.
That is madness. That is absolute insanity.
He said he couldn't afford one.
Yeah, well, it would have been cheaper than £250,000.
Yeah.
Holy shit! He didn't get a lawyer for that case.
No.
That is insane. Because I think Tommy thinks that the court, the British court, the judicial system is the same as the court of public opinion.
No,
if he just puts out some hidden recordings and then the person is ruined, it'll be all right. This is the court. This is Her Majesty's freaking court. There are literally, like, they have their own language. I mean, my brother is a solicitor. They have their own procedures, their own mannerisms. If you don't follow that exact set of steps and the exact set of procedures, they will crucify you. It doesn't matter how much evidence you have. They will crucify you.
It's another world, isn't it?
Yeah, totally it's absolutely. Yeah. It's the most elitist, the most hierarchical, the most just snootiest industry ever. It's horrific. The law industry is still in the 15th century compared to everything else.
Yeah.
It's horrifically backwards and horrifically higher, like classy. Classy as in, class related and class divided. I mean, even some people like my brother, for example, because he didn't go to like one of these high snooty schools and colleges and universities like your Etons and your Cambridges and your Oxfords. He didn't even apply to become a barrister. He went for a solicitor sort of positions because he realized he wouldn't even get in the club because he hasn't been in those high-end schools. He hasn't been to those sort of places. So you don't even get a sniff if you're not part of the gang, if you're not in the VIP club when it comes to the barristers and that kind of level of things. Very few make it in as a barrister and have their own chambers and stuff that are not part of the club. Even the Indians and the non-English that you see are still high class and high end.
Oh yeah, they haven't come from.
Yeah, they didn't come from a council house.
No.
So
and the judge was a Muslim. So.
Well, yeah, I mean that's a whole other bag of shit. But what I'm saying is, generally, the law industry is incredibly specific and incredibly what's it called? It's a small club. It's a very insular, exclusive club. And if you don't talk their talk, and if you don't do their things, the judge will crucify you just on your mannerisms alone, and Tom doesn't have the vocabulary.
No, I've been to a lot of court cases, and whenever I'm there, I always feel like I'm in another world because it's just not the meaning. Words don't have the same meaning as they do when you walk outside and you're on the street. Everything is different. Your mannerisms, the way you are,
they still
everything
talk
is
Latin.
different.
They still use Latin as part of the language of the court.
I'd never want to represent myself in a court.
Oh my God! I had no idea he represented himself in such a high-profile case. Mm-hmm. It's not even like some county court, what do you call it? County court kind of thing. It's not like a parking ticket. Yeah, I represented myself as a parking ticket a couple of times. That was all right.
Christ.
Yeah, if you don't want to pay for a clamp, you can go and represent yourself at your regular county court, but not in a high state court like this, and not in such a high profile case like this. It's insane.
I bet he didn't get up and go, "Look, bro."
Oh my god! I can only imagine him just defending himself in court with his mannerisms and his. I'll be honest, just a limited vocabulary. I mean, the man. Don't get me wrong. He's not a stupid man. He's a smart enough guy, but he's not trained in that specific way of behavior.
Not many of us are. No,
nobody is. That's why lawyers pay literally tens of thousands of pounds to become lawyers, because it's not just knowing the law. It's behaving and speaking the way the people speak and the mannerisms that they have in court. It's a whole world to themselves. They've and believe it or not, these things, like still using Latin words and doing these things, they are purposefully done, by the way, to keep it exclusive.
Yeah.
So that not
yeah.
every Tom, Dick, and Harry can become a barrister, can become a solicitor. They don't. These are not by mistake or just they're just old and fuddy-duddy. No, they've done it on purpose to keep their club exclusive. Lawyers
Yeah.
and the law industry doesn't want this.
It's not only that. A normal phrase that might use to mean have one meaning means something completely different in legalese, and unless you understand that, you can get yourself caught into
Oh my god!
into admitting something that you never meant.
Yes. Yeah. This is why they say never make a statement to the police unless you have a solicitor with you. Never make a statement. In this country, you can beat a man to half to death and still walk away if you know what you're doing, if you say the right things, because you're not convicted on what you do, you are convicted on what you say, what statements you give. Your statement is critical to you walking away from an incident or being found guilty. And that's why never talk to the police unless you have a lawyer, if this is in an interview situation, and never talk to the police casually. The police are not your friends. There's literally lawyers on TikTok and on YouTube and other places which tell people never talk to the police thinking he's a casual conversational
Yeah.
He's not your friend.
No.
He is not your friend. If an incident happens, a police officer is fishing things from you constantly. You could be completely innocent and still be found guilty because of what you said. You talked yourself into criminality. So yeah, never just have casual conversations with the police like that. If an incident has happened, if you're walking down the street and you're looking for an address, but I talked to Mr. PC Barnes. He's a great guy, but it's not when an incident has happened. He's not interviewing me.
No.
So yeah, generally though, I'm amazed. I'm amazed Tommy allowed that. But the thing with this other one, well, I mean, as you said, if he represents himself again in bloody court, he'll probably be found guilty of £1 million this time. So he better lawyer up. But I don't know his finances. I mean, I honestly don't know, because this country.
He says he's bankrupt. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump's been bankrupt like 20 times. People who are businessmen know how to declare bankruptcy.
Yeah, no.
Exactly. And, even the common layman knows Banksy. I mean, we all know that it's within the law that you can't stand your partner for your debts, right? You can't. And in business, it makes perfect sense to transfer everything into her name and say that you're separated, and then that they can't touch it, right? So in a way,
if he's protected his assets that way,
in a way, it was a wise move to do that. And I'm not even going to look down on him for that, because I wouldn't want to see him rinsed out of everything, considering that he did stand up and speak into the public domain about the grooming gangs when no one else could get any traction on it. However, having said that, pretty much since then, it's been one sort of like epic calamity after another, and a huge grift by the look of it, and it's not fair on the public. And I do believe if it wasn't for the fact that he's had to do community service over a period of a year because he could only do weekends, which I don't believe was down to his safety. I think that he went along that line because it suited him better to do that. Which means that he's been flying in and out of the country quite frequently. But I would imagine, Banksy, that once that community service is over, we're going to suddenly see a story of, he's so intimidated in this country that he's not going to come back here. And then bam, at the same time as he leaves this country, we're going to see that documentary come out in America. I think that's pretty reasonable to think that that's what the gameplay is. And
is that the documentary about this particular case, about this kid being bullied, or okay? Yeah, I mean, I can. Yeah, you're right. I can see that. I mean, the thing is, look, I'll be perfectly honest. Tommy Robinson, probably at the beginning, we're talking 10 years ago, 11 years ago, back in 2006, 7, whenever the EDL kind of started, that was a move. That was a natural, organic moment where he suddenly emerged like a natural leader out of a chaotic situation of anger and resentment, and people generally feeling let down by their government. And the whole Rotherham and Rochdale and all the grooming gang things were an organic moment, which Tommy came out as a bit of a leader, and because of that, he made himself basically unemployable. The system of the state decided, okay, we can't kill him because if we do, we'll make a martyr out of him. So we have to destroy him, and so they destroyed his money earning ability. Anything, if he wants to buy a house, if he wants to start a shop, any business, he can't just go and open a shop. The Muslims will cave his windows in every night. He'll be spending a fortune trying to replace his windows.
At that point, when he had the Freedom March, when he went to court and everyone was outside the courts that day, and the judge finally ruled in his favour that he should never have been taken into prison within 2 hours. That was his peak winning moment. That was his moment. That was when he made history, and that was when he should have walked away.
Well, the thing is,
he's also made his money by that point as well, and he could have gone off and just randomly popped up at relevant times, not at protests, but maybe on a speaking stage every now and again in this country, a bit like Douglas Murray, every now and again, if he'd have used his senses. Instead, he carried on down a path of destruction.
Well, the thing is, this is the problem. I don't think he doesn't have what Douglas Murray has. Douglas Murray is an intellectual. He's respected as an intellectual. He's regarded as that. He gets invited to very, very highbrow kind of events, and he's in that club anyway. He's that kind of, in that 1% type. You know how Britain is. Britain is even more class divided than America. I mean, America has race divisions. Britain has huge hierarchies. We've got the House of fucking Lords still. There's a bunch of people who simply are born out of a vagina and are considered lords and ladies in this country by simple birthright. We have a monarchy. We are incredibly hierarchical and class based. So in this society, someone like Douglas, you can't put someone like Douglas Murray in the same camp as Tommy Robinson.
I'm not saying it. I'm saying I'm not talking about on the same level. All right, let me. Maybe that was a bad example, but what I'm talking about is he could have gone away into obscurity and only really been brought to the fore every time
events.
Yeah, freedom of speech was mentioned, or they wanted to go back over the history. Do you know what I mean? Or to talk about persecution or whatever. But instead, he wanted to stay with this politics that he knew that he was never going to get into. He knew he was never going to get into it, right? And especially, I mean, he did really well, actually, when he went for his MEP thing. But having said that, it does make you wonder, why did he want to be a European MP when he didn't believe in the European establishment?
Well, this was again, I think, partial grift, partial profile building. You want to stay relevant. You want to stay in the eye of the media, and this was his moment to do that. Sargon of Akkad did it. Fucking Count Dankula did it. I mean, these guys all got in on that little moment because they wanted to be in the spotlight. You see, this is what I'm trying to say, is that once Tommy's period of grooming gangs and all that finished, now if this was a real person a person who had other businesses, like I'll give you an example. Now, this is a very old example, but the people like George Washington, for example, someone like George Washington, he rose up and went to war with the English, and he won his country for his people, and they created a whole new country called the United States of America, and they wrote a constitution. They did all that business. He became a president for a while, but you know what happened after they finished? He went back and became a farmer.
That's
he didn't
right.
become a media personality. He didn't become a lifelong politician. No, he went back to what he was doing, which was his farming. That is, to me, a real activist, or a person who genuinely cares for his country. He's not doing it to enrich his pockets. He's doing it because he has to do it. He had to do what he had to do to get a country for his people. And then once the job was done, he went back to what is his actual job, which is to be a farmer, to run his farms. Now, in this modern age, The problem is that once your activism is finished, once you accomplished whatever it is you want to accomplish, there are people who have made their entire career, their entire life's worth, this thing, this activism thing that they were
Yeah.
on, and they don't know what else to do. They don't have a plan B. And in case of
Yeah.
Tommy Robinson, he doesn't even, even if he had a plan B, even if he wanted to become a businessman, he couldn't, because he's so viciously hated
Yeah, but it
by
looks
the
like he's
system.
gonna. Well, it looks like he's going to end up abroad, and I don't necessarily believe that, Banksy, because he's a builder by trade, and when you're self-employed, you're self-employable all over the world, and so
Yeah,
he could
but
have got,
his,
and he will probably end up going abroad and setting up a business out there, right? And he can get back into the estate industry, and what I mean by that is buying houses and doing them up, selling them on, for instance.
landlordy, sort of thing.
Yeah,
But the thing is, he
I
won't be able
mean,
to do it in this country,
maybe
because
not,
in
but
this
there are,
country they won't let him.
well, because he's bankrupt, but there are avenues open to him. What I'm saying is, if he'd have left at the height, people would have remembered him as his height, and
Yes,
it would have always been sort of like a light for him to walk, a light path
yes,
to walk. Now, because of the calamities afterwards, and
yes,
because of bad advisors around him as well, I think, Banksy, because there are a lot of people around him that are not in it for Tommy, they're in it for themselves. They're
of
grifters
course.
too, and
Yeah.
I just think he's gone from one calamity to another, which has affected him, and it's not for. They're not doing it for him. They're not doing it for the masses. They're doing it for their own greed, and it's such a shame. It's
Well,
such a
this
shame.
is exactly, funnily enough, I think, is what the establishment wants. Anyway, they couldn't have killed him because they would have made him a martyr, but they can crush him and then have people turn on him, so that when history looks at Tommy Robinson, they'll just see some media grifter who tried to scrape a bit of money out of people, and that's what they want the history books to record, is that Tommy Robinson, the sort of money grubbing grifter who went around begging people to fund his ridiculous media sort of I don't know, adventures, whilst actually they want everyone to forget all of the work that people with him and the EDL did to bring to light the
Yeah,
grooming gangs and
yeah,
the terrible things that the government of this country was doing, the councillors, the
yep,
police who were
yep,
neglecting these children. So they want everyone to forget about all of that and only remember Tommy Robinson, the grifter who tried to, make money out of his fans, and that's how they crush you. That's how they destroy your legacy.
yeah.
And
And
you're right.
ironically, he's feeding into that. He's
Yeah.
helping them.
Well,
Yeah,
again, he himself, I don't think. Again, I think it's a bit, as I say, it's a combination of things. It's that he's stuck in a situation where right now, this is the only thing he knows how to make a living out of. He doesn't. He knows he can't go and start to buy property again. He can't open was it? Did he have tanning salons or something? He
Yeah.
can't do that stuff anymore. That's gone. That life is over, because he's not going to be able to disappear into the background of British society. If he goes to America, he might be able to open a tanning salon there because nobody gives a shit who he is over there. But over here, he's not going to be able to do that anymore. So he has to try to make this media thing work. And I'll be honest, I don't think he has. I mean, he wrote one book so far. I don't know if he's written any other books.
He's writing another one. I don't know how he's going to
Yeah.
sell it, though.
Well, yeah, exactly, and as I said, I just don't think he has those kind of acumens that someone like, oh man, the gentleman you mentioned earlier on, the gay guy,
Douglas Murray.
Douglas Murray. Yeah, he just doesn't have that level of, I don't think, talent that he can sustain writing books. I mean, which magazine is he going to write an article for? I mean, Douglas Murray makes money out of writing articles for various publications as well as selling books. These guys have got, he's got multiple strings to his bow.
Yeah.
Tommy lives off shock news reporting. Oh, look at this. This actually, funny enough, Avi Yemeni does the same thing in Australia right now. He is a shock jock in the news reporting political world, where he has to. They are constantly after the next. Oh my God! Can you believe this? Like, if you watch their news reports, 90% is, you won't ever believe this. And it's like, dude, how many times do I never believe it? Now I believe it. Believe it or not, now I believe. You've told me so many times I won't believe it that I'm now going to believe it. It's not a shock anymore. There's only so many times you can surprise someone or make someone shock, shock and awe. Eventually, people are just like, dude, this seems to be your grift. This seems to be your MO, is constantly trying to pretend something is more shocking than it actually is. A lot of times I've seen 10 times more shocking things at Speaker's Corner than I have from Avi Yemeni's reports. People have been stabbed at Speaker's Corner. That's actually shocking. So
now, Tommy likes to say he hasn't been vaccinated, right? Because he's apparently an anti-vaxxer. Now, before the airways travelling started to come back to normality, or whatever it is now, for some unknown reason, he was allowed to be travelling to Spain and Germany without getting a test, without being vaccinated. And it just, I thought, does he think people are idiots? I mean, I'm sorry.
I don't
There's
know.
no way. No.
There's literally weeks of quarantining and all of that stuff. How is he doing all of that without being vaccinated? So he's quarantining for 14 days, going here, going there. I don't know.
No, he wasn't doing any quarantine. Yeah. No, he was flying to Spain and getting straight in. Yeah, but he wasn't vaccinated. No.
I just don't know. I mean, I'll be honest. Jupiter, you're 100% right. His peak was when he was found innocent, or an overzealous judge sent him to jail, and he was found innocent because he shouldn't have been sent to jail. That was his peak, and at that point he should have bowed out gracefully. But unfortunately, money changes people, and not only that, his ability to earn money was limited to literally this stuff. I don't think he could have just become an author and just wrote some books and lived off that. And the other thing is, you got to realize, if you're earning £50,000 a year, you live within your means. If you're earning £200,000 a year, it's really hard to go back down and live at £50,000 a year.
Yeah.
So you always live within your means. It doesn't matter how much you earn. It never seems enough. It never seems just quite enough, because you just spend just as much as you're making, because you live within those means. And for him, I don't think he's going to be able to go back to a 50, 30, 40k lifestyle. He's been living, earning quite a lot of money for quite a long time now. And that's not going to, he's not going to want to go back.
Well, the book thing. He's not. What he's doing is he's laying down the, if you like, the skeleton of the story, and some ghostwriter will be writing the book.
Probably, yeah, that's true. I mean, most of the time. I mean, Katie Price, Jordan, that page 3 girl. She's written like 50 books or something.
No, no, she hasn't.
Exactly.
No.
I don't think this woman could write a birthday card.
No, she hasn't.
I would be amazed if she wrote a little post-it notes to say, "I'll be back."
No,
I've gone shopping.
No.
So how the fuck is this woman written like 50 books? Like 10 autobiographies. Like, okay, and her books seem to sell like crazy. I don't know who is sitting and reading the Katie Price Jordan fucking story here, but it's amazing. It's amazing the business that woman created, like an entire lifetime of being a millionaire, basically. I mean, I remember her from like before all the boob jobs and all the craziness. This is back in page 3 Sun times, which I guess there's about 3 of us on this panel that might be able to remember. I'm not sure.
The page 3 girl, yeah.
Yeah, but what I mean is, it's like, only a few people are old enough to even remember that era. And this woman has lived a millionaire lifestyle since then, since at least the early to mid 90s, late 80s. She's done really well for herself. I'm not gonna, begrudge
she's
her.
reinvented
effort.
herself
Yeah.
loads of times.
And with almost zero talent. Like the only
with
thing she
no
ever had
talent.
was just a pair of tits.
Yeah.
Which wasn't even born with the ones she has. She had to even have them made.
Well, now she's got something else, hasn't she? She's got Harvey, who she can push out in front of the media.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding
No,
me?
I'm not kidding. No.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
And her daughter, Princess, has her own little YouTube channel. Well, it's not little, and there you see Princess dressed up like she's 18 when she's not, if you know what I mean.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
I'm amazed. I'm amazed Jordan hasn't got an OnlyFans account. I bet she does. I haven't checked.
What?
OnlyFans. There's a site called OnlyFans where certain influencers or YouTube famous people, generally celebrities, show off their tits and their arse and stuff for like 10 quid a picture and things like that. I thought you guys knew about OnlyFans. Yeah, it's a semi-porn site. It's not porn like full-on porn, but if you want to see a nude of a particular star or a particular famous person, they'll flog it to you for like 50 quid on.
Yeah, Kerry Katona has got famous again on there, Wendy. But guess what? A fat daughter that she doesn't invest in or doesn't even learn how to sort of like take care of herself is the one taking the photos. It's disgusting.
Her daughter is taking the naked photos of her mum.
Yep.
Holy shit!
Who are you talking about, Chips? I missed it.
Kerry Katona.
Kerry Katona. Yes.
Oh, her. Oh.
Yeah. I saw. I actually had a WhatsApp video sent to me of her naked in the shower. That was not. It wasn't as good as you think. But this is what's happening. This is no wonder these ethno-nationalists are losing their mind. This country is fucking not country. I'll take it back. Western civilization is really messed up right now.
Yeah,
we're in the shits. We have entire generations of mothers and daughters taking naked videos and photos of themselves and posting it for 20 quid a pop. This is not a healthy society when a society goes this way.
Listen, Banksy, when you sit on a panel and you hear a woman on there and her 18-year-old daughter comes on to talk, and a gentleman says, well, I'm using the word gentleman loosely, says to him, oh, do you fancy a threesome? And they both giggle like it's normal behaviour. You've got to ask yourself what's gone wrong with society.
Holy moly.
I would be highly offended someone asked me that. But not just for myself, for my daughter. And I know my daughter would be offended for herself and for me.
That's crazy, man.
To both giggle just shows the standards have gone.
That's what I mean. This is what I'm fearing, man. I did a whole stream about the transgender thing, because it's still in the news with Dave Chappelle and others. But
oh yes, because Ned, Ned, yeah. Ned was on our stream the other night, and he said we've got to review your last stream.
Yeah, but not the. You see, he wants you to review the latter half of the stream.
That's right. That's it.
4 boys on there, and we were just chatting about women and stuff. So yeah, he wants you to review that part, not the beginning part, because the beginning part was he said it was pretty pedestrian. Oh God, everyone is a fucking critic now. Yeah, he was none too, he wasn't particularly impressed with the first half, but I don't know. I don't think he was impressed with the second half. He just wants you guys to tear us a new asshole because we said some.
Yeah, but it's you, Banksy. It was you, Banksy. So when he was talking about it, I thought, well, I'm not shocked.
Exactly.
I haven't even watched it yet. That reminds me, I've got something I can watch.
Yeah, boys will be boys, and we were just talking about dating sort of lives and the modern.
No, you were talking apparently about what women want. Apparently.
Well, yeah, I mean, we were saying, I mean, the nuts in a nutshell, it was we were saying if you take dating advice from a woman, that's the worst possible place to take dating advice from. Because women don't really know what they. But the thing is, women don't know what they want. Number one, but number two, they don't always tell the truth. Like, for example, women always say they want a guy who's got a sense of humor. Oh, I really like a guy who's funny. If that was true, Danny DeVito would be a pussy magnet. But clearly that is not true because he's not. Ricky Gervais will be dripping with women. No, it's not true. In fact, it is far better, if you really think about it, to be Mick Jagger than to be Ricky Gervais. Mick Jagger has probably had more women than most of us have had hot dinners. But Ricky Gervais, as far as I know, he's still with the same woman he was for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
no, I mean,
did find
like
Ned's take on it a bit funny.
I didn't listen to that. I got to listen to that, actually. I'll try and find that. Actually, I was wondering, are you guys, Wendy, you still got your channel, and Jupiter, you still got you? Are you guys just
It was on my other channel, on my channel, that he said, "Oh wait, Wendy and Jupiter, you must do a review of Banksy."
There's an unusual phenomena going around at the moment, Banksy. All of us are being ghosted from each other's channels, so we're not getting notifications, and if we do, we're getting them late. So the show would be sort of like half hour in.
And then you get a notification. Yeah. I mean, lots of my subscribers have been telling me that. I'm talking not just people who are subscribed to my channel, but my personal friends in the real world. They tell me, dude, your show went online. I didn't get any notification, and these guys are like subscribed, the bell's gone, the lot, and they got nothing. This is YouTube. This is channels who are basically been given the scarlet letter of death. What YouTube does is, I heard about this like 2-3 years ago, longer. They mark your channel with a particular letter, and these letters all signify your standing. And if you've been marked with a letter to say, you're politically generally YouTube, not advised by YouTube, you're politically out of sync with YouTube, or your material is not YouTube friendly or children friendly, things like that. If you've been marked with these certain letters that you've been allocated, then you're first of all, you don't get promoted in any other people's videos, like on the side chat. If someone's watching my video, my other videos won't even show up on the side recommended. So there's that. There's also your subscribers don't get notified, even if they have the bell checked and all of that shit. You lose subscribers. Systematically, YouTube unsubscribes people.
Yeah,
from
they
your
unsubscribe,
channel.
and then all of a sudden they arrive back again. I don't get that.
Because YouTube unsubscribes people from your channel. Now, admittedly, there may be a fact that YouTube will go through your systematically go through some maybe old accounts or accounts that have never been used. They just delete the accounts because they've never been logged on to or anything like that or whatever. But you don't lose that many. I mean, I'm a small fry. We're all like small fries because we only have a few thousand subscribers. But people who've got 20, 30, 100,000 subscribers, they notice like suddenly their subscriber count drops by like 10,000 in a month. That's a heavily noticeable thing. If I lose maybe 2 or 3 subscribers a month, I might not even notice. But if you lose 10,000 subscribers, you're gonna notice. So that happens to big YouTubers as well. It's not just us, but what YouTube decided to do was they realized they can't shut us all down because we just open new accounts or we open second channels, and we're like the turd that won't flush. So they can't get rid of us. But what they can do is they can reduce our growth tremendously and reduce our voice, effectively our influence, and so that's what they decided. So what they realized is it's far better to just systematically demoralize the people who are in the wrong thing, and have them just leave off their own accord or stop uploading videos, basically, because they're just like, I'm not getting anywhere. Nobody's, I feel like I'm not doing anything. And by the way, I tested this because I created some other accounts, which they're totally separate from Speaker's Corner stuff, and they're much more kosher, if you like, much more halal
Yeah.
channels when it comes to YouTube stuff. Now with YouTube, my growth is still slow, but I found my growth on TikTok is exponential. It's going insane right now on TikTok. I'm getting some serious, we're talking 30,000 plus views on some of my videos. And they are doing fantastically well. TikTok is at the moment the only place for organic growth. On YouTube, unless you get a big YouTuber or someone to recommend you, this is why, if you notice, all us Speakers Corner YouTubers, we're all around 2,000-3,000. If you notice, we're all hovering in that sort of zone. We don't
Yeah.
seem to
Yeah.
ever get, hardly any of us jumps beyond the 2,000-3,000 sort of numbers, because we basically have the same audience that subscribes to all of us, and we're all stuck in this little bubble, and none of us can seem to break out unless you become like Busker, or Access, Subject Access, where you do other things, other protests, other things, which then breaks you out of that Speaker's Corner bubble. But the rest of
Yeah.
us, with the panel shows and stuff, we're all in that same numbers floating around, because basically the same number of subscribers are going around and round, because we're
Yeah.
recommending each other. People see each other on different panels, so they subscribe to us. But we don't get any more than that. We're basically stuck at these numbers, because we need someone like with 30,000 or 40,000 subscribers to recommend us, and we don't get a shot at any of those guys. I'm desperately trying to get Subject Access to like get on some of his videos. I get on Busker's videos. He's doing really well. But generally, yeah, just the only way you can grow is to be recommended or be on other people's videos who their audience sees you and goes, oh, this guy looks interesting. Let's see what he's on about. That's about it. That's the only way you're going to get, is by word of mouth and recommendations by other YouTubers. Otherwise, YouTube won't lift a finger to help any of us again. We're too political. We're too politically incorrect. We're just outside of what YouTube wants us to do. YouTube wants us to go away, to be perfectly honest with you. YouTube
Yeah.
doesn't really want us around. It's more interested in its corporate channels like the BBC and ITV and Fox News and CNN. It wants those channels to grow. It has no interest in YouTubers like us, because we're just a burden on their ass, to be honest with you. We're not advertiser friendly. We say the wrong things. We recommend the wrong things. We have the wrong politics. We do all the wrong things for them, and the advertisers hate us, and YouTube hates us because their advertisers hate us. so it's like we're absolutely the worst thing for YouTube. If I was the owner of YouTube, I wouldn't want us. Hell, I wouldn't want my channel. My channel is like fucking.
What have you been putting onto TikTok?
Well, no, with TikTok, I'm doing something very different. With TikTok is Chinese. You got to remember, they are incredibly censorious if you talk about politics on TikTok, or the certain type of politics. Now, you can get on TikTok and shit on America and the West all day long, but you say one wrong thing about China, you're out of TikTok immediately. So TikTok has its own particular politics, but for me, I'm not doing anything to do with politics on TikTok. Not with the channel that's doing really well. This is all about just motivational and comedy and just things of that nature. It is not political in any way, and that's where I'm getting a lot of responses and organic growth. But even with YouTube, I'm doing similar material with the YouTube version of that same channel, and but I'm still barely getting anything, because YouTube is saturated with so many people with so many accounts that YouTube doesn't, it's just competition is too severe on YouTube now. It's just crazy. The only thing good about YouTube is if you're already big, you can promote your other social media. So what I'm actually trying to do is I'm trying to get, hopefully, into the tens, if not hundreds of thousands of followers on TikTok, and then I can convert some of them to YouTube. So I'm not interested in growing on YouTube. Actually, I'm more interested now growing on TikTok, and my chances of growing on TikTok are actually, as I said, it's fantastic. I mean, within 3 weeks, I went from 7, or no, actually, I think it was 3 followers to 500 followers. I literally did no promotion, no nothing. I just uploaded videos and just let them do their thing. And I'm hoping within a few weeks I'll hit over 1,000. Now I'll be honest with you, YouTube. Once you get TikTok. Once you get a few tens of thousands of views on your videos, they start to listen to your videos and see what's what. And some of my videos had some swearing in it, so they muted the sound of them. A couple of them have been muted
that's
now.
China for you.
Yeah. So you gotta be very PG as well on TikTok. You can't really swear. But your run of the mill motivational quotes, and you know what I mean, that all that stuff, get up in the morning and breathe the fresh air, and today will be the first year the rest of your life, and all that jerk off bullshit that these motivational guys say. Yeah, do all of that crap and you'll do beautifully. Just watch your latest video on Zubeda.
Yeah, I'm just reading that. Yeah.
Yeah, I uploaded a video not on YouTube because Zubeda would have it struck, but it's on my Odyssey account. And my Odyssey account, I've put some posts on my YouTube channel. Go to my Odyssey account. I've uploaded a beautiful video of Zubeda. All I will say is it is the video that she did not want the world to see, because she accidentally turned on her camera when she was on a debate with Joseph Cohen a week or so ago, and let's say she's not going to win any beauty pageants anytime soon. She had no makeup, hair was shitty, greasy looking. She clearly hadn't showered in days, and I swear I should have posted that for Halloween. I gotta put a children's warning or some kind of parental guidance warning on that video. Children won't get scared. It's horrific. It's horrific. But it is the sweetest piece of clip that I just happened to catch. And the thing is, she took that stream offline. Then she's re-uploaded it with her picture or her video bit masked or blacked out.
Oh, right.
So she thought she got away with it. She thought, oh yes, nobody saw that one, nobody caught that. But I caught it. Like the worst person on the planet to see that clip was me.
I don't know why she keeps trying to debate that Jewish guy. She's never going to win.
Joseph, it's the equivalent of Muhammad Ali fighting an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
That's what Joseph is vastly beyond her. The thing is, Joseph loves to just basically crush her. I mean, he because every time Waleed or Zubaydah come on his channel, he makes the most amount of super chats. People just donate to him like crazy, as he is owning these two little Arab wannabes, and they keep calling themselves Arab. They're not Arab. Egyptians, Moroccans, Lebanese, Libyans, or Algerians. These people are not Arabs. They are their own people, their own race. They were Arabized by the Saudis. The Saudis, Yemenis, Qataris, Emiratis. These are Arabs. These are of the Arab sort of descent. These people are Arabized North Africans, Egyptians, Moroccans, the Berbers. Actually, the Moroccans and the Algerians are mostly Berbers who are now Arabized. Even the Algerians themselves vehemently say, we are not Arabs. There was a guy who was talking to me for like 40 minutes at Speaker's Corner once, saying, I've had my DNA tested. I am not an Arab.
Right, okay.
Dude, okay, fine, you're not an Arab, though. I don't care. I didn't call you a fucking Arab. Yet they hate being called Arabs, and yet this Zubaydah and Waleed kiss Arab ass so hard. They're like, oh, we are Arab. No, you're not Arab. You're Arabized. You're a conquered. This is like an African American calling himself Irish, calling himself a German. You're not. You were Arabized. You were conquered. You're conquered people. This is why Persians, Iranians never call themselves Arabs. They despise being referred to as Arabs because they fought tooth and nail to keep their culture and keep their language, whilst the Arabs, the Arabs were forcing the Iranians to talk Arabic in the streets. They were not allowed to speak Farsi. And by the way, the language isn't even called Farsi. The Arabs named it Farsi. It's Parsi, but Arabs can't pronounce P's. That's why they keep saying Busi. So that's why they changed it to Farsi, and they started to call it Farsi because it's what Arabs can pronounce. The Arabs don't have a P in their language, but it's Parsi, it's Parsian, it's Persian, it's the language that we speak. So yeah, the Iranians killed themselves tooth and nail. People died to keep their culture and keep their language because they didn't want to be Arabized. Unlike the Egyptians and the Algerians, Syrians, Iraqis, all these societies and cultures, they were all Arabized by the Arabs. None of these people spoke Arabic. The Babylonians, the Iraqis, they didn't speak fucking Arabic. They were Persian, actually, at one time. They were part of the Persian Empire. Assyrians, they had their own vast cultures and history, and now they've sold out their past history to some fucking Bedouin in the middle of Saudi Arabia. And this is what sort of upsets me, that these people call themselves Arabs and they sell their own amazing history down the river. Like the Egyptians, their monuments are still to this day as one of the 7 wonders of the world, the pyramids. That is Egyptian history. That you should be proud to be Egyptian. Don't associate yourself with some fucking camel jockey, camel piss drinking Arab in the Middle East. Who cares about those absolute? I mean, the Arabs were the scum of the earth back in the day. Back when empires were running around with the Romans and the Mongols and the Persians. If you look at the map of the ancient empires, none of them went to Saudi Arabia because no one gave a shit about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia was just a shithole desert. No one cared. All the ancient maps, the Romans, the Alexandrians, the Persians, the Mongols, none of them went into the Mecca Medina region. The only empire that gave a shit about the Arabian Mecca and Medina era was the Arab, their own caliphates, the Arab empire, the Islamic empires. They were the only ones. No one else gave a shit about them. Historically, Mecca and Medina are just desert shit. Nobody cares. And now these Egyptians, great civilizations, amazing architects.
Is that the real listener?
Hello.
Is that the real listener?
Hey.
Boo. It is me, yeah. How you doing?
Hey, what's
hi.
up? What's up?
Not too bad, not too bad.
A long time since we've seen you.
Yeah, what makes you come here?
Thought I'd say hello. See how you're
How's
all
it going,
doing?
Lister? You haven't been punched by a right winger in a while. How's things?
Not too bad.
So, are you off to the protest tomorrow night, Lister?
Oh, I don't reveal my plans these days.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
Wise
sorry.
decision.
Okay.
You get an ass whooping if he tells people where he's going.
Oh.
He's going to be wearing an anonymous mask, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, nowadays everyone can mask
I've never
up.
hidden my identity. I don't think I would. If I was going to go down.
Okay.
So how is
You mean-
things,
Are
Lister?
you guys going down?
No.
No, we don't agree with it.
Why not?
Don't agree with it.
What's the
Pointless.
sorry guys? What's the exact protest that's happening tomorrow night?
Well, Anonymous like to do a protest every year.
Oh, Anonymous. Okay.
Yeah, to celebrate the fact that to complain about the fact that Guy Fawkes failed.
Yes,
And,
of course. It's 5th of November.
Yeah,
It's the Many Masks March. Yes, I saw that. Yes.
But apparently Danny Roscoe wants to join up with the extreme left now, which is quite bizarre.
The thing is, believe it or not, the right wingers right now, if you actually look at most of the extreme right wingers, all the list, the Ralph crew, Melissa dropped off. He must have had a connection issue. All of those guys, they're actually looking at. I don't know about the extreme left, but they're looking at Muslims and other collectivist groups like that to try to actually.
I'm back.
increase their numbers in order to actually fight their biggest threat, which is progressivism. But the thing is, the extreme left, it's the shoehorn theory. They basically are all, and the extreme right are basically the same thing at that point.
Yep.
They're all collectivist. They're all dictatorial. They're all fascistic. They all have very similar, tactics and aims at those extreme poles. So that's why they can relate. They can actually relate to each other far more than those in the center. The people they all hate is actually the centrists. They all hate the centrists because the centrists are the ones who can't be swayed on either side of them. They can't be extreme like them, and they're not collectivists either. They're individualists. Most centrists are individualists, especially libertarians. And this is someone actually told me about this. He said the main thing between these two groups is it's not left or the right. That's all bullshit. It's individualism versus groupthink and group ideology. And that's
but
what it is.
A lot of libertarians are easily swayed by they believe that they're entitled to be more free than other people. Take like a lot of billionaires, for instance, would call themselves libertarians, and they go on about freedom and that taxes, fucking theft and that kind of stuff. But they only care about freedom to exploit others by paying them shit wages, like taking like commission off them to use their services, but they don't see that as the same as tax that governments basically charged for like roads and schools and that kind of thing.
Listen, we all know multimillionaires. We all know these millionaires are mostly hypocritical liars. They talk about individualism, but they don't actually work as individuals. Look at the tech moguls. You literally Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, all of these guys work together. Amazon, they all collude together.
Yeah, huge networks.
Exactly. These people are not actually individualists. Don't listen to what people say. Look what they do. That's what actually what they do speaks volumes. Don't forget about what comes out of their mouth. Most people just talk shit. What are they doing? And what they do is they act like collectivists. They don't act like libertarians. They act like socialists.
Who do?
These so-called millionaires and billionaires. Yes.
Act like socialists. For themselves, socialists for
exactly
themselves,
for themselves within their own bubble, not socialists for the general public, but they still act in a socialist manner internally.
And they wrap that up in a libertarian bubble as if to be like, we're free to do this, which gives them which then kind of gives everybody else the kind of belief that everybody can become a millionaire, and if only they were free enough to do so, and they just use that kind
everyone can become a millionaire if they want to work hard. But being a millionaire is not that unachievable anymore. Not in this country.
It's not impossible, but it will take a shitload of work. There's a guy on TikTok actually. He says making your first million is the hardest thing you'll ever do. Making your second million is one of the easiest thing you'll ever do, because the first million, to make your first million, the person you have to become to make that first million is the hardest thing, because the hardest thing is to become the person that you need to be to make that million. The kind of work ethic, the kind of mentality you need to have to make that first million. But once you've done that, once you've become that person, your second million will be a piece of cake in comparison.
Right. Hold on. I need to talk to the chat a minute. So, Wendy and Jupiter, there's loads of videos of you both saying the M word going around on Telegram. Me, I don't really give a fuck. Because when I actually said it, there was 3 occasions. I know the exact 3 occasions, and I can talk about those 3 occasions. So the first occasion, I was called an N lover because my husband's African, and I said, yes, I'm an N lover, so what? That was clipped to make it look like I was being racist, when in fact it wasn't. It was being obstinate and defending my position. The second time, someone said that only black people are allowed to use the M word. And I said, that's English, it shouldn't be in the English language. And they said, well, I'm telling you, you're not allowed to say the M word. So I said it 10 times, not directed at anybody. I just said it to prove a point that I could say it if I chose to. It's just that I choose not to because I have more respect for people. That got taken out of context. And the third time, I was actually on an American channel where they use the word Nigga, not ER, to everybody, whether they're white or black. And a white avatar, picture of a white avatar speaking in a white voice, actually called me the word because I was sticking up for a black lady. And I said, who are you calling the Nigga? You are an Nigga. At which point that they clipped that and made it look like I was being racist to somebody. But if you actually watch the whole video, you will see that it wasn't to a black woman, it was to a white woman, which is totally fucking ridiculous because I'm white as well. So let them get on with
I've not heard any of these instances, but do you not think that these people might be intentionally trying to bait you into doing this so then they can use these clips against you?
Yeah, this is exactly what I said to the
I don't
girls.
care. They can use the clips against me. It's not like they've not been used for the last 4 years.
Well, yeah,
No,
exactly.
but,
I mean, this is the other thing is,
why bother,
to be honest,
getting
Jupiter.
dragged in?
Yeah, but the thing is, at this point, Jupiter and Wendy, you both should just simply say it's within context. If you get messages like this sent at your orders, it's within context. If you don't know the context, I don't give a shit. Fuck off.
Exactly. You go away. Past Karen.
Yeah, that's it, really.
If that's what they think makes a racist, then they're very much deceived.
Oh, yeah.
But, imagine, so they do the similar things to me. So, like, Banksy will remember that conversation that he jumped in on.
With Phil,
they try and bait me into conversations.
Yeah, I remember that.
Those types. Yeah, I got baited under that cartoon situation.
And imagine how ridiculous that it would sound if I had continuously had these conversations. Eventually I'm going to say things that they'll be able to clip, but so I just end the conversation. I just don't have the conversation, especially with dishonest actors, because it's just more hassle than it's worth. If people aren't going to use your words honestly and they're going to bait you into certain things that sound contentious, it's like why bother engaging with those people?
Well, this is exactly it. I said I just own that scene now. I'm like, yeah, I said it. It's within context. If you don't know the context, I don't give a shit. It is what it is. I said it. What now?
Have you noticed that they come after me a lot more when you said a lot worse than me?
I've said a lot of things a lot worse than you, and I still don't give a fuck. I'll still own all the shit that I said. There are still people out there who's still trying to somehow label me racist in some form or fashion because I've said things like, when people,
you did just go on
black
a big
people
long
race
rant
bait
about Arabs.
Yes, all right.
I did. I absolutely did. I fucking there's a whole host of shit about Arabs that I despise.
Oh, come on, mister. Stop making everything bloody racist.
Yeah. No. I mean, that for me, that historical basis for the Arabs, I don't apologize 1 second. It is a historically based 1,000-year hatred between our people, and it is what it is. I don't fucking apologize for it, because the thing is, I've got. I mean, when I go out, my friends, it's like the OPEC nations. I've got Palestinian, Syrian, Iraqi, Kurdish. Like the friends that I go out with are 90% Arabized. But to be honest with you, I only ever went out with one guy from Dubai who was actually Arab Emirates. He's the only actual Arab.
Sorry, I need to interject again. Dave Smeeds, this is the last time I'm going to reply to your comment because this is getting boring now. But so you say Wendy says in one to a black man to get back to the field, is that doctors as well, Jupiter? Yes, because she was actually reiterating what that black man had said to another black man earlier in the day.
Mm-hmm. And all of it's from the same stream.
Yeah.
It's not different streams. It's from the same stream. So you go and find the stream and go and find the context, and I think you'll understand it. Yeah.
Well, exactly.
Other than that, if you don't want to, don't comment on it.
The thing is, you see what they want, what this guy Dace me or whatever he wants from you guys is this moment of like, oh my god, oh I'm so sorry, oh I didn't mean it, no, these ladies don't give a shit.
No,
you don't seem to realize they've been dragged over the coals for this shit. Wendy was dragged over the coals for like 3 months, I think, or maybe longer. I don't know, but it was several months.
Yeah.
Just like constantly on every stream, she's a racist. She's a racist. She's a racist. It's done. It's done. No one gives a fuck what you dickwads are talking about over in Telegram. This shit was done on fucking YouTube for like months on end.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah.
So I hear you guys are a bit upset with Tommy Robinson these days. Why is that?
News travels fast, doesn't it? I don't particularly like the way he behaves, and I don't like his grifting and saying he's got no money and he wants people to pay for his court costs while he goes to the Mediterranean with his German mate. You know, sunning himself in the sun. Sorry, no, not anymore.
So, basically, we believe that he's changed his position from where he stands, and we stand where we stood is somewhere different to where he stands.
So
and no matter how much they try and make us out to be racist, we're not racist.
So how's Tommy changed his position?
Well, he's got people around him, Jack Dawkins and another fella that I would consider to be extreme. He hasn't. When he was asked by people across the movement to explain his closeness to these people and was he in line with them on their views, he refused to do so. In fact, what he did was actually take the mick out of the people that was asking the questions. That was the first sign. Then in his recent Hearts of Oak video, if you go and listen to it, you'll hear for yourself. You know.
The thing about, do you know, one of my videos when I went to Nottingham, I was harassed because I managed to film Jack Dawkins. I saw him and I thought I'd follow him through the crowd, and then Based Welshman came up and attacked me. Like with his like dog and his like cronies.
Yeah.
Like, is this a kind of like endorsement of me now for like all this time that I was trying to tell you guys?
No,
hey, Tommy
it's
Robinson's
not.
really
Stop
right.
making it about you.
No, Lister. This is nothing to do with you, Lister. Nothing to do with what you've said, Lister. Certainly not an endorsement of anything you've said, Lister.
But I was right there, wasn't
I? About what?
If it wasn't for me, like 3 years ago, going to Tommy Robinson protests to try and
nothing that we've said has anything to do with you going to a Tommy Robinson protest. No,
but like I was saying all the things that,
and I believe Tommy's move is more.
We all argued about.
No, but I believe it's more opportunistic than actually what he believes, and I think.
But he was with Jack Dawkins for years.
I think it shows he's got no principles.
But I already knew that. I could have told you that 3, 4 years. I could have told you that 10 years ago.
Well, how would you know, though?
Because I saw what you're seeing now.
Yeah, Lister is saying that Tommy was always like this, whilst I am personally under the impression that he became like this. He wasn't like this. But Lister is convinced that he was always this kind of a grifter. He never had any principles, and he was always doing this. And Lister was pointing it out, whilst everyone else was ignoring him. So he's claiming he was ahead of the curve. I don't know. I mean, I think that circumstances have forced Tommy to become this way, and he should have quit while he was ahead, back when he just got out of prison, maybe, or even before that even. But nevertheless, yeah, he is where he is now, and yeah, a lot of people are now critiquing him. Now, I don't know whether he was always like this, as Lister predicts, or whether he became like this. I think circumstances forced him into this sort of a type of a position, and he started off with his heart in the right place, especially in those early days of the EDL.
I think so too. Yeah.
That's the benefit of the doubt that I'm giving Tommy, but of course, I don't think Lister, you would give him that, would you?
So
His heart was in the right place with the EDL.
Yeah, that's me is saying Jack Dawkins was in the BNP in 2008.
I don't know.
Neither do I.
It wouldn't surprise me though. But what I will say to is this, Lister. I believe that when Tommy done his Oxford Union address, that everything he said in that Oxford Union address was true. He had the evidence to prove it. And therefore, I believe that he was working from the heart at that point. Did he continue to work from the heart? I think up to a point, but then he became too central focused. He instead of worrying about what was affecting the community, he started to make it more of a movement about his own personal agendas. Number one. Number two, he's changed his position and seems to be falling in line with the extreme nationalists on the white agenda, which is something that he spoke out against with Charlie Smalls. But
that's not true, because
but not long after seemed to be falling in line with it, and I don't agree with that.
He's always been like that. If you look at my if you go and see my non-comprehensive review of Tommy Robinson's bigotry and incitements, you can see that he is he's anti anything but white. He calls out everybody.
No, so I would disagree with that.
Don't agree with that one. Sorry.
No, but you're denying the evidence.
He's gone from a position of calling out Islamic scripture and saying it's not Muslims, it's Islamic scripture, to saying that Muslims always treat him really, really well, and basically Black Lives Matter people, essentially black people, covertly, are the enemy. And I'm not standing for that.
But yeah, I mean, yes and no. He's still he's saying that Muslims are nice individually to him. He's still going on about how there's an invasion and this type of thing, and to the point where 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago, he was walking through London and he was saying you can visibly see this isn't a English city anymore. It's what the hell does that mean?
He would be that's truthful, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not, because every single city is in the world is metropolitan. It's multicultural, because cities are where people go to go on holidays, and you'll find that London is just like every other capital city. So it's a global phenomenon.
So just because all cities are more
diverse than outside capital cities are more diverse.
Just
than
because
otherwise.
all major cities are metropolitan doesn't mean that it negates the fact that our city is not English. I mean, it's British. It's predominantly British, but it's not English. It's not English.
So what about our football team then? Is that English by looking at it?
Not according to me, no.
So then you're in the same place as Tommy Robinson,
yes,
aren't you?
I would say yes, but only because they have an admixture in their heritage. So I would say that they would be mixed raced, basically mixed raced English, and not 100% English.
I mean, it depends on the individual.
So to be in the English football team, you have to have a grandparent that's English.
Yeah. So
right.
And I imagine a lot of people
aren't they? So they're mixed ethnicity. They're not.
But I imagine a lot of people in London that Tommy Robinson is claiming aren't visibly English are just like the people who play for England, and they are visibly
Mixed race.
English.
So they
No.
would be mixed raced English. They wouldn't be 100% English ethnicity.
But what
And
you're
that's
saying,
my biggest question: is why is there people who are obviously not English playing in the England team? So not everyone thinks,
So Wendy, who's not English playing for the English team?
I don't need to spell it out. I don't need to repeat, what stares you in the face whenever they come out that tunnel.
They're saying
so
Raheem
Wendy, what
Sterling
you're saying
plays
is you
for
have to be
England and
white to be English.
Hold on. They're saying in the
which
audience,
I
they're
believe
saying Raheem
is
Sterling
racist.
was born in Jamaica.
Look, Lister, you idiot, right? As far as I'm concerned, and you'll never change me, right? To be English, not British, English, you have to be white.
Yeah, to be 100% English, you have to be
white. Wait a minute, and he also said, you just said, and me saying that you've got to be white to be English is racist. Why is that racist?
We just come to the conclusion that you can have a grandparent who's English.
No, you can be
and play for the English football team.
But you wouldn't. Hold on, this is where you get it confused. You can be mixed race English, but you can't be 100% English. A full-bodied English person is white, unfortunately.
Exactly.
So what if you had?
And what's racist about saying that?
So what if you had?
What's racist about saying to be English you have to be white?
Because you're agreeing with people like from Patriotic Alternative. That's what Mark.
No, they're saying they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't.
There's a difference. What's the difference?
They claim even to be British you have to be white.
Yes. Yeah.
British.
Yeah, they say you have to be either white, either English, Scottish, Irish or Welsh.
Yeah.
That's the only way you can actually be British. Everyone outside of those races or those racial demographics are not considered British.
They also say that mixed race children, even if they've got English blood flowing through their veins, can't say that they're mixed race English, which is what I disagree with as well. And also, they want to segregate. We don't want to segregate. There is nothing wrong with saying that English people, full English people, are white. There's nothing wrong with saying that.
So if a Nigerian was to say to me, yeah, all Nigerians are black, I might just say to him, well, that's racist.
I mean,
all Chinese are.
If you went to Nigeria, I believe probably 99% of them are like. I imagine it's very rare that you would find a white Nigerian.
If I say to a Nigerian if a Nigerian says to me, to be Nigerian, you have to be black. What can I say to that Nigerian? Well, that's racist.
I mean, hold on. I bet that I know for sure that there are, because I know people who are not black that come.
Yeah, you're
from
mixing
Africa.
up nationalism.
I'm not fucking with
it.
Actually, in Nigeria,
you're coming up with a hypothetical.
Your ethnicity would not be Nigerian. That's your nationality, a bit like British.
Exactly.
Your ethnicity would be the tribe that you're from.
Okay, so explain. So, what do you have to be white to be Welsh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or do you have to be white to be Scottish?
Yeah.
Scotland
is 97% white.
Do you have to be white to be Irish?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how can you
ethnically
then allow
not nationality? You can have a Scottish national. Well, you have a British nationalism.
So listen. So how can those four countries make up the British Isles? So how can you have someone who is black British if they don't? If you're saying that all those four countries are made up of white
because
people.
they're black citizens, you idiots.
Yeah.
They're British citizens.
But
And because they have
they're not
birthright.
English, or they're not
Well, they're
Scottish
not
or
Welsh or
Welsh or
Scottish.
Irish.
Yeah.
So why do you have to distinguish between, like, if
Because I
I'm
do.
saying,
Because
hold on,
I like being English. Okay.
no,
But the
And
thing
I
is,
am not
Lister,
having you
Lister,
calling me
you wouldn't.
fucking racist for
Yeah,
it.
but
hold
Lister,
on,
you
no,
wouldn't
no,
have that
listen,
debate with a
no,
Japanese person.
listen,
Why
because
would a Japanese person? What would you consider a Korean who has a Japanese passport to be Japanese?
so Haiku Ku is
Half Chinese.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
he's
he
half
doesn't look
Chinese.
he doesn't look visibly Chinese, does he?
Who cares what he looks like?
No,
I wouldn't have been able to tell that he was Chinese if it wasn't.
Yeah,
But he's not
he's
Chinese. He's
mixed
half
race English.
Chinese.
So he's mixed race English. Look,
Yeah.
ethnicity and nationality are not the same thing. And the rights come from your nationality.
But he's still a British citizen. He's still a British national.
So why, when I talk about people being English, and that can mean two things. It can mean a British or English citizen, or
no, it can mean
No,
you're
it can't be an
English.
English citizen. You can be a British citizen. You can be an English
Your
ethnic
rights come
national.
through your Britishness, not through your ethnicity. Your ethnicity is something that's just in your blood and your makeup, and you should be allowed to say what your ethnicity is if it's not apparent.
But there's
Just like everyone else is allowed, but if you're English, you're not allowed. If you're English, you're not allowed to say you're English, or it makes you into a racist. Yeah.
There's a lot. No, you're discounting the long line of immigrants that have come to here and had children, and them children have had children.
I really don't care about them.
Children that aren't white.
They're British. They're British. They're British.
English,
They're British.
people who identify as English people.
Lister, will you listen? They are British. Banksy is British.
Exactly, but I'm not English.
So
I'll never be English.
How do you get non-white people then playing for the English football team?
I really don't
that's
know.
because they allowed it.
Explain to you because they have English blood running through their veins because they're mixed race English.
But Wendy Wu doesn't believe so because she's saying that they shouldn't be allowed.
But they'd be considered mixed race English. But I mean that's that's a
why
personal
isn't
thing.
that a bit racist to say that even people who are their nationality is English, regardless of what color they are, their nationality or what ethnicity.
No, their ethnicity is not English.
And Wendy Wu's saying,
they're playing for the England team. Don't you see how ironic it all is? Yeah.
No, I see the irony is the fact that the idea that you see this as not being a racist idea.
It's not racist.
But the thing is,
sorry,
listen. I mean, you can say it. You can try to define it in this way. But look, I'll give you an example of my homeland, Iran. Iranians are Iranians.
Hold on,
most people consider them as Iranians.
So,
but let me just tell you, because Iran has been this way for several thousand years, and Britain has been ethnically homogenous for a very long time until very recent.
Wendy? Because
no, I'm not defending
Wendy here. So why?
No, it's not. I'm not defending her. I'm actually agreeing with the fact that English people are white people. That's their ethnicity. That's their ethnic makeup.
You're agreeing with
Iranians. But what I can tell you is Iranians are not ethnically homogenous. Iranians have been a mixed society for a very long time. Iranians are Turks. Iranians are Baluch. Iranians are Kurd. Iranians are Persians. There is a mixture of ethnicities within the nation of Iran. Iran is very similar to this British thing that you're talking about. Outside of Iran, we all consider each other Iranian, but within Iran, there are different ethnicities, and they separate and they congregate in their own groups sometimes, and they don't always intermix with everyone else. We know there's a Persian Iranian, we know there's Arab Iranians, we know that there are Baluch and Kurdish Iranians and Turkish Iranians.
Would you say that only I'm quoting here, air quoting behind my mic here, but only pure Iranians are allowed to play for the like football team.
No, because as I said, we don't just say Persians. Only the Persians can play for the Iranian football team, because Iran is an amalgamation of all of these ethnicities, and it has been for several hundreds of years, and so it is too ingrained now, and so we just blanket call everyone Iranian, even though we know there are Iranians who don't even speak Farsi; they speak only Turkish.
Listen, I don't agree with Wendy on that, but it doesn't mean that we have to castigate her. If that's what she believes, that's what she believes.
I'm not trying to castigate her, but I'm trying to like, we've got to accept that is prejudiced.
I don't.
You can't
Sorry.
just wrap it up.
You're not going to say I'm prejudiced. Sorry. No.
To her, it makes rational sense, because she believes that, and it's just a fact, that to be 100% pure English, you have to be white, and they are an English team. Whereas I believe anybody that carries English blood is permitted. So I believe that mixed race English should be permitted, which is what these people are, because they can trace back their heritage to their grandparent who was English.
But then if we get back to the initial point, then why is Wendy upset with Tommy if that's what Tommy believes now as well?
But it's got more. Wait.
Because that's
the
what
reason
we're
I'm
about.
upset
That's
with Tommy Robinson. The colour thing barely comes into it.
Oh, so you actually agree with him on
that? Well, hang on. I haven't heard Tommy Robinson talk about the England football team.
No, but he has talked about London.
You said I agree with him on that. So you're trying to say I've never heard him talk about the English football team.
But if you use the football team as an analogy,
have you got so much white hatred inside you of yourself that you just can't admit to being white, Lister, and English, Lister?
No, I've never denied my whiteness.
Well,
I think you do. Yeah, I think you do.
What is it that bothers you? Okay, list up. Explain to me what it is that bothers you. What it is that upsets you.
It's sugarcoating over what isn't racism.
So you think that admitting that there's difference in ethnicity is being racist?
What specifically I would think is racist in this example that we're talking about is if Wendy had the choice, she would not allow black people on the English football team, which is discrimination, which is racism.
Sorry, you're not calling me racist over that. No,
there's no other word for it, because if you were the manager of the England football team, I imagine you would not pick any non-white people, which then would be deemed discrimination, as in. But
why? Why would it be? Why would it be?
Because there are English people.
So they now make movies. They now make movies, because I watched one today. Right, and it was so stupid, it was unbelievable. Where every person in it was black. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write to Warner Brothers and I'm going to say I find that being racist.
what
that is racist, but what I will, it is racist actually, Wendy. And what I will say is this.
Okay, so it's racist to have a movie that only has black people in.
You let me
Surely
finish.
then it must be racist.
Well, if you let me finish, you might get the answer that you want, you silly man. So I would say, yes, it is discrimination, because I would say that my children, my mixed race children, have got every right to uphold their white blood and to be proud of their white connections as they have their black ones. And so I would disagree with Wendy. However, I can see from her point of view what she's saying. She's saying that she thinks that they should be 100% of the ethnicity.
Yeah.
But then where did mixed race people go then? Then where the mixed race?
But I don't really
they
care,
come from?
Lister.
But that doesn't mean that she hates black people. That's just
No,
being
not at
stupid.
all. No.
No, she just doesn't care about them, like she just said.
No, when it comes to the England football team, I don't care.
Exactly.
England
Lister.
means England, yeah? To be
Lister,
English, you've got to be white.
The North Korean football team, how much of that is ethnically diverse?
Why
exactly.
do you want to be like North Korea?
No.
They're only allowed
wondering.
12 haircuts as well. So they're not even very diverse with their haircuts.
So
Do you want
Dave
to be like
says,
that
what is
fancy?
white blood? What I mean by that is the term that I use to describe my DNA that's gone into my children, my mixed race children.
But if you needed a blood transfusion, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter what color the skin it's come out of.
I think you'll find that
just-
it does.
it just matters what.
I think
blood
you'll
group
find
they
that
are.
it does.
It just matters what blood group they are.
Oh, no. There's many different things. What is that thing? That there's a certain disease that people of colour get, black people get. What is it?
Sickle cell.
Sickle cell. So they'd have to be scanned for that because they don't want to be putting that into other people's bodies, right? So, Lister, that just goes to show you're a fucking idiot and you don't know what you're talking about. And if I want to say that the football team for England should be all white, yeah, I will. And it doesn't make me into a racist.
You can say whatever you want, Wendy. I'm not stopping. I'm not trying to prevent you.
You
from
just
saying
hate
anything.
yourself for being white.
No, I don't hate myself.
You are full of white hatred. That's what you are.
White guilt,
No.
man. White guilt.
Yeah, that's it. White
Hold
guilt.
on.
Yeah.
Everybody agrees with me here that you're in the wrong here, Wendy.
I didn't say.
Wait a minute. Wait. Hang on, Jupiter, hang on. I don't care if everyone thinks I'm wrong, because all we're talking about is a football team, right? So I really don't care, Lister.
But I don't think. Hold on though, because we have to clear this up. I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm saying her point of view is different to mine. That doesn't mean that I'm right and she's wrong, or she's right and I'm wrong. It's just a difference of opinion. The difference is she's not enforcing it, is she? And the majority of people don't actually agree with that position of hers. There are some that do, but not the majority. And at the end of the day, she has to put up with it the way it is, but she has the right to ask why. Why can't you understand that?
Let's remember, you're trying to talk logic to a man who thinks you can just give people any old blood from any old person. It shouldn't be scanned for any disease. Yeah, because that's what you said.
No, I know that.
Yeah. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
What are you saying that?
Well, you didn't exactly mention the sickle cell issue, though.
No, he didn't. No.
What, so
and
are
also,
you saying that
the Jews have certain issues as well?
Exactly.
Which is
are you saying that?
Ashkenazis.
Are you saying that
people do?
Yeah. Are you saying that blood from
so you think then? Wait a minute.
The body of another race.
Do you think?
Oh no. But there are different races who have particular issues which.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and if that happened,
but of course. Yeah, but of course, I mean, it's not like you can't put a blood of a person from Africa into someone from Europe. It's just that there are certain things you do have to check for.
Yeah, it'll have to be scanned for sickle cell, and God knows what else. Yeah,
there's some white people that can't have the blood of another white person because it's not. The same blood group.
We do know this.
We know that.
But they can accept.
Yeah, because of rhesus negative and rhesus positive for a start, and then you've got A, B, and fucking AB.
Let me shut this down about the England thing,
down
right?
a ridiculous road here. We all know you can't just take blood from anyone.
No, you can't.
You can't just take blood from anyone, but you can take
Lister,
blood
let me just put you right on something here, Lister. I wouldn't have a Frenchman or a Polish person, yeah, or a German person, half German, half Polish, half bloody French, playing in the England football team.
What
neither.
if they were half German, half English?
No, they're not. They're not English, are they?
So then they can't
That's
play on
where
any
I would
football team.
disagree with Wendy again. So if it was somebody that was half English, and they're white half English, I would say that they have a right through their blood tie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
you just banned
mixed race
Jupiter's kids
people
from.
fall into this particular gap.
Well,
But
just like it's
for
just
the
great that he
majority, they
cares so
don't.
much about
Let's put it this
football.
way. Let's put it this way. No matter what, whether you disagree or agree with mixed race people playing for the England team, I can tell you 100%. Raheem Sterling is not English. Neither is Majid Nawaz. Neither am
No.
I. And a million other people, David Lammy, and these people are not English, no matter what you might think they are.
So this is where I would agree with Wendy. You can't have a full-blooded black man that's saying that they're English and at the same time saying Black Power, Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is the area where I tend to agree with Wendy. Why have we got a whole football team of pure blacks? Yeah. Not mixed.
I think you're classifying them as black is ridiculous. I've already told you where I stand on this because it's bloody ridiculous.
We should tell Lister down.
Well, it's my position has always been this, and this is where it comes. If people are English by descent in terms of, I do more like this because I don't do all the colour nonsense because it's the colours in terms of etymologically using proper like dictionaries. The colours in terms of adjectives are incorrect anyway. I classify it based on what's called jus soli and what's called jus sanguinis, which is the proper way to do it if you've been competent. So if you're English in terms of jus sanguinis, which is your heritage going back generations through grandparents, through great-grandparents, 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 so we're talking like hundreds and hundreds of years, then you can be English by descent, which is jus sanguinis.
Yeah.
Right? So that's English by bloodline. That's the way it's supposed to do it. Now you've got people who play for England, for instance, Raheem Sterling. Now his bloodline or his heritage is actually, I think it's Jamaican. So his grandparents, great grandparents, probably great grandparents before came to a Jamaican. But he, due to obviously people coming to this country with the Windrush, for instance, like my dad did, meant that he was born here. That's called jus soli. So although his heritage,
they're saying he was born in
wait, because you lot have been speaking and I had a chance to speak, so I'll speak. So let me finish. So he was born here.
He wasn't. He was born in Jamaica.
I think he was actually born here, but his grandparents and his parents were born in Jamaica, right? So I think he was actually born here. I think in 94, I think he was actually born here, or he may have came here when he was young, but we'll have to check that in 100%. But if he's born here, he's not ethnically, in terms of his heritage, he's not English like that, because obviously that's jus soli. It's not jus sanguinis, because obviously his heritage would be Jamaican due to his grandparents and his great-grandparents, his own grandparents being Jamaican. And that's my issue is I could play for England, for instance, because I was born here, but and that's what's called jus soli, which means you're a British citizen. But my heritage is actually St. Kittian, and my dad's from St. Kitts, and his granddad and my grandparents are from St. Kitts. So in terms of my heritage, I'm actually St. Kittian, not English, right? But I could play for England because I was born here, but my family are not from here. That's the difference. So you've got jus soli, which is right of soil, which is where you're born, and then you've got jus sanguinis, which is bloodline. Jus sanguinis is the proper one because it's your heritage going back generations, whereas jus soli is the place where you're born. That's the difference between the two of them, and that's based on factual evidence, and I'll prove it, and I've got the evidence, and I've already shared that with you, Jupiter, and I've given you the evidence also then I've explained the difference between the two. So one of them's by bloodline, which is jus sanguinis, which is your grandparents going back generations, and then one is jus soli with the place where you're born. And that's the difference between the two of them. So one is a heritage claim and one is a claim by where you were born. That's the difference between the two. So somebody cannot be English, fully English, if they've not got grandparents going back generations, but they can play for England based on jus soli because they were born here. But they're not heritagely wise, they're not English by just. They could never have a they could have a jus soli claim, but they can't have a jus sanguinis claim. And jus sanguinis claim is like the the one that goes back heritage-wise. So that's a stronger claim. That's what you're saying. I agree with you. So that's the difference between the two. One is going back generations, which is a bloodline claim, which cannot be denied. And the other one is Jusolu, which is right of soil, which is where you're born. That's the difference between the two. So one's heritage, which is the most powerfulest one, and the other one is where you're born. That's the difference between the two of them. There you go.
And what gets me is that when someone is called English when they are, and then someone says they're not, then you're just denying the fact that he is from what has just been described.
So let's start. If you get a full-blooded black man that's born in England, right, and they want to call themselves English, I personally don't get offended, because I think, well, if you're born here and you're raised in the culture and you've not known nothing else, then for me, I think it breaks down into three things. Are you of the culture? Was you born here? And do you have the bloodline? Now, if you have the bloodline and you were born here, or you have the bloodline and you have the culture, yeah, or you have the birthright and the culture, then if you've got 2 out of the 3, you can legitimately say that you are English. But that doesn't mean you can say you're ethnically English.
But I never said that they were. Like when I call people English, and like, I'm not saying that they are ethnically, like, but we've got to, like, there is a double meaning, isn't it?
Yeah, but exactly.
So
When Wendy says they're not English, she means they're not ethnically English.
Yeah, they've not got.
So she's not subscribing to that.
No, but she's right, because they're not. For instance, I've just checked Raheem Sterling. He was born in Jamaica. He actually was born in Jamaica, and he came over here when he was younger because he's got family connections. So he, for me, although he plays for England, he actually should play for Jamaica, because national-wise, because he was originally born in Jamaica and his heritage is Jamaican. But he can play here because somebody in his family somewhere has got connections to this country. But that's just, it's still with Jusolu. It can never be just sanguinis. It cannot be a heritage claim. So what Wendy's saying is, if we're going to have people play for England, they need to be born here and have a just sanguinis claim going back generations. That's what Wendy's saying. I agree with you. That does make sense. Rather than
but Wendy's going further than that. Wendy's going further than that and saying that she.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Because she's saying people who've been here for generations, they would have a birthright claim through just sanguinis. That's what she's saying.
Okay, so
and that's going back generations.
So can non-white people play for England, Wendy, if they have a claim that goes back generations?
Yeah.
So you've just.
But if they've just arrived in this country in 1960 or 1980 or whenever the hell that, no, I'm sorry, no.
See, that's where I agree with Wendy. So Raheem Sterling, like Del said, shouldn't be in the football team.
Okay,
He wasn't 2 out of the 3. He wasn't born here, right? He might have the culture, but he wasn't born here.
No,
and he doesn't have the bloodline, which is the 2 important ones.
So there's there's plenty of people in the English football team who were born here and are non-white, and we were talking about the fact that there are non-white people on the football team. We weren't talking about this. Where were they born?
Well, I was
specifically.
If they're born here and raised in, if they're born here and they're raised in the culture, then it's not really that offensive for them to say they're English. But they can't say that they are ethnically English, because they would need to be 100%. What they can say is that they have a bloodline connection, which would make them technically not black, but they might look black, but actually technically they're mixed race English.
Okay, so
they've got a claim through which one of some parents somewhere down the line. I get that, and they would have to be indigenously English in terms of like they've been here for generations. That's the key thing. Is that's what you've got to differentiate every time in this. You've got to do that.
So now that it's getting late and Wendy's changed the goalposts from what she said before,
no, I haven't changed anything.
You said that you've just gone from, like, I'm just going to say.
Do you think this is the first time I've had this conversation?
No. You've gone from that pretty much the English football team should be all white to now they can have non-white.
Okay, so I'm not going to say anything to Jupiter. I'm not going to say nothing to Jupiter. Wait a minute, Lister. So you can get the gist of how I think.
You can have the final say. Wendy,
no.
I'm going.
Jupiter. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, love. But your two youngest children. Do I think your two youngest children are English, love?
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Thank you. So you see, Lister, you need to stop imagining that there's racists around every bush.
So would you allow Jupiter's children playing for England? You'd be quite happy with that?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, so
because
so that's completely different from what you were saying at the start.
No, it's your understanding of what she was saying.
Exactly.
No,
Exactly.
because we were talking about how Tommy Robinson.
What she was saying is people like Raheem Sterling, who are pure black, don't have any connection.
Let me tell you how the conversation progressed. We were talking about how the London, how Tommy Robinson was describing as he was walking through London that it's not an English city anymore. You can just see that it's not.
It's not.
And so you're pretending that you can deduce someone's Englishness by looking at them, and then that we compared that to the football team and saying that. And then everyone agreed with me that you don't have to be white to play for the England football team. So
how do you know that's what Tommy meant? Skin color.
How
do you know it wasn't on culture?
Now we've gone from that to Wendy saying that everybody had to be white to be English to play for the football team. To
what
now
makes you think
kids can
that
play
what
for the
he
English
was
football
saying?
Team. So, like I say, now that the goalposts have changed and it's getting late, I don't want to shout late into the night. I'm going to go, but thanks for having me on. It's been fun.
Yeah. See, it's nice to see you haven't changed, Lister. You haven't changed one bit.
You haven't made any point at all. Actually, you made yourself a bit of an arse. Because how do you know what he was talking about was skin color and not culture?
I'm not getting into this at this time of night. It's been
fun.
You
shouldn't have bloody started it then, should you?
We started ages ago, and then you changed the goalpost, and I
haven't changed anything.
Carry on this conversation.
You seem to think this is the first time I've had this conversation.
No, I never said that.
You think it's the first time I've had this conversation?
No, bye.
It's not. Fun. It's not. Yeah, it's been great. Fuck off.
Yeah, he's ridiculous. We've had this debate multiple times, and I've got to agree with you on this. Right, people who are English by and this is why the people keep using this racist nonsense, and it's ridiculous. But they don't use the facts of how things are classified, and this is done all over the world internationally, and it's been recognized that if somebody has a claim to play for instance, if they want to play for England, if they're not born in this country, they can't play for the country if they're not born here. They shouldn't be playing for England.
That's right.
It's not about colour. Forget use because that's an adjective. It's inappropriate.
Well, because I'd say it about a Polish person or a German person.
Exactly. It's not done in the proper way because you have to talk about nationality. There's only two ways they deal with nationality. One is jus soli, which is called right of soil, which I've mentioned. I'm using the proper terminology here. And then you've got jus sanguinis. Jus soli is where you're born. Okay, which for instance, I was born here, right? So I could play for this country because I was born here, but I am not originally or indigenously jus sanguinis English. I can't be that because my dad and my granddad and my granddad's mum, they're from St. Kitts. So my heritage and my bloodline or my jus sanguinis claim would be St. Kittian. Now, I'm born here, so I could play, but that's a jus soli. But that's still never as strong as a bloodline claim like jus sanguinis. That's the difference between the two of them. And I've read that very distinctly. So, for instance, your children, for instance, would have a jus sanguinis claim to be English and play for England. That would be a stronger claim than mine, which would be a jus soli claim, because mine would be based on me being born here. But I would not have the generational claim like your children would do going back. So your children's
But
claim will
Del,
be a just
my
sanguinis, whereas
kids
mine will be
wouldn't
just
want to
solely.
take away from Wendy her 100% authenticity because they would want to hold on to their African blood as well.
Yeah, the trouble is with Lister, anyone who's white is a racist, as simple as that.
Yeah, no, they're not.
They're not. And that's why I don't do all the colour nonsense, because it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You're not. But my point is, your children, Jupiter, due to their mum, meaning you, have
That's
a claim
right.
because they've got a bloodline claim, because you yourself have got a claim just sanguinis going back generations and generations.
Yes.
So your children have that right because of their mother, which again is bloodline. That's the difference. So they do have a bloodline claim, but it's not as strong as, say, like for instance, if Hector was fully English, you were fully English, then there'd be a full just sanguinis claim. Whereas your children have a mixed heritage because of their dad. That's the difference. And so that's the difference between the two. They've got a double. They've got like me. They've got two sets of cultures. I've got my mum. My mum's mum is actually English. She's indigenous English, right, on my mum's side. But my mum's dad was from Zanzibar in Africa, right? So that's where my mum's parents come from. So she's of mixed heritage. Okay.
But what also annoys me, Del, is when you get half Irish people or two Irish parents that come and have a child born on this land, and then want to say that they're more English than two African people who come and have a child on this land. Actually, they are both not pure ethnicity English. So, they've both only got the birthright. So people have to stop looking at colour and start understanding that it's a little bit more deeper than that.
Exactly. It's just sanguinis and just solely. You've got to use the proper terminology, because that distinct was in a way where what Wendy's saying is correct. You've got a just sanguinis claim going back generations on both your parents' side. That will make you full-blooded indigenous English from both your parents being and you being completely English from a just sanguinis full heritage standpoint. Your children are like similar to where I'm at.
Because someone like Tommy Robinson, James Goddard, Vinnie Sullivan, all of them have got Irish heritage, so they're not pure English.
No, they're not,
and they don't have the right to make judgments on somebody like Wendy or myself that are pure English.
I love it. Everyone goes around claiming to be pure English when they're not. And people like Lister put it down to colour. It's nothing to do with colour.
It's not. It's about birthrights claim, and that means that's to do with your heritage, which is to do with your bloodline. That's why the bloodline, the just sanguinis, is the stronger claim. That's why I acknowledge it, because it's done. That's the way it's done internationally all over the world. That's how you can separate, so that somebody who is indigenous English can say they're indigenous English, and they've got that claim going back on both sets of grandparents, going back generations. I don't have that claim. I have a claim in terms of my grand's mum, but my claim's not a full one, because on my dad's side, they're all St. Kittian. So therefore, I'm of mixed heritage. You know what I mean? So therefore, I'm not fully blown. I've got a claim, but I'm not a fully blown on both sides. That's and I'm in similar. I'm in a similar position to Jupiter's children. That's how I see it. So by right of soil, I can be here, but I'm not fully indigenous English in terms of just sanguinis. So I'd have a just sanguinis claim. My claim is just solely claim. That's the difference. And they're not, people don't differentiate enough properly, and they should be doing that.
No, they haven't got the common sense to even reason about it,
Yeah, they can't work it out.
And then they criticize you and call you racist when it's nothing to do with race. What you're talking about is just sanguinis, which is a heritage claim. That's the difference. One is heritage and culture going back generations, and neither one is obviously the place where you're born. So that's the difference, and we need to differentiate between the two and explain it. Now that's been done, so therefore what Wendy's saying is nothing wrong, because she's only talking about a just sanguinis claim, which is fine with me. It's about being competent. That's all it is, really.
Yeah, exactly. But Lister is full of white hate. He literally hates himself for being white. Yeah.
So I can't use the colours, but I'll just use indigenous English.
Yeah, he hates himself for being that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically.
Because in that way, that's the just sanguinis going back generations. That's why I
People
call
like
them
this
indigenous
that want to
English.
get rid of the birthright. He wants to get rid of that in favour
You
of
can't
just
do that.
everybody-
You can't do that because that'll
Exactly,
never
you
happen.
can't. You can't.
Yeah, you
But
can't.
he would like to get rid of the birthright and the heritage rights just so that anybody can walk in and squat, and it's not going to work. Because we can't take in the whole of the world. I don't know what he thinks we are.
No, but I think the whole world wouldn't want to be, but I think the whole of the world are happy with being who they are. I think Polish are happy being Polish. Germans are happy being
Exactly.
Germans. People from Nigeria are happy being Nigerian. Not obviously,
Mm.
I think it's Hector's family. My family from St. Kitts, they're proud to be St. Kittian. They're happy being St. Kittian. Do you know what I mean? So people are proud of who and what they are. So that's why it would never go. Do you know what I mean? So you'd never change it. If he wants to change, that's never going to happen, to be fair.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to end this stream. Apparently, it's kicking off over on Reels, so I'm going to let everybody
is it?
go over there and probably go and watch and see what it is getting kicked off. I don't know.
Well,
I know Mad Janet was over there today. I'm not really keen to her.
nice.
But it might
Well,
be.
I've much preferred a decent conversation here. Thank you.
Yeah, so have I. But I'm going to
You
let
can
everybody.
say that, Wendy, and without people, with somebody who's competent who knows that you're not being racist. You're just talking about a heritage claim. That's the difference between me. Is I'm competent and they're not. So
I know
yes,
you are, love. I know.
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with you saying I'm proud to be English and having a claim going back in terms of just sanguineous going back generations. That's not racist. That's fact. You can prove that through your bloodlines.
Exactly.
That's not racist. And same with Jupiter's children, saying that they've got obviously they've got their claim to heritage through their mom, but they also have the mixed heritage, but they've also got their dad as well. And acknowledging there's nothing wrong with that. It's just some people can't handle themselves, so it gets ridiculous. To be fair.
Oh, hold on. Somebody's asking for the link to be dropped, so let me drop this.
Better not be that sketty again.
No, it was Mandy. Mandy wants to come on. There you go, Mandy.
What she says. Yeah, I can see Asker say Hector scammed the British. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. It's just I'm not gonna.
Yeah, that's one of their stupid stories that they put out. Allow them to say whatever they like.
Hector's a proud Nigerian. He doesn't mind being Nigerian. I've spoken to him.
No, he's a fully fledged British citizen, but he's Nigerian heritage and ethnicity.
Exactly, and he said that, and he's fine with that, and he's comfortable with that, and I speak to him, and he's fine with that, and he never has an issue with that. It's other people just say nonsense. I can see that in the chat, and I've just realized that's why I stopped reading it, because I've realized it's just ridiculous.
Oh, Mandy said no for reals. It's called It's Just Real. That's his channel. It's Just Real. Right, let me have.
All right, then I'm off to bed. But
All
thanks,
right,
Del, and thank you, Jupiter.
Fine. And again, Jupiter, Wendy, we did email. I emailed you all this information. And again, if somebody argues it, we'll just we can do a show on it, just explaining it based on the evidence we've got. I remember I emailed you this stuff, Jupiter, and Wendy. I emailed you both.
Yeah.
So it's all explained, and that's recognized internationally all over the world by all cultures. So So to call you racist, Wendy, is ridiculous. You're just talking about a just sanguineous claim. So if it needs to be done again, we can always share the information and put it out there. But if they want to argue with it, that's the international standard, and that's recognized all over the world. So it's ridiculous. People should be proud to be English, in terms of a just sanguineous claim, and then being English and be proud to be that. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not racist. It's just sanguineous fact. That's the difference. It's ridiculous that people are arguing over adjectives. I think we need to get out of colorism. We need to get into the facts, and into proper, correct language using proper, correct jurisdiction. There's nothing wrong with people who are English saying they're proud to be English if they've got a claim going back generations. It's not racist. It's fine. There's not a problem with it. I don't have a problem with English people being English and being proud to be English. I'm fine with it.
Right, I've dropped the link
I just don't do the colours. That's all. I don't do the colours. I just do the facts. That's the difference. I don't call the colours.
I'm going to end the stream. Wendy, are you doing a stream tomorrow? Are we going to watch?
Yes, love, tomorrow. Yeah, no, it'll probably be Saturday then. I want to see what happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, Saturday. Right, I'm going to end this stream because I'm going over to Reels to have a look, see what's going on over there.
What are you doing tomorrow?
Yeah, there's the link in the side chat for Reels show. Anyone else wants to go over there? Tomorrow they've got that march on Parliament.
Oh gosh! All right. You're gonna be able to have that. So are you doing a show on that? You're gonna talk about? You can
The day
analyze it
after,
tomorrow.
that's what she's just saying. Not tomorrow, the
Oh,
next
okay.
day. We'll be analysing it and breaking it down.
Okay, no problem. All right.
Okay, then.
All right, and
All right.
night, everyone. Night.
Night,
See you later,
everybody.
Wendy.
Thank you for
Right, good
turning
night.
up. Thank
Yeah,
you,
it's been
chat.
interesting.
Night, night.
And all right, I'll see you soon, Jubes.
Yeah, bye-bye.